Welcome, everybody, to the eighth TWitWoW Quarterly Q&A and the fourth of 2024. That's right. If you know basic math, you know that four quarters make a whole, and this is the final quarterly Q&A of the year 2024. We started doing these at the very beginning of 2023, and I think that this format has been an exceptionally massive improvement over monthly Q&As. What do you think, John? Do you agree?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm ready to get started on this one. So let's go.
All right, we have 30 questions to answer total tonight. First 15 of which are from Super Blue. So let's just get right into those. First up, how does it feel to go 2 complete calendar years without live reacting to AEW shows? Full
Feels
year
fucking amazing.
Full year 2022, which was November 19th of 2022, was our last AEW reaction.
No, I mean, I reiterate, it feels fucking amazing. I mean, my mental health still has a long, long way to go, especially in this hellish late capitalist landscape. But not covering AEW, I mean, one of my favorite jokes now is, oh, I love the show, mainly the part that I didn't watch, which was all of it. And so yeah, it's just great not having AEW in my life. Fuck that company. I'm glad people have a place to work, but I'm glad I don't have to watch. And so what about you, bud? How do you feel not covering AEW for 2 years now on this channel?
Yeah, it's pretty great. I gotta tell you, it's one of those things too where like I definitely feel like we are dodging several bullets by doing this because not only are we not having to watch a television product that I know you hate and that I would definitely have more negative feelings about than positive, but we're also avoiding having to hear from the AEW diehard fans how wrong we are about how bad their product is.
Yes, exactly.
So,
Miss me with all of that. All right,
yeah.
next question.
Second question from Super Blue: how would you rank all the factions in Stardom based on the second half of 2024?
Second half of 2024. Well, it seems like hate's on the come up because they're about to get a world title shot. So I don't know if I would rank them first. Really, I'd still say Cosmic Angels is first because of all the
Yeah,
hardware they've got.
Cosmic Angels is clearly number one, especially because not only now do they have the World and Wonder and Artist titles, but they've got an up and comer who might very well be the next future champ as well.
Yes. I am gonna have a potential hot take here and say I would put Neo Genesis at two personally. They have the future champ, they have the high speed title, but also Azumi recently, Ashton relayed this to me today during our Stardom reactions, said that she wants to be the new icon of Stardom and take Mayu's spot. If Azumi wins the title, the IWGP Women's title, that is, in the Tokyo Dome for Mayu, I mean that's huge. So I think, and plus, Kid's got a Wonder of Stardom championship match coming up at Dream Queendom. So
That's
Neo
true.
Genesis has a lot going on. I'm gonna
Yeah,
put them at
I'm
two,
gonna agree.
actually.
I agree. I think Neo Genesis at two makes a sense. Maybe Hate then at three since they have the Goddesses titles and a shot at the World title.
Yeah, and Momo's gonna be a part of that international cup kind of melee. So
Yeah, that's
Hate's getting
also true.
representation. So yeah, Hate at three. I think EXV before they just won the New Blood tag title, so that was a big thing for them. EXV. Um,
Who else?
and
Oh, wait, no. Who else stars is left? But Mayu does have the IWGP title.
okay, yeah, so maybe IWGP Women's title, and then Hanan and Ida recently won Tag League, and they I think are very likely to win the Gods' titles. So I'll put them above EXV. Really, what I'm trying to say is I think God's Eye comes last for me.
Yeah,
I think, yeah.
God's Eye is in shambles because not only has Shooty basically spent the entire year being always the bridesmaid, never the bride, coming so close but not quite, pretty much across the board in almost everything. But Ami Sourei has spent most of the year injured despite starting the year hot. And we're talking about the second half of the year here. So she's been out the entire second half.
Yeah.
And, who is even, I mean, Kashima has done literally nothing. I mean, she's put on entertaining matches and she's a fun personality, but in terms of accomplishments, she's done nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, Tomoka Inaba, again, great wrestler, but accomplished nothing. I mean, who's left? It's
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah. God's Eye
Yeah.
definitely at the bottom, and I would say EXV right barely above them, and then Stars just above them. So I think there's six. That's it, right?
Yeah. All right. That was much easier than I thought it would be. Next
Yeah.
question.
Third question: if LA Knight wins the Royal Rumble or the World Title, would the stick that was never there to begin with be removed from his ass?
No. No, because it has nothing to do with accomplishments. It does with how he fucking moves because he's too roided the fuck up. So yeah, the stick
Yeah.
is up his ass. You could get the best proctologist in LA, they ain't gonna do anything for that fucking ass. So no.
Yeah. Super Blue, we should really make sure that you understand that point. We don't say LA Knight has a stick up his ass because of anything to do with his personality or his talent or his person or his accomplishments or anything like that. We literally just say that because of the way he moves. It's like John said, he walks slash attempts to run in such a way that you would expect somebody who moves that way to have something lodged in their rectum.
Exactly. I like how you said that, so I don't want to say anything else. Next question.
Fourth question from Super Blue: if TwitWoW was a restaurant, what kind of food would you serve?
Um, See, it's funny with me because I'm the cross between a rundown fast food place where you know crack is being done in the back, but also feeling like I'm on my Michelin star shit. So I don't know, maybe a Friendlies. Friendlies kind of has that vibe to me. I don't know.
Have you had Friendlies before?
Yeah, yeah. It's been many years, but I've had Friendlies before. So I'm gonna say Friendlies because like really, I have the food quality probably of fast food, but I have the veneer of like classy restaurant. This is where you take your first date and shit. So what
So
about you?
when they
What do
ask
you what kind of
when
restaurant do you
Super
think?
Blue asks what kind of food would you serve, your answer is basically just like diner food.
Yeah, diner food. I think 12 would definitely be a diner. I get that vibe from it. What about you? What do you think?
I think we would do diner stuff, but because of you and your taste, I think you would go full like the bear and do like some crazy experimental shit.
Yeah, there you go.
Like you would be serving like sushi on cheeseburgers and shit like that.
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely my palate for sure. That is not only a fair call out, it's an accurate one. So
So we would specialize. It would be basically just very similar to the bear actually, because they started out as like a cheesesteak place where you could go to get subs and stuff. And then like next thing you know, they're serving fucking like high end stuff. And we
exactly.
wouldn't make that full transformation, but like we would have like our specials would include more of like the high end stuff that would fit your palate better.
Exactly.
Hell yeah. All right. Fifth question from Super Blue. If everything was free for 30 minutes, where would you go shopping?
Oh God, I'm so basic. I'd probably do bookstore, just being
I was
immediately
gonna
honest about
say,
myself.
don't say Amazon, please.
Yeah, no, it'd be probably my local bookstore because they're a lovely old couple. A few of the old people that I don't actually hate. But I don't know. Everything was free and implying that logistics like aren't an issue. I mean, definitely like life necessary stuff, like any medications that I feel like I might need in the future, whatever, stock up, that kind of stuff. So I think being totally honest and bearing in mind logistics, books probably, but not bearing in mind any of that, probably meds and like other vital stuff to stock up when things really go to shit. What about you? What would you stock up on?
If everything was free for 30 minutes, where would you go shopping? I'm torn. I'm torn between two mindsets here, two frames of thought. So, first frame here is Costco because you get everything in bulk. I can spend like thousands and thousands of dollars there and just be set for maybe not life, but for months, if not years, on anything I might need. Get fucking 1,000 pack of paper plates or plastic cups or plasticware or stuff like that that never expires, or spend a few $100 on meat, buy. Plus I know they do sell like electronics and stuff at Costco, so I could get like big TV, nice computer, stuff like that. Get like a big ass fucking freezer, like a chest freezer, to keep all the meat that I would buy there or that I would take because it's free anyway for 30 minutes. Yeah, that kind of thing. So that's one frame. And then the other one is just Best Buy because they have all the electronics, they have all the laptops and video game systems and video games and all the tech gadgets that I know that I love that I would want to snag. And all the ones that I wouldn't want to have for myself, I could just resell them for a bunch of money.
Well, there you go. All right, next question.
If you were facing zombies, would you do the thriller dance to stop them from attacking you to escape?
No, I don't have the motor skills, and I would just die. And for as much as I criticize people, again, I have to just be honest with myself. Self-reflection is definitely never going to go out of style. I would probably be like, no, no, please don't. And if you know me, one of my biggest critiques in like horror tropes is like, why is no the last thing you say? I would try and be bold and try and recite like a like a poem as the slasher's about to cut my head off. It was the best of times. It was the oh god, and then head cut off. But it would probably just be like a no while they're eating me alive. And then maybe like, it's already too late and their gels are in my fucking torso. I'm like, because this is thrill. And then I would start to do it, and then it would just be garbled sounds of death. So, no, no, there's no hope for me. What about you? Would you try? I feel like you would try.
No, absolutely not. Listen, if I'm facing zombies, there is 0% of me that has any thought to dance for them to stop them from attacking me at all. That's goofy.
Wow. Okay. Well, fair enough. Next question.
The next question I should note it was asked on November 7th.
Oh, I know where this is going.
Based on the election results, are we fucked? And will we even get the chance to fix it by having midterms in 2026?
Um, yes, we're fucked. Yes, we'll have a chance to fix it in my mind, but it ain't gonna be through the electoral process or the fucking system. Liberals, I need you to let it go. I know it's hard. I know it's really, really hard. It was a baby that you've believed in since the beginning. It's time to let it go. Um, because all these people, and even like democratic socialist personalities, like secular talk and stuff that I do, like I have my disagreements with, but I respect them more than most because unlike the Young Turks, for example, they're not selling out to MAGA and going for the right. Like seemingly everything fucking is around me. They're staying to their principles, and I do genuinely respect them for that. They still have this misguided notion of, oh well, the Democrats don't fix it, they're cooked on midterms. It's misguided on multiple fronts. One, Democrats aren't fixing shit because to them it's not broken. Everything's running as it should. Liberalism will always capitulate to fascism before they even do tepid democratic socialism. Let Bernie's failed campaigns, plural, be a lesson about that. And then secondly, just the idea that fascists aren't going to want to gut the electoral process to begin with. I think that's one of the first things that they always, it's like a grocery list. It's like, okay, now that I've assumed absolute power, all right, yeah, let's take care of those political dissonants. I don't want them to become a problem later. And then, that's how it fucking starts. So anybody that's thinking like, I know the system's really bad, but we can still fix it through the system, I am begging you. And this is coming from me, seek help. Seek help. And then when you've gotten that help and you're like, I understand now, come find us because we're always waiting for you. But no, you've got to let go of the notion that the same process that got us into fascism, by the way, surrounded by a media infrastructure that could not give a shit about the progressive wing of the Democratic Party because they try and marginalize them and keep them on the periphery every single chance they get. That same system, it's never going to take care of you because it was never made for you. It was made by a billionaire ruling class that wanted to protect their own interests. Elon Musk, I mean, he is the president. And I only say that because I know that gets under Trump's skin because he's also a fucking child. Elon Musk was the biggest winner of the election. Not only is he president, but his financial interests are probably secured indefinitely. And we are a political podcast, and I know Ashton always says, like, oh, you don't have to mind your mouth here, but I would just say very broadly and ambiguously, take a look around at recent events and how people are responding to certain things and say to yourself, maybe that's a way forward, because that's definitely where my head's at. I'm curious though about your answer, sir. Everybody's heard me talk about leftism all fucking year on these when political questions come up. How do you feel about our current climate?
Um, I'm definitely more optimistic than you are, and that's
That's
also you
always
could.
been that's always been a characteristic thing for you. Do you still believe in the system though? Like that's
Well,
there's
I mean,
optimism and
here's
there's
the
like
thing. Here's the thing.
yeah.
The system is just doing what it's going to do every time, right?
Yeah.
So like that's such a loaded question to ask me if I still believe in the system because I don't think I ever really believed in the system.
I guess maybe I should rephrase it differently because I know you've had hopes for like say an AOC for instance. And
Yeah.
like even I started to have those hopes again, but like bro, like
Yeah.
this election and like things that have happened since the election. Like I know AOC was supposed to head some kind of committee
Oh
or some
yeah, and
kind of hearing I think
Pelosi fucked her out of that.
yeah, well, and that's the thing. Like, why do we think that anybody good, like, if they kneecap Bernie, who is an old white man who checks all the boxes. I'm really back to thinking again, like, they're going to kneecap any, because again,
Oh
they'd
yeah,
rather do fascism
it's
than
gonna be
tepid
Gavin
democracy.
Newsom in 2028.
Well, yeah, and see, that's the thing. And I think it's also, just to kind of push back a bit, I think it's a bit erroneous to say, like, that I'm not optimistic or that, like, I have no optimism. I do think on the whole you are more optimistic than me, but things are going to get scary. Like, it's funny how, like, faded our historical memory seems to be about when fascism happens in other places. Like, don't even talk about the Holocaust. I mean, that's bad enough. But I think about, like, Pinochet's fucking Spain. Actually, that was Francisco Franco. Pinochet was
See,
Chile,
I
I
don't think
believe.
that's got anything to do with
Yeah.
memory. That's just straight up ignorance. People don't know about that shit at all. There's like, in order for it to be a bad memory, they would have had to have learned about it and then forgotten about it. But nobody fucking learned about that shit.
Yeah, and that is part of the problem. I mean, let's not even talk about the educational system when I hear that literacy rates are like falling in this country, like in real
Drastically,
time.
yeah.
Yeah, and like AI is not getting any better. And this and that. Like, yeah, like, but
Dude,
again,
oh my
I
god, I
think the
wanted to tell you about that actually.
beg pardon?
So you know about uh, my cousin who passed a few years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
My aunt, her mother, used AI to make those, like how you can use AI to put two pictures together and make it look like the people in those two pictures are interacting with each other through AI. She
Yeah.
used it to make it look like my late cousin was hugging people who are like still around.
So, knowing that part of your family just willfully entered a Black Mirror episode, how are you feeling about that?
I
Because
was
that,
so weirded out by it, dude. I was so weirded out by it. I was like, what the fuck?
yeah, like,
I mean, here's the thing. It's like part of her grieving process, so I'm not going to be like, what the fuck is wrong with you into her face. But
yeah.
it's just very weird to me for sure.
Yeah, so I think for me, it's I do have optimism, but the optimism's coming from just the civil unrest and really the global unrest that we've been seeing. I mean, Assad got toppled in Syria. That was a huge fucking win. Which again, I stress this because I don't want people to give in to the fear because I've literally there is one. I don't want to like do call outs or drag them or whatever, but there is one liberal friend I talk to that is just committed. Like it's either system or bust. The one thing we have to remember, because this to me would be full pessimism, is if we, even forgot this fact and just totally resigned ourselves. They are human beings. They are mortal. Their power is
How
ephemeral,
did
just
that
like
one
their
guy
existence.
phrase it? They're fucking, what was it, like bags of meat that with totally explodable heads or something like
J-Reg, yeah, yeah. He's like
that?
hit with exploding skulls. And it was kind of a lizard lick, and it was just like, yeah, who's next? But no, like they're mortal. Their empires are mortal. Hitler wanted 1,000 years. I don't even think he got fucking 10. Like these people always lose. And now here's the catch though. They lose even if we're not around to see it. Me saying they're gonna lose doesn't mean like, oh, they're gonna lose and I'm gonna be the first one it is. I may not make it. I don't know, and it may not even be because of fascism. Things happen to people every fucking day. That's how life works. But it's not gonna last. So here's the thing. Will we get a chance? I don't think it'll be through midterms of the electoral process. I mean, Trump literally said during the campaign, all you have to do is vote this one time and it'll be fixed. People have now openly come out of the woodwork and been like, well, yeah, actually, guys, we lied. Project 2025 is the agenda. Like, we are going to be in the midst of a conservative revolution and a revolution of reaction, paradoxically, that I think is going to make a lot of people remember the Reagan years. For me, because it's generationally closer, it's going to
See, but
remind me
people
of
have
the
a
Bush
lot
years.
of fond memories of the Reagan years.
Exactly. And for me, it's going to remind me more of the Bush years, probably even worse. I think foreign policy, because I'm a foreign policy guy, I care about foreign more than domestic. I always have. Foreign policy is going to go to fucking shit. Domestic isn't going to be good either. It's going to be rough, but the people that survive, the question is, what kind of society are we going to see? I've been looking at the same thing forever, bro, and I'm glad that somebody replied with that. But yeah, like, I don't know what's going to happen. But, I know that we just have to do the best we can and be good to each other. I've already got like a bookmark folder of things that I could do in New Hampshire because I'm really going to try and think local rather than just constantly thinking global. Just because, again, I know things domestically are going to get really rough. But, like, never say you can't do anything. Never say there isn't something to do. There's always something to do. Don't make yourself powerless because the state's going to be doing that enough as it is. So, yeah, I just wanted to kind of punctuate that. But again, just how are you feeling when you think about the next 4 years in this administration and knowing the people in the fucking clown car he's trying to cram in? What do you think about all of it? I'm gonna mute up.
I mean, I've said before, I think the best case scenario is nothing happens because there's too much gridlock in Congress for anything to really get done. I think that's the absolute best case scenario. I think there are enough guardrails and checks and balances in place that he's not going to be able to just forego elections. I do think that there is going to be a midterm in 2026, and I think that there is a really, really fucking good chance that Democrats are going to win back ground in the Senate and in the House, which is going to even further prevent Trump from being able to do what he wants. And then I, Alan Lichtman's 13 keys to the White House and stuff.
Yeah,
So here's the thing. I am now fully bought into those. I think that those were correct. I think that he just was wrong about them. I think that he incorrectly said that we had a strong short term and long term economy. And I think that he incorrectly labeled the withdrawal from Iraq as a foreign success, a foreign
not to correct you while you're talking. Did you mean the withdrawal from Afghanistan?
yeah, for withdrawal from Afghanistan. You called that a foreign policy, a huge success, foreign policy wise. But literally, if Trump can run on that being a failure, it's not a huge success. Like a real huge success is something that your opponent shies away from because it was too fucking good for them to talk about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Lichtman was just objectively wrong. Like ISIS overtook the region within
Yeah,
probably even
it
like
was
a
a
day.
well, and here's the thing though.
Yeah,
I think that he was too focused on the us and wasn't focused enough on the Afghanistan part.
yeah,
And so again, like I think the keys were right. I think that he just identified the wrong keys. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah,
And I think, dude, I'm telling you right now, if you follow the keys, I think that because I already told you, I think the Democrats are going to win back ground in both chambers of Congress in 2026. That's going to turn a key. Trump can't run again, so that's going to turn another key against the Republicans. Like I don't think it fucking matters who the Dems run in 2028. I think they're going to win regardless. And that's because like the whole philosophy of the keys, even if you ignore the specifics, even if you ignore like, oh, well, there's a key for the long-term economy and there's a key for domestic policy, like forget all that. The down to the fucking nitty gritty of it, of the keys, is what is the general vibe of the country relative to the president? And people are going to be so fucking pissed at Trump. It's like, that video that Josh Doss did about how, like, oh, well, it takes the economy around 4 years to quote unquote feel?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, the economy is starting to kind of feel a little better already right now. And Trump is going to be actively doing everything in his power to sabotage it for everyone that isn't in that like top 1%. And here's the thing, inflation is cumulative.
Yeah.
Inflation isn't something where if it's really high one year and then really low the next year, you get to just be like, oh, well, inflation's really low this year. That means that everyone's doing great because it was still high last year. And this year's low inflation is still getting added on to the really high inflation from last year. That's why Biden fucking lost. That's why anyone associated with Biden was probably going to fucking lose this year because people aren't thinking, oh, well, inflation came down this year, so that's a good thing. People are just thinking everything's fucking expensive because of how much prices shot up in 2021 and 2022, and it's impossible to get prices to go down. Prices can't go down. Everything has to go up because it's capitalism, and it has the same fucking personal philosophy as a cancer cell. Infinite growth for the sake of infinite growth. You can't shrink capitalism, otherwise you're failing, right? So Trump's economy might even start out pretty well because of Biden's policies. But by the end of it, dude, people are going to be fucking pissed. People are going to be angry again. People are going to be like I mean, you even said you keep talking about how scary it's going to get. Do you think that it's going to be allowed to get that scary without people fucking wanting to rebel against it?
For the first time, I'd have to tell you, just based on what we're seeing, based on the empirical observations, right?
Right.
Like, and
And
again, I
here's
want
the
to,
thing.
yeah,
People wanting to rebel against it is something that is like, especially if Trump does what he has said that he wants to do, which is to sick the National Guard on our own citizens. There's no fucking way. I mean, here's the thing. He really would legitimately have to declare some kind of like national emergency in order to maintain the presidency. And even then, I really don't know how the guardrails and the checks and balances and stuff would work as far as preventing him from doing that and forcing the election to go on as usual. I really don't know what the rules are there, but I feel like he's going to do everything in his power, and it might get violent. I'm guessing it probably will get violent, but at the end of the day, that dude is not going to. I'm not even entirely convinced that he's going to survive the entire fucking term. Dude is not well. He is not in good health.
dude is not well and he is not liked. There is more, there is so much more I could say to this, and then you could say more back, but I think I'm good to just put a pin in this.
Yeah.
And we could talk about this maybe another time if there's an appropriate
Well, I mean,
opportunity.
there is another backup. There's literally the next question is also Trump related. Super Blue said, "How incompetent do we look as a nation for putting dipshit back in the Oval Office? States like Nevada, Arizona, and Missouri voted to protect abortion rights, but dipshit won all three states." And I just have to say, again, it's a fucking vibes thing. People were pissed about the economy that Biden was president during, and so they thought they could have their cake and eat it too. They thought they could protect abortion rights while changing the president so that they could get something different because they thought this sucks. Anything must be better than this economically. But we know that guy is a big fan of banning abortion, so let's at least protect that while we can. That was what people had in mind when they did that.
I mean, yeah, I've really got nothing to add there. Again, like there is more I could say, but I don't want to take us too far afield. I will say though, and again, this is just me speaking my truth as I see it. I really do worry for the Democratic Party, and really I worry for the liberal electorate for two completely different reasons. I worry for the Democratic Party because they have their heels so firmly like dug in the dirt. I mean, Pelosi screwing AOC for a dinosaur that literally nobody's fucking heard of, that apparently I learned is dealing with esophageal cancer.
Yeah, so hopefully
Like,
he doesn't last very long.
well, yeah, because he's a fucking asshole. But also, I worry. God, again, I don't want to take us too far afield, but I can't hold it back. I worry that like liberal voters, and again, I've only talked to one, so maybe others will come around. But I worry because again, I'm also thinking about secular talk here too, that like their political imagination, it's still trying to like work within the system. Like I've been hearing about like John Stewart 2028,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Because they're like, oh, you need your own Trump figure, which like I don't disagree with, but I think what just worries me about it is you're still trying to make a system work that is fundamentally predicated on violence, dispossession, and dehumanization, even if it's not happening to you directly. Because another thing we have to think about is how many deportations is this administration going to get done before the prospective end of their term? And I
I
say
don't think
prospective
they're
because
planning on deporting people, dude.
they're making camps, aren't they? They're like the mass deportation. I mean, people have gone on Fox News and said we have a mandate from the people to do these mass deportations. There were signs at the RNC saying mass
Am I
deportations now.
am I just am I just misunderstanding the word deportation as a sending somebody back to their home country?
I mean, that's one way to look at it, I guess, in the more literal sense. I'm just saying, like, I feel like they're going to try and round people up en masse and kick them out of the country.
No,
And
see,
like,
that's what I'm arguing against though is I don't think they have any plans to kick people out of the country. I think that their plans are to round people up and use them as fucking slave labor.
oh, that's also fair because we know private prison contracts
Yeah,
and like those
exactly.
types of firms are
I mean,
looking to
that's
make like,
already happening. That's the thing. Like
yeah, and
private
that's
prison contracts are already a thing. People are already being used as slave labor. I think that the plan is currently just to, start using the force of the U.S. military to start throwing immigrants into prison and using them as the slave labor instead of what we've got, well, on top of what we've got now. I shouldn't say instead of. They're not going to just stop what they're doing, but on top of what we've got already.
In this case that I wasn't dark enough. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
again, and it's not happening to you. And I'm not saying this to you directly. I'm just saying as a general point. It's not happening to you
the
doesn't mean
liberal
it's not
voter,
happening.
right?
Exactly. So, like, even if the economic pain isn't as bad as I think, keep in mind who might be hurting that you're not seeing, because that's what terrifies me. And I think the last thing I'd want to say, because I hate everything so much, and I'm like, God, if I can't live the life I want, just let me die. But like, you can't do another like Democratic representative like Biden for president. Because like Biden, like what I try and stress to people, and again, my sample size is very small, so I should not generalize liberals. Maybe there are some that are being disaffected and wanting to go further left. Please, 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 we welcome you with open arms. You have no idea. But you know, there are some that are like, oh, Joe's doing the best he can of this and that. Literally, the Guardian did an amazing piece about how Biden has been working with private prison companies, laying the groundwork for Trump's term. So if the Democratic Party has any future, it's not what the fucking quote unquote pundits in the media are like, oh, they need to stop listening to the progressives if they want to live again. No, dipshit. They need to listen entirely to the progressive wing and give themselves to it, which again, we know they're not going to do for obvious reasons that I'm not going to go through here. But again, just
Dude, I've heard
acting like,
so many people talking about how much money this country would save if we went to a single payer healthcare plan. It's crazy.
dude, I know. I'm telling you, like, acting like politics is a genuine game that both teams are trying to win for themselves and not for the billionaire ruling class,
Yep.
you would listen to the progressive wing of the party. Abso-fucking-lutely. And honestly, too, you'd get fucking the socialist party in there. You'd intermingle and you'd work fucking gradually. When even put aside my fucking ravings, I am a disabled 33-year-old man that doesn't know jack shit about fucking put me in the corner, okay? When scientists who study this shit for a fucking living about climate change, when the consensus about climate change has been we need a drastic, radical reorganization socioeconomically of the way things are done if this planet is to have any chance of sustaining human life. That's the science of it. I didn't say communism. I didn't say socialism. I didn't go on one of my leftist rants. They are saying the way business is done, so neoliberal global capitalism, is unsustainable for human life on this planet. That's the science. You can either go with the science or you could just say no, like Joe Biden. I won't even go to the end because that's too fucking easy. Joe Biden even recently did a talk of like, they say green capitalism isn't possible. We'll prove them wrong. Would you just die? Fuck me. Jesus Christ. No, you can have a livable planet or you can have capitalism. You can't have both. And that's my biggest fear. It isn't even about this immediate administration. It's that we're just going to keep being gaslit that, oh, if we just voted harder, even after the Brian Thompson thing, which I don't want to get too deep into that, it was amazing how you had like people like on the Daily Show, for instance, being like, well, I don't believe in this. I believe in organizing and voting. Tell that to all the dispirited Bernie Sanders voters that had fucking hope that you ripped out of their fucking chest and stomped it right in front of them, you self-righteous, sanctimonious prick. I don't know. I feel like it is going to get ugly. Ashton's probably right that I'm too pessimistic. That is 100% true. But where I will dig my heels in the
No,
dirt
here's the
is,
thing, dude. It's gonna
yeah,
get really fucking ugly in some places,
yeah.
but like the average liberal voter is barely gonna feel it.
And that's I hate to be like morbid, but that's kind of the problem. Because here's the thing, even Mangione, like, it was a personal gripe.
Yeah,
And like, I don't,
because he fucked up his back and couldn't get healthcare for it.
exactly. So, like, I'm not trying to diminish what he or like say anything like about that, right? It's just a very straightforward fact of this is why a while ago I read Max Stirner, who's like this anarchist, like egoist. I think egoism is just rationally correct. If you can't talk to people in a way that appeals to their self-interest. So, like, I've been thinking about this a lot lately. Like, I'm disabled. Disability rights is a big thing for me. So if I was to go to somebody that fits the normative model of bodily health, right, is like skinny, fit, can walk, whatever, maybe jogs 10 miles a day, whatever the fuck, I would say, health is temporary. You want to safeguard your future while you have the vitality to. Would you join me in fighting for disabled rights? Because you never know if one day, you could be me or whatever the hell. And then really talking to them about how health is temporary and that even if they have a nice old age still comes with problems and you want to be protected. You appeal to people's self interest. And I feel like, in a way, we're not doing that enough. Like, in a way, that's where the right is doing so well, right? Because they're like, oh, we need to give you your energy jobs and we need to drill more. And they appeal to that desire for excess. But the desire for excess always comes back to the personal gratification, the personal need. Whereas, I hate, and I really don't mean to sound like a douchebag. This is not a fucking bit. But I worry that, like, with liberalism, it focuses too much on community, which, for the record, I feel is a nebulous concept. I read one anarchist writing that was so resonant with me that said, I don't want community, I want friends. And I'm like, mood. I don't give a fuck about it. What the fuck is a community? I want a group of people that I enjoy, that enjoy me. We enjoy each other. And, like that's the whole fucking thing. But they focus on these platitudes. And it's like, okay, but what about me? Which sounds like a dick question, but really, you're going to spend more time with yourself than you're going to spend with anybody else. So if you're not good, I understand why people are like, oh, am I being taken care of here? We need a more egoistic politics, but that also stresses the need for solidarity. You can have both. I don't see it as a paradox at all. But you need to start speaking to people's material needs, which progressives do, which is why they fucking win. And don't let them take it to fucking culture war bullshit that doesn't even fucking exist. I really think that there's a bigger fight ahead. And I don't know. I think some people want to fight through the system, and fine. Other people clearly are experimenting with fighting in other ways, and that's interesting. I think is the word I'll settle on. It's interesting right now to see what could come of that. Because I was just telling Ashton, December 12th, a president of Enron got pied in the face by an old woman. She threw a pie right in his face. People are getting sick and fed up. What that turns into, I don't know. But it's gonna be one for the history books. These 4 years, I think, are gonna decide a lot. I think it's gonna decide climate. I think it's gonna decide class. And yeah, like if we still have elections, which I could see where Ashton's coming from, I'll concede that ground to him readily. Not a problem. I will say that you shouldn't run a candidate like, but you can't do centrist fucking Democrats again. Like, at least
And
have
yet they're
somebody,
going
yeah,
to, and they're going to win.
and they're going to win, but then nothing. But see, here's the thing too: when they win, because I'll concede that ground to Ashton too. One thing that I'll be a prick about and kind of stand on: don't expect things to change back. They kept certain Trump policies, especially the border wall and this and that. You
I
already
mean, yeah,
heard
we
me say
already
before.
kind of knew. Didn't Obama in his second term, uh, what's the word? Um, deport more people than Trump in his first term?
Yeah, yeah. Centrist Democrats are not your fucking friends. So when they win, I don't want to hear anybody being like, oh my God, the worst is over. Or like this thing that I missed that right wing authoritarianism took from me. I'm going to get it back. No, you're not. Probably not. I'll say probably not because maybe you would, but I wouldn't expect it. I wouldn't expect it. You need fucking progressives at the very fucking least. Um, and yeah, and I'll say this just to answer Bestie here because I've heard the same thing. If Harris runs again, here's a tip, okay? You were doing really well in the first half of your fucking campaign when you kept it on class and like how we need to control price gouging. I would do more progressive stuff than tax credits, but you're probably not going to learn that, so I'm not going to act like you will. The tax credits, I think, had some appeal to people.
Dude,
Um,
tax credits appeals to like the top, like, what, 10, 15% of people, if that.
and that is fair.
People don't
Uh,
want tax credits. People want fucking stimulus checks. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
no, you and I know that, dude. But again, but the thing is, the second half of your campaign, when apparently for whatever reason you were like cozying up to Liz Cheney and listening to Biden staffers who really should be, putting a bib on him and getting him to bed on time, were like, oh, you need to stress how he meddled with democracy. Nobody gives a fuck because to them, democracy is an abstract fucking word. If it's not affecting them positively, what the fuck are they going to get? What's democracy? When have I participated in anything? Like, if anything, I'm like, as a leftist, I'm radically democratic. Like, I believe in direct democracy. Fuck this representative shit. Like, I don't want to, I can represent myself. Fuck that. Like, get me in there. Get me in the arena. Let's talk about these fucking issues. Let's build it, right? Let's fucking do it. But, you can't be talking about these platitudes. Nobody gives a shit. Keep it on class, keep it on material inequities and abuses and injustices. And I mean, I like Tim Walz as running mate. He's kind of dead to me with recent stuff, but and then I was real eyebrow raising his comments on Israel during the debate.
Ugh.
But run a progressive like Walz
Yeah,
again. I
Walls is
think she
dead to
did.
me, dude. Walls is dead to me.
I
He
know,
fucking stands Brian Thompson. Fuck that shit.
dude. You already know he was partially dead to me after those because how he could be like, oh, the expansion of Israel and its prosecutors is in the best interest of the U.S. I'm like, well, that's a mask off moment, Timothy. Thank you for the honesty. That's
Yeah.
great. Um, so yeah, clearly like a lot of work to be done, but being realistic, it shouldn't be a centrist dem. It's probably fucking going to be, but you can't keep denying people the progressive measures they want because that's another thing too. Since you mentioned Brian Thompson, I've been kind of tiptoeing around it because I really do want to be mindful with this particular conversation about what I say. I never worry about you. You're good. You're a sweetheart. But for me, it's kind of insulting that people like, and when I say people, I should say like the media infrastructure and stuff, act like people have been trying to do this the right way for like over a decade, it feels like, oh, what about voting? What do you think people have been doing out here? That's such an insult to like every organizer. And I guarantee you, most organizers probably come from very dispossessed communities too. And it's like, oh, yeah, just shit on their efforts. Like they haven't been fucking trying. Where did this act of violence come from? Look out your window, literally, at all the fires going on. The fuck? I feel like I live on a different fucking planet. Like, what? The CEOs are scared. Good, good. No, no, no. Got to keep the mask on. Let's move on to the next question, huh? What else Super Blue want to know about?
Oh, you know, stuff.
Okay, well, what specifically? I'm guessing you're pulling it up.
Why didn't LA Knights reign as the US champion protect America like it was supposed to?
Because he's ass. Because he's fucking ass. He blows. He's awful. Like, even TNA fans that liked him as Eli Drake, they go back and they're like, where's this guy? And I'll tell you where he is. Not fucking here. He fucking aged. Like, roided up fucking milk that was 3 weeks past its expiration date. He's fucking washed, which we should come up with a different term because I like being washed. I like being squeaky clean. That has positive connotations to me. But no, I mean, I would say he was over the hill. Did he ever stand atop it? I feel like he sucked from day one, and he just sucks even harder now. So I guess he's got greater suction if he wants to look at that as a positive. Fucking Dyson rep ass. Like, I don't. Exactly.
Delicious.
Exactly. Like, no. You know why he didn't keep America safe or make it better? Because he's emblematic of everything wrong with America. I mean, for God's sakes, he practically, like, he didn't creep on Electra Lopez, but those comments he made her about the promo, like, oh, get with me later. No, she fucking won't, you weirdo. Stay away from her and get a fucking job. And shave your fucking face, you goddamn bum. Jesus Christ. You know, Actually, thank you, Super Blue, because you asking that question, I never thought I'd do this, but again, I'm trying to enter 2025 on the right foot. Jimmy Uso, I'm sorry, because there are worse people than you, far worse, and LA Knight immediately comes to mind because at least Jimmy Uso, excuse me, at least he can fucking work, and at least he moves like a normal human fucking being. He's definitely thicker than his brother, but I'll take thick over. Oh yeah, gotta find a vein today to keep that main event bod intact. Fucking waddling ass. Jesus Christ. Anyway, yeah, America sucks, and so does he. Him and Logan Paul back to back, very accurate U.S. champions. Shinsuke Nakamura, we're going back to aspirational U.S. champions as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, yeah. That's
Yeah,
the
you're damn right, you
bullshit.
sweet
We
ass
need
bitch.
more aspirational television, man. I miss that shit.
Well, you know what? If you want to satisfy me, just put your face on a screen for 24 hours. I mean, that channel alone is aspirational as fuck. So,
I'm too bashful.
well, get over it. Next question.
No.
No to the next question. We're calling Q&A early. All right, guys. No, I know you're not doing that. So,
Will we get to see a female president in our lifetime? And if we do, will she be more likely to be Republican than Democrat?
it's actually a really good question. Like
I
genuinely.
genuinely do think we're going to see a female president in our lifetime. But I also do think that it is more likely she'll be a Republican than Democrat.
Co-sign with Ashton completely. Yeah, I actually do genuinely feel this. I feel like people that are like, we're never going to get a female president. No, it's just got to be the right female president, as in far right.
Yeah, because like who like on the left in terms of like female presidential candidates comes to mind for you other than AOC because she's the first one for me.
I mean, maybe Rashida Tlaib after the great moment she had at the
That's
fucking
never gonna
annual.
happen.
I know, I know. I mean, you're asking me the question, man. I'm doing the best I
No, I'm
can over
just
here.
saying though, like trying to be as realistic as possible.
Kamala Harris again. I could see her having a shot if she just,
You know what?
fucking yeah.
I will throw out one name, and this is a genuine, actual shout that like might even have better odds than AOC because she doesn't have I mean, by 2028, it'll be a decade of Fox News uh, propaganda working against her, and that's Gretchen Whitmer, Big Gretch. They fucking love her in Michigan.
I really wanted you to troll everybody and be like Hillary Clinton, but you went the sincere route, so
I
that's cool.
do genuinely believe Gretchen Whitmer is like, if we're just talking about someone who's active in politics right now, I think Gretchen Whitmer has a better chance of being a president of the United States than AOC. Because again, by the time 2028 rolls around, AOC will have had a decade at that point of Fox News propaganda working against her and defining her. And I don't know if she can overcome that. Big Gretch, though, doesn't have anything like that going on. And that was the problem that Trump had with Harris, was he couldn't figure out how to define her. She misstepped big time when she started sliding to the right with the Cheney bullshit. I don't think Gretchen would fucking do that. I don't think Big Gretch would do that. I genuinely think that Big Gretch is uh, closer to like another Bernie than a fucking Biden.
I mean, I'm done trying to give any politician the benefit of the doubt, so I won't say I don't think so and so would do such and such a thing because they'll always disappoint you when it matters most. But I think it is cool that you did give a genuine answer that I wasn't even on my mind. So we'll have to see. But yeah, I don't think women, should give up seeing like a female president. I do think again that's why really like Subaru's question because I do think it was also realistic that it probably would be a Republican first. And God, the sting of that, the fucking sting
I
of
mean,
that,
dude, Nikki
right?
Haley got close this year already. I mean, she won a few states over Trump in the primaries, didn't she?
I did she? I thought Trump kind of smoked everybody in the primary. Maybe she won one primary. I didn't
I
think
thought she
anybody really
won
won.
at least a few states over Trump.
Maybe I don't remember that, but then again, you know what? I'll defer to you on this one.
2024
Um,
Republican primary. Let's see here. Yeah, well, she won two states. She won, uh, dude, I think she won New Hampshire. Oh no, it was Vermont. It was Vermont.
yeah.
She won Vermont, and I think she won DC.
Okay, cool,
So a
cool.
state and a half, I guess we could say.
There you go. There you go.
But she won, I think, 97 delegates. So, but still, like that's more than you would expect from the Republican Party.
Yeah, yeah. There you go. Next question.
Next question: should WWE try to get Meiko Satomura in the Royal Rumble before she retires? I hope so.
Cool idea, Super Blue. I'm down with that. Yeah. Next question.
What four men and women from other companies do you want to see in the Rumble? The companies being AEW, TNA, Noah, New Japan, Stardom, and Monty Gold.
Uh, okay, so 4 men and 4 women, Subaru said, right?
Yes.
Um, well, being realistic about because women I have a lot more play money with. So I'm gonna do men first because that's harder. I would say Joe Hendry, because I think he's still very
Makes
over.
sense. Yeah.
Um, I'll say Kazarian.
Okay. Is
He's a
that a
veteran.
want or is that more along the lines of just like a filler spot?
It's more of a filler spot because as far as one, I mean, the list is probably not non-existent, but I do want to answer the question. So
Right.
like, I'm just giving names. Um, Josh Alexander is no longer with TNA, but I would definitely say him. And then no way AEW would lend any guys.
No.
It'd be funny if fucking Christian was like the fourth guy. Um, let me think about the TNA roster because I barely watch them these days anyway. Watch it be fucking Nick and Nemeth after dropping the TNA championship.
Nick Nemeth.
Nemeth, not even once. For the women, it gets a lot more fun because really focusing on the Marty Gold stuff, I would say definitely Miku Aono. I think you definitely want to get like, the woman with the fucking ace energy in there. Um, Only because Utami expressed interest in WWE, I would want to give her a shot, see how the crowd receives her if she was allowed to do some stuff. So Miku Aono, Utami. And just because those are two heavy hitters, I want to kind of settle down. So I'll say Victoria Yuzuki for the third. And then let's face it, my Sakurai for the fourth, probably, being realistic.
Ew. Whoa.
Don't you know that
I'm
wasn't about my
heavily
taste.
offended that you mentioned that name.
Yeah, but you still love my face, so what are you really gonna do about it?
Oh, just grim and groan more about it.
That's mildly inconvenient, but it's fine. So what about you? Who are your 4 men and your 4 women?
Um, the first name that comes to my mind is Mustafa Ali.
I love that idea.
I would love him to show up again. I miss him big time. I know Alex Foster does too.
Definitely.
Um, I'm gonna say signing with the company from AEW because I think his contract actually does run out in January. Buddy Matthews.
That's a really good one. Speaking of that whole faction, I still miss fucking Aleister Black. I know that's not, like, who he is now, but I'm blanking on his name currently.
Malachi Black.
Malachi Black, yeah, yeah. Fucking I miss Aleister. But
Yeah.
who else, bud?
Um, I am going to for the men again. Just I'm just gonna finish out my men and then go to the women afterwards. I have a woman in mind at least already.
Yeah.
Um, I am gonna say I want to look at TNA real quick because I had someone in mind, but I don't know for sure if I want to commit to that. They have Brindley Reese showing up on the TNA roster. That's hilarious.
Damn.
Let me look at the men specifically. Here we go. Okay. I would love to get Chris Bay, but I think he's injured really badly right now, like blown the fuck out knee.
Yeah.
I think Leon Slater's out injured too, maybe. Definitely not going with the meth since you did already.
Yeah.
Um, okay, so I am going to say as an angle that bleeds into NXT, we get Wesley in the Rumble, and then so we get Zachary Wentz in the Rumble too, and that'll be
Cool.
a third name from TNA. Um, and then, or I guess a second name from TNA because Buddy Matthews is in TNA. So we got Mustafa Ali, Buddy Matthews, Zachary Wentz, and then for my fourth man, I'm going to say, who do I want to go with from Noah? It's down to two: Shiozaki or Marufuji. Help me out, John.
I would say Marufuji.
Who do you think would get more over? Well, yeah, because he's got beef with Nakamura, right?
Yeah, he should. So they could like mix it up.
I know that Nakamura has wrestled in Noah in 2023 is when it was, and that was against Muda. Oh, interesting. Who did Tavion Heights have the match with? Was it Marufuji?
Was it? I thought it was wasn't it Keno, I thought?
Um,
Or am I wrong about that?
he did have a match with Keno. Oh shit! I thought he had a match with Marufuji too. I guess not. Huh. I mean, yeah, I'm just gonna go with Marufuji regardless. I love Shiozaki, but I don't know if his style would translate as well to the U.S. Marufuji's absolutely would. So yeah. So my four men: Mustafa Ali, Buddy Matthews, Zachary Wentz, and Naomichi Marufuji. My four women: Jordan Grace for sure, because again, I'm pretty sure her contract runs out in January anyway, so she could just sign with the company and show up. Um, Second woman. Um, I really want to say Athena, but it seems pretty unlikely that she's going to be allowed to show up anywhere. And she was already in WWE, like they had a chance with her and let her go, so I'm not even going to bother.
Yeah.
Um, God, wouldn't it be the funniest thing if Mercedes showed up?
Oh, dude. God, the trolling.
Oh, it'd be great. Oh, you know what though? Because we do have an active roster sharing thing going on with TNA, there is a woman on that roster that I really genuinely do want to see do stuff in the WWE, whether it's in NXT or main roster. So I'm gonna say Masha Slamovich shows up in the Royal Rumble. I love that idea.
Nice.
So we've got Jordan and Masha. And then because I don't want to keep on pulling from the TNA pool, I'm going to move on to another promotion. I'm not going to touch Stardom because that is like pretty strictly AEW territory, and I want to try and be as realistic as possible.
Yes.
So I'm going to say Bozilla
Love that choice. Yeah.
and Utami, of course.
Love that. I
Utami's
really
the
loved her.
one name that we had in common, but I just love the logic because we know she wants to be there. She had the match with Io, so she could show up to confront Io and maybe even set up for a future match in Japan again, or maybe even a future match in WWE. I would fucking die for that exposure. It would be amazing. But yeah, that would just be fantastic. I would love that.
All right. Next question.
How do you feel about Luigi Mangione taking out the CEO, and do you think he's innocent?
God damn it. I was tiptoeing around this thing the whole fucking time. Well, I don't believe in lying to you people, so I popped. I popped hard. Do I think they have the
So
right?
did his.
Not only can you stay, I know I gave you too much last time. So I'll tell you what, for the first month of 2025, I'm not sending you to your room. So all of
Nice.
January, go nuts. Um, Beyond that, so yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. It made me happy because again, these people think they're so fucking untouchable. I love the quote. And I don't know who said it because I saw it in the video and there wasn't proper attribution, which kind of annoyed me, but whatever. Where they said, you know, the rulers, they think they're invincible. They think that they were anointed by God, but they're just lucky. They have to be lucky forever. We only have to be lucky once.
Yeah.
Brian Thompson's luck ran out, and I really couldn't give a shit. My sympathy was out of network, unfortunately. So yeah, I think also like, and I want to say this too, because like this is another thing that kind of goes back to the Trump questions. And I really wanted to be good. I really did. But I am noticing a trend again. I don't want to generalize all liberals, but just some one that I directly talk to, and I think I've kind of seen it with others. Actually, a lot before I left Twitter, where they're getting more conspiratorial, like the right was. Do I think our election was meddled with? Yeah, but the funny thing about that with me, guys, when I told you guys earlier, I care more about foreign stuff than domestic. That's because I just think the US is a vile fucking country as far as like its power structures and its institutions. We meddle with elections all the time. We tried meddling with the Venezuelan election recently. So like when people are like, "Can you believe somebody meddled with our election?" I'm like, "Oh wow, payback clock already? Wow, that's interesting. That came by fast." I really don't. I couldn't give a shit, and yeah, that couldn't give a shit. Okay, it's not. I could care less. I couldn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but yeah, I couldn't give a shit. I couldn't care less. Fuck the U.S. Um. So yeah, like he probably did something, but who gives a shit? It's fucking it's corruption. It's another day at the fucking office for these people. And so when everybody's wringing their hands, like you have Mayorkas, who recently who is a Trump admin, by the way. This isn't like the incoming rhetoric from the Trump administration. Um, he's like, oh yeah, we've been seeing a lot of things on social media, and it's just very scary. The rhetoric. Do you notice, guys? Do you notice how when it's a rich person in peril, like the NYPD was canvassing the streets in a way I've never fucking seen. And apparently other people haven't seen it either because Eric Adams, who also is problematic as fuck, I had to get on a microphone and be like, we want all New Yorkers to know we would be doing the same thing for you. No, the fuck you wouldn't. Don't you fucking lie to these people, you piece of shit. They see it. They see it. And that is the one comfort. Let me tell you something about Luigi Mangione. Whatever you think about what he did, because I have been getting into it with people like, violence is wrong. I'm not an unqualified pacifist. I will tell you right now, which is ironic because I got my start on YouTube literally with the username pacifist299. I know I make myself cringe a lot. Don't worry, I've got it on fucking lock. I am not an unqualified pacifist because I think that's ahistorical and it's naive. And I will fight people. Like you could see, you know, Ashton taught me a lot this election cycle, and I think Ashton can, you know, be honest. Like I gave him a lot. I ceded a lot of ground. I'm like, no, you know, you're right. But there are just some things like you can't sway me on. Pure pacifism in a state predicated on violence. Can you please give me some power? Yeah, they're gonna roll the tanks out or the militia or whatever the fuck, and they're gonna roast your ass. That's just how it fucking works. You could do a combination. I do think nonviolent resistance can be powerful, but it's got to be undergirded also by actual resistance. That's the thing. I mean, hell, even when we think about, I've been thinking about one great American, unironically. I'm not saying this, you know, I'm not saying this ironically, but one great American, fucking John Brown. Now, Frederick Douglass, who was also a great fucking man, but he also knew, like, if you're going to do an act of resistance like this, one, you better not miss, and two, it better be well fucking coordinated. He knew it was going to fail. He knew it was going to fail, but he never condemned Brown specifically for doing it. In fact, he has one of the most beautiful lines. I wish I could remember it verbatim because it's so fucking touching. But he said his zeal for the cause of the slave was infinitely superior to mine. His mine was a tapered fire. His was the burning sun. Mine extended somewhere. His was along the boundless shores of eternity. I could live for the slave. John Brown could die for the slave. And that's amazing. You need both a Douglas and a John Brown to get shit done. And I'll tell you, when they caught that man, he said straight up, "No, I did it because slavery is vile and evil." He even kind of had his own little cult of personality for a little. I'm like, fucking based, my dude. And we're seeing kind of a similar thing with Mangione. We're seeing people kind of parroting his rhetoric. Again, we saw that woman, which I don't think is disconnected, pie the face of the Enron CEO, because I think, if nothing else, and this dude was a radical centrist, by the way. I mean, he read everything from liberal literature to Ted Kaczynski's fucking manifesto. He was an Elon Musk fanboy, but he did something, and he did something that I look at as a net positive, right? Because Blue Cross Blue Shield was like, "Oh yeah, that anesthesia policy we were going to do, we're just going to scale that back." Now they might still try and push it forward, but for the time being, they weren't a part of the fuck around find out gang. They were like, "No, we'll sit down, we'll wait this one out." You know, it works. They feel fear, and when they feel fear, they use the whole state that they've bought out, again, going back to Mayorkas and his comments, to put the squeeze on us, because we already know TikTok apparently is going to be banned January 19th. I don't know if that's true, but I heard Pearl Mania and other prominent TikTokers kind of talk about it. So unless TikTok's going to fight it, TikTok's going to be gone in the US soon. Project 2025, I don't really care for porn or whatever, but it's not just about that. It's going to be a pretext to further abuse trans people, probably put the squeeze on sex workers. It's tightening. The squeeze is tightening, but what we're noticing is more people are starting to get hurt, but in a way that they're still allowed to bite back, and we're seeing the biting back. So yeah, it's just an interesting thing. If nothing else, if you want to say violence is wrong, I'm against murder, which again, I've let you guys know, I refuse to lie to you guys. I didn't want to talk about it this directly, but we're talking about it. I do think there is a place for violent resistance. And I look at what he did as more principled than any mass shooter we've ever fucking had in this country, right? Because right down to the agenda, because he said in his manifesto, like, I faced it with brutal honesty. And I kind of shrugged my shoulders and I'm like, well, yeah, because it's fucking true. But I will say, if nothing else, he has reignited a national conversation about healthcare after an election cycle that saw neither candidate stand up for universal healthcare. And that alone should be commended, if nothing else, because if they can keep that going, and it's dubious, right? Because we thought that Roe would be like a boon for Democrats, like its repeal, I should say, would be a boon for Democrats. It was not. But if we can keep this conversation in mind, if we can keep the reverberations of this conversation in mind, the next Dem on the ticket, centrist or not, you at least better parrot the fucking words universal healthcare, even if you have no backbone to commit to it, which I wouldn't expect. But the idea that he's reignited that conversation, that alone I look at as a net positive. I am going to shut my trap. How have you felt about Mangione's actions? And now that we've had some time to really kind of immerse ourselves in them and see the aftermath, what are your overall thoughts about everything?
I have nothing to add.
Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. So we're just gonna leave me on the tape and implicating myself. That's fucking based. All
No,
right. Next.
I just sign on. Everything you said, I sign on to. I'll implicate myself to. You're just 100% right across the board.
Okay. Well, fucking sweet. All right. Next question then.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I think what we really want is to make CEOs feel unsafe again.
You know, one of my favorite quotes of all time actually came from your face because it's
Oh,
just so beautiful. Where it's like,
nice.
rich people really have forfeited the right to uneaten face. And I
I did
agree.
say that one time. You're so right. Holy shit.
I've held on to it ever since because I swear to you on my life, if it's the last thing I do, I'm putting that in a paper somewhere and they're fucking publishing it if they know what's good for them. But But
Oh, that sounds amazing.
since we're not eating face yet, I feel like, if I may, because this is your quote, your baby that I swear to you I have cherished and I've proven it because I remembered it verbatim right here, right now. I think a very similar energy is at work here. No billionaire should be allowed to feel safe when you have major billions and soon to be trillions if you're Musk off the backs of other people and off the dispossession and dehumanization and everything of other fucking people.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
yeah,
You don't get to feel safe.
yeah.
So yeah, there we go.
Next question. Had the shooter succeeded in shooting Trump, do you think the Democrats would have won this election?
Do you still agree with me? Because I know things change. I remember in the beginning. Now I'm hoping you can follow me here because I don't want to like seem like I falsely called you out, but I swear I remember in the beginning that you and I agreed that it would be the closest we got to civil war territory because the chaos resulting from an assassination so close to an election
Yeah.
would have been batshit. I stand by that. Do you?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Because yeah, I don't even. I think
Because
even
the
talking
funny
about
thing
winners.
is, like,
Yeah,
dude, even though nothing actually happened, it was a failed assassination attempt, and there's actually a lot of proof out there that nothing even hit Trump. Like, at first they were like, "Oh my God, a bullet grazed his ear," and then there were people saying, "Oh no, it wasn't a bullet; it was some kind of glass shards that grazed his ear." No, no, nothing fucking grazed his ear at all. Nothing hit him. It fucking missed. The reason that you saw blood on his cheek is because one of the fucking security guards hit him in the mouth with their gun and his mouth was bleeding. That's what the blood was from. There was no blood on his hand when he pulled it away from his ear. There was one picture that showed blood on his hand when he pulled it away from his ear, and every other person who took a picture of that moment, there was no blood on it, meaning the person that had the picture with the blood fucking edited it to look that way.
yeah,
There was no connection. Nobody actually made any connection. And that's why, like, there was like the whole thing with Trump wearing the fucking gauze on his ear, like the bandage on his ear, and they had the whole fucking RNC with everyone wearing fucking bandages on their ears and looking ridiculous. Like, yeah, like it's literally a cult. And
yeah.
like, if he would have actually been shot, holy fucking shit. Oh my God. Like, the fact that they went that far, despite the fact that nothing even happened, and the fact that like there was a lot of evidence afterwards that the dude that shot him was a conservative and they just wanted to ignore it and be like, no, 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 he donated to vote blue. And then it turned out that there was just another guy with the same name in the same town that actually did donate to vote blue, but he was like 60 years older. Jesus Christ.
You recapping that timeline so accurately just reaffirms to me what a Markish timeline we live in.
Dude,
Jesus
it's
fucking
bad.
Christ.
It's really bad.
I want to remind people, dude, just to expound upon what you said, because much like you and me earlier, really no notes. I just want to substantiate what you just said. These are the same group of people that when he didn't even die, they just felt like he lost an election, tried to do an insurrection.
Yeah.
Like,
Do you think they would
it's
have
over.
rallied around JD Vance, or do you think they would have rallied around Don Jr.? That's my question.
I think Don Jr. personally.
Yeah.
I think they want monarchy, bro. I think like for them, they definitely want to do a fucking monarchy or something like that. And like, yeah, yeah, it would have gotten crazy.
All right. Well, next question, I guess, right?
Yeah,
Have you watched Invincible Fight Girl? It's a show about a girl wanting to become a pro wrestler. Yeah, we have actually watched an episode or two of that. I wasn't really into it. John, how did you feel?
I was the same way. I had a lot of hope for that show because I am so big on animation and I have been for a long time. This was a rare miss. And you know what? For me, I should say for me, I don't want to be a dick. Go watch the show and make up your own mind because I do think animators everywhere should be supported, even if the work isn't for you. Watch what people create, especially in a world of AI. And even before AI, these people get paid like shit. So, really, I want to just run that back. Watch the show. It wasn't for me, but it's for somebody.
Yeah.
And that's enough. So,
And like honestly, I feel like if you are in the mood to watch a pro wrestling anime, Tiger Mask W is probably better. And if you want to go old school, Mucha Lucha, baby.
yeah, oh, I love that as a kid.
Or Ultimate Muscle. I've heard great things about Ultimate Muscle too.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, there you go. Uh, Next question. Actually, that's it from Super Blue. That's all 15 of his. So our next set of questions are from Mark. His
Cool.
first question is: have either of you played any games in the Luigi's Mansion series? And if so, how did you like them?
I have not. Have you?
I did play the GameCube version very briefly, and I mean, yeah, it was cool. I would like to go back and definitely play it more. I just, it's been so long. I think I rented it one time as a teenager and didn't play it very much because it was a week where I rented that and a couple other GameCube games, and it just kind of got put on the back burner. So, like, I might have played it for like an hour tops, didn't get very far, and that's about it. So, unfortunately, I don't have a lot to talk about, but I remember it being solid, but just not as good as like Smash Bros. Melee and Super Mario Sunshine, which I'm pretty sure were the other two games I rented that week.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. All right.
So, next question. Who do you think will move through the transfer portal slash wormhole slash Bifrost slash link cable and to what show?
Oh. Oh God. I know like you read that question off, but I feel like I almost need to like see it because I feel like I did see that. Oh my God,
It's
Discord still
just
isn't working for me.
WWE, the transfer portal thing. Who do you think is going to take
Oh.
advantage of it to move to a different show?
I feel like either Cody or Roman is going to Raw.
I feel
Like,
like, yeah, like I feel like the bloodline, like Roman and Jimmy and Paul Heyman, are gonna go to Raw
yeah,
because Sammy and Jay are already there, and that would leave the solo bloodline on SmackDown.
yes,
I also think that there's a really strong chance that Caden and Katana, since we saw them on NXT this past week, might use the transfer portal to go to NXT.
yeah, that makes sense.
Um, God, I wish that you could use the transfer portal to go from NXT up to Raw or SmackDown because, man, there are some definitely good options there. Jada Parker, Soruka, Wesley, please.
Yeah,
God.
yeah, definitely.
Um, LA Knight maybe to Raw. I don't know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's about all I got. How about you? Any other ones you can think of?
No, not really at the moment. No.
All right, then Mark's third question. Assuming Wicked Part 2 does as well as Part 1, do you think they will then remake Wizard of Oz with Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande in those same roles?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not, right? If with because wasn't a part two implied like we're getting a Wicked part two? That's what I thought
Oh,
I
we're
heard.
definitely getting a Wicked Part 2. We already know it's coming out in 2025.
Yeah, so like, yeah, I don't see why they would meddle with
It
anything.
even has a name. It's called Wicked for Good.
Oh wow, Jesus, that's
And it's,
ominous.
dude, it even has a release date, November 21st, 2025.
Wow. Yeah,
So,
that's sooner than I would have expected.
so Mark is basically just saying that if that movie does as well in terms of box office as the first one did, because the first one, let me pull it up real quick, did almost $600 million worldwide box office, right?
Okay.
So Mark is
Yeah.
saying if that one does at least that well at the box office, do you think that the studio that makes these movies will then be, you know, motivated to make a full blown Wizard of Oz remake using Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande as the Wicked Witch of the West and the Good, Glinda the Good Witch in those roles?
Huh. I don't know.
I think they would have to, right? I mean,
I would assume.
I'd be
I would
curious who
assume.
they would cast as like Dorothy and the Tin Man and the courage, the Cowardly Lion and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with you.
Who
Yeah.
would be, you know what, Haley Steinfeld for Dorothy,
Haley Steinfeld would be great.
right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that was a bullseye from you, man. That's a great call.
Hell yeah, thank you. I'm wondering who would be
I
the
kind of
good
want Bill Hader
cowardly.
as either the Tin Man or the Scare.
Dude, Bill Hader as the Scarecrow would be perfect.
Yeah.
Because the Scarecrow's the one that needs the brain, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that I love that. I fucking love that. Can we get oh god, I'm blanking on his name. Let me look him up. The guy that plays Smeagol.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Andy Serkis. Can we get Andy Serkis to be the Cowardly Lion, please?
That would, oh, dude, that would be interesting.
Or no, you just get Andy Serkis to play all of the flying monkeys.
That would be fucking nuts.
He just motion captures all of them at the same time. All right. Fourth and final question from Mark. How should Cena's final year play out in your opinion?
I mean, bro, you should go. You should go first on this one
Oh
because you've had
no.
a plan for a while.
Okay. All right. All right.
Well, as far as like Mania goes, because we already know, like I saw you in the Discord be like, I'm sticking to Gunta for WrestleMania at the very least. And like, didn't you even say you'd have Cena win the Chamber to get there? Like that was
Yes.
kind of your whole thing, right? So he like loses the Rumble. Would you even have him in the Rumble? I forget because like I didn't know if
I
you had
would
him like,
have him in the
yeah.
final four of the Rumble, but not winning the whole thing.
Okay, yeah, okay.
And then and I would have him in the chamber, and I would have him win the chamber, and then I would have him beat Gunta for the world title at the chamber.
Okay.
And then I think I would probably have him get like maybe 3 successful defenses in before dropping the title. If they do not plan on using Brock Lesnar again, uh, then I would say his 3 title defenses should be against um, God. Braun Breaker is a clear one. Seth Rollins and Phil.
I like that. I like that.
And then he drops the title to Obafemi at SummerSlam.
I love that too. Yeah. I can't do better than that. Holy shit.
And
Is
then his
Cena
last few matches, I would want to just like kind of tick off some check marks. Like, I really want a John Cena Julius Creed match because I've heard a lot of people saying that Julius Creed kind of has like that vibes that like he could be the next John Cena. Even if it's not on
Yeah.
a pay per view, it doesn't even have to be on a pay per view. I just want that match. I really want him to have a match with Uncle Howdy because of his history with Bray. I really want a Cena Miz match before he retires. I would really love a Cena Owens match for sure.
Yeah, dude, I watch to an unhealthy degree. Just the whole if you think you have me all figured out, you're gonna realize kick up. I watch that way too much. Like
And
it's
of
just
course,
so fucking
Cena's
hilarious.
last match of his career should definitely be against Randy Orton, no doubt about that.
That's where you and I like. I shouldn't even say that I disagree. I love your whole plan. Again, I'm not going to do better than that. I think honestly, I just want to copy paste. But like, yeah, that was the one thing. People could call it a troll or what. Cena's last WrestleMania because he has WrestleMania after this one, right? Like
No,
it's gonna yes or no?
no, his WrestleMania 2025, WrestleMania 41 is his last WrestleMania.
Damn. See, I thought he was gonna have at least one more WrestleMania after that. But yeah, I guess the last big show that Cena does, I'd like to see him headline it with Orton and just one last time, be like,
Well, no,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying though. His last
yeah.
big match should be with Orton.
Yeah, no, and that's again, you and I agree. I just didn't know, like, yeah. I thought he had another mania after this one.
No,
Um,
no, WrestleMania 41 is his last Mania.
yeah, I mean, again, man, you came up with the perfect template because it's the perfect blend of getting people over. Like, I would definitely want a Braun Breaker matchup there.
I
Um,
did include Breaker as one of Cena's successful world title defenses between Mania and SummerSlam.
and I do like that. I do like that. Um, so yeah. Yeah. No, I think honestly I'm just gonna copy, but no notes. Like you've thought it out. It gets people over, which is my big thing. But I think it also tips the hat to the longtime Cena watchers and like those classic rivalries because you mentioned Owens and Punk and all. And it's like yeah, like
Yeah.
those were his bangers. If Cesaro was still in the company, I'd want to fit him too. I thought their U.S. title like series matches were underrated as hell. Like yeah. So
If we could
I,
get like
yeah,
a War Games match in November, and we get like Cena, Orton, like the good old boys. You know what I mean? Like Cena,
yeah,
Orton. Man, I don't think Triple H would come out of retirement for this, but like we get like maybe Sheamus, like the I don't know, maybe if Big E is back by then, it would be perfect if he would be there because I think Cena and Big E used to train together a lot. Get a group of those guys, and then we get like Owens, Zayn, sort of like the newish, like Balor maybe, like a newish generation guys, like guys that came up through NXT while Cena was at the top. And then I really want there to be a surprise entrant on Cena's opponent's team, and I really want it to be Adam Copeland Edge.
Yes.
I just feel like it wouldn't be right if Cena's final year didn't include something involving Edge. I know he's with AEW right now, but like, come on, guys, work something out, please.
Yeah, there you go. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
All right. Three questions from Rotten Butter. The first one is the typical Rotten Butter question. He said, "Just do the thing."
God, I mean, my family and I, we did like a lot of stuff.
Yeah. I
I know
have our
you and
watch
I.
list if you want me to go over the stuff that we've done since our last Q&A.
Yeah, please do, please, absolutely.
Okay. So, here we go. So we finished The Bear.
Yeah.
We watched Inside Out in Inside Out 2.
Yes.
We finished Agatha All Along.
Yes.
The Penguin.
Yes, that was really good.
We watched a bunch of different X-Men movies and Deadpool movies, and then we kind of culminated that in watching the Deadpool and Wolverine movie.
Yes.
We watched the Cross series on Prime in its entirety.
Yes.
Arcane 2.
Yes. That I was very mad on.
Bunch of Christmas stuff.
Yes. Yes, we did.
How the Grinch Stole Christmas, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, Home Alone stuff, Klaus,
Yes. Klaus is a fucking classic.
Noel, another really good one that's more recent. We also, I never knew that John had never seen this before. We watched Uncle Buck. I fucking love that
Nice.
movie.
Yes. John
Uh,
Candy's a real fucking sweetheart.
he's great. Yeah, I've heard
He's
really
sweet
good
as
things about him.
candy.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, dude, the three, really, I shouldn't build up yet. St. Dennis Medical is a series that we have started watching.
Yes.
But then the two big ones, the two really fucking big ones, Dr. Stone and Don Da Don.
Yes. Don Da Don, everybody should be fucking watching. But you know what? Dr. Stone 2 is really good. Again, for me personally, that third season I think was my favorite. Because for me, like, I like the concept right away, but some of the characters, like, Ashton, I don't really care for Taiju and stuff like that. Not all the characters hit with me,
You
but
still don't like Taiju after everything?
I mean, I'm still kind of rooting for death for him, but I know
Oh,
that's not gonna happen.
I mean, to be
If
fair, Senku has kind of fucking cured death at this point.
I mean, yeah. So even if the spaceship they build goes full Apollo, like I don't know. Actually, no, go full Challenger, right? That was the one that exploded. If it goes full Challenger, it's like, it's not gonna matter. But no, it is. It's a very creative anime conceptually. I love the concept. Again, a lot of the characters are endearing. Suika is like probably the cutest one. And yeah, but I mean, Don Da Don, I gotta say that and Chainsaw Man, we are so fucking back. Like, anime fucking rules.
Dude, we're definitely gonna have to rewatch Chainsaw Man season 1 because I vaguely remember it, but I don't remember it nearly as much as I need to.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Like I remember the gist of it. Like I know that the main character can have chainsaw for a face, and like he has a cute little puppy with a chainsaw, and like all kinds of stuff like that. And like I remember that like his entire mission in life is to touch a boob, and like
Yeah.
most of the way through the season he touches someone's boob, but it's not quite right because like she's like doing it as a payment for him saving her life, I think, or something like that.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
like I don't remember much else. I really don't remember nearly as much as I want to about that show.
Yes.
God, anime has some of the weirdest fucking motivations. Like Chainsaw Man, the entire thing revolves around this dude wanting to touch a boob. Don Da Don, it revolves around them wanting to retrieve his testicles. Like Jesus Christ, what the
Dude.
fuck?
But yet it's so well written though. Like if you were
Yeah.
to sell me that on that premise, like, oh, the protagonist wants to touch boob, I'm like, oh my god, incels have gotten into anime or something. But no, when you watch it,
Yeah.
when you fucking watch it, both of them, because I know like I'm gonna get like all mixed up. but I just know that what I'm saying, that's what I'm trying to speak in general terms because it applies to both of them. The way they subvert tropes, the fucking animation itself is fucking gorgeous. Both of them, Chainsaw Man more so. This is where I'll get a bit more distinctive. Chainsaw Man is one of the best anime openings I've ever heard or seen visually. Dandadan is also really good, but Chainsaw Man is like, dude, you do not know, and I am speaking to you specifically here because you wouldn't know. I had for the first few months after we finished Chainsaw Man season 1 certain background music like in my music library, particularly the song Sweet Dreams, which I fucking love because it's like that
Oh,
classic like build up kind of song, but it's also very like soothing in a way. It's one
the
of my favorite tracks in that
Eurythmics.
season. Exactly. So that was really fucking good. And then fuck, what else was I gonna say? But yeah, the visuals theirs are great. But then Dandana, which is more recent, so I can speak about that more. I love the tropes they subvert. Like it'd be so easy to make Okarun again, just like a whiny, like, and like, oh, why don't women talk to me, whatever. But I don't think he's pathetic like that. I think he's just awkward and he's learning to grow as a person because
Oh
he's
God,
not
but he
used to having
can't
friends.
say that. He can't say that in front of ISA.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I am an awkward fellow after all, because then she just gets like attacked, like emotionally, like oh god, it hits my heart. But yeah, like he's so good. I love that her girlfriends, like her actual friends that you see her with, not only are they great, like comedic backup because I find them funny, but they're very supportive of the dynamic.
That's great.
Dude, I know. I love that, like, even when they'll dip their toe in a trope, like about like, oh, the misunderstanding, it's not dragged out for 5 fucking episodes. And like the misunderstanding like furthers the plot in like fun ways. Um yeah, like I don't know. It's so fucking good. And that's why like I even kind of went on a little like unrelated rant, but like I noticed guys that I went to high school with, right? Especially my junior year, the people I was sitting with and I was like befriending, they were like your prototypical like believing in masculinity types, like traditional masculinity. Like, oh, you don't watch anime at that age. That's kid stuff. Man, fuck that. Art is for everybody at every fucking age. And art itself is a very elastic concept,
Yeah.
from a poem to a crazy animated show about a kid whose junk will not be left alone, whether by ghosts or aliens or whatever the fuck. Art is a beautiful, amazing thing,
Oh
and I am
yeah.
so happy I didn't listen to those people.
Yeah, speaking of the dude's junk, that reminds me, Turbo Granny in the English dub is voiced by the same woman who voices Rita Repulsa in the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers English dub. We learned that last night.
Yes,
That's crazy. That's so fucking cool. I mean, I recognized the voice, but I was like, there's no way it's actually her. No, turns out it is actually her.
yes. Fucking, I love the grandma on that show. I was
Dude,
my least favorite character, but I could see where she's like growing on me because she is slowly starting to take steps in the right direction. But like, you dislike them for a good reason.
yeah.
And like, that's the thing. Like, it's not like a writing, it's not like a show problem. I'm meant to not like her in the beginning. I'm getting worked, and it's
Yep.
amazing.
Yep.
God, it's amazing.
Yep.
And I love like how these two care about each other. Like another trope that they subvert, right? When the one guy is saying to Okarun, "Oh yeah, I heard Momo sleeps around." You know, with any other basic ass anime or show, oh, is this true? What I was hearing for these guys, he doesn't even pay any mind to that. He immediately grabs the guy by his collar and says, "Who the fuck told you that?" Like more or less. Yes, king fucking shit. This is why I'm patient with Okarun, because when it matters, he is the furthest thing from what you would assume him to be. He stood on business. He defended her, and then the way she defended him, and the way she defended him after like the
I
wash
mean, the whole
bath on
series
Iris.
starts with her defending him in the first place.
Yeah, really. Yeah, that's true. Like, oh god, it's so good. I love how this show writes relationships. Fuck. Telling you people, don't listen to toxic people that are like, oh, anime, why are you watching that? Bitch, why are you hating your own life? Get some fucking joy in
Oh,
there.
that's kid stuff.
Oh my god. God damn. Jeez, I'm sorry. That was more than I thought I would say, but no, watch the fucking show, guys, and watch it with friends, because watching it with Ashton has been a delight. Any art you experience it with other people because it augments the fucking
Yes.
joy.
Yes.
Fuck. God damn.
I think my love language is shared experiences.
Yes, yes. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. As far as me and the family, oh y'all, since I'm already kind of revving up,
No, carry
um,
on.
well, we have to talk about this. We have to talk about this because you know why I'm an authority to talk about this? Because I've been on planes
Oh,
multiple times, so
oh, as an adult, even.
I've earned the right to talk about this. Um, I've earned the fucking right to talk about this. Uh, the fucking Carry On movie on Netflix. Jesus fucking Christ. Honestly, I can't believe it took the TSA this long to get their own propaganda film. Like, I would have thought post 9/11 they would have been Jason Bourning that fucking shit, but no, they're like, no, we got you, Chief. It's gonna take a little while, but we're gonna fucking get there. Nah, nah. They went all out. They made it seem like these people are a bunch of regular Jason Bourne sleeper agents ready to go into action to stop terrorism at a moment's fucking notice.
Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne.
I will say, just to be even handed, because I want to be gentler with art, especially given that, I see how important art is, even when it's fucking propagandistic. Um, Jason Bateman is the best part of the fucking movie. Jason Bateman is a gift to this planet, and honestly, he's a gift that I'm still not sure if we entirely deserve. Um,
Jason Bateman is who played Michael Bluth in Arrested Development, right?
Yes, and he's also, you may know him more recently, I mean, not you personally, but other people, as the lead guy, I forget his name, in Ozark. So yeah,
Oh,
Ozark as
Marty
well.
Bry or Marty Bird. Marty Bird.
Yes, yes. Yes. He was great. I really, really liked him in this movie, but my God, and the guy that played Hank Schrader in Breaking Bad, he was also in the movie, but he's been doing like a lot of like America fuck yeah type bits, and it's made me really
Dude,
sus
he
on him as a
seems
person.
awful.
Yeah, he probably
Dean
is.
Norris is the guy's name.
Ew. Um,
Anyone who has a first name that implies a position of authority, like Dean, yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, you know what? That's one of the better rules of thumb you've had in a while. I'm saving that one. I've always wanted to compile a list of Ashtonisms. I might start with that, and then we'll circle back to the other ones that I might have forgotten so I can pop
You
again.
can circle back to never trust horse girls.
Yes. God, you're always looking out for us, and we don't deserve it, but we love you anyway. But yeah, so they do that. This motherfucker who was a TSA agent, he has this beautiful wife. I don't even remember the actress's name, but she's genuinely gorgeous. That's all I'm gonna say about that. I don't want to get like disrespectful territory, but she is genuinely beautiful.
Who's this now?
Um, I have no idea who the actress was, but
Oh,
like
on Carry
whoever,
On?
yeah, Carry On, yeah,
Oh, Sophia Carson. Are you talking about Nora?
yes,
Yeah,
Sophia
that's
Carson,
Sophia
yeah.
Carson.
Yeah, she's like, "Oh, don't you wanna you, don't you wanna take that police academy exam again?" And he's like, "Oh, I don't know. I don't know, but maybe. But don't you miss that person?" "Yeah." So it's pro police. They think it's a big win. I gotta tell you, I don't give a shit about spoiling this movie. If anybody wanted to watch this movie, I want to respect your experiences. So I'm gonna do the countdown that I usually do. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After this motherfucker diffuses a bomb, which is a nerve agent for who? The fucking Russians. Of course.
Oh
Of
no,
course
not
it's
the
the
Russians,
Russians.
not Putin.
Exactly. Dude, oh my
They must
fucking
really
God.
be Putin on the Ritz.
Oh, guess who else was in this fucking movie, bro? You're not gonna believe this.
Wait. Shades.
Yes. Yes, actually. Yes, but that wasn't even who I was gonna tell you. That's the crazy fucking thing is that you're
Oh,
right,
because
but
I,
not
I
what I
know
was thinking.
Taron Egerton's in it because I saw him in the trailer for it. Who else?
Um, fucking Big Head from Silicon Valley's in this, dude.
Oh my God, Big Head, nice.
um, yeah, dude, this fucking. Oh, so I did my
Oh
countdown,
shit,
and we had a little
Logan
bit.
Marshall Green is in this too. That's the fucking Tom Hardy wannabe.
Oh, interesting. Um,
Do you remember the movie Upgrade?
yes,
Him.
yeah, okay. Um, Yeah, so I did my countdown and we had a little bit of a sidebar. This fucking movie, he defuses the bomb. It was this nerve agent going to the Russians. They were going to kill a congresswoman on a plane. Jason Bateman was. He had a parachute ready to escape. He wanted to kill a congresswoman and 250 people. So many people died. But of course, the straight white man has to be the hero. A black man and a gay man died in this rampage. Um, but yeah, like after he does that, the end is he's going through the TSA checkpoint, and the guy is harassing the TSA agent. And I'm going to be honest, I'm on his side. Fuck the TSA. Uh, I've had at least one uncomfortable experience where I'm like, did you really need to feel me like that? You know, I'm not really carrying anything. But you know,
Oh.
that's my trauma. That's whatever. It's like, hey man, she's just doing her job. Merry Christmas. And he
Oh
nods her, she nods and
no.
smiles, and then he puts in the fucking like bin. He puts his fucking police badge in the bin as if it's some kind of win. Like, yeah, he made it. He lived his dream. Fuck all the bootlicking in this movie, but I will say the comedy was peak. Because
Is
when
it
you just
intentional comedy?
no, and that's the best part.
Oh
This
no.
movie, this movie is so batshit and so up its own ass. It actually circles back around to being art, in my opinion, honestly. Like, it is so unapologetically itself. It really wants to tell you, listen, I know you feel a certain way about us groping you. I get it, I guess. But you have to
I
understand
love the I guess.
but you have to understand that me more than grazing your genitals for whatever the fuck I was looking for was the difference between America being safe and the terrorists winning. So pucker up, cupcake. And like, yeah, that to me. That to
So
me.
pucker up, cucker up.
As a man that really shouldn't have opinions about anything, but that has flown on planes.
Oh.
Um, you know, like this fucking was amazing, but it sucked. And make of that what you will. But the other movie we watched, which I would say is genuinely good, was
Also, I love that
Scrooged.
Rotten Butter in chat said Upgrade is the best Venom movie.
Yes. Yes. They clapped. It was so that energy. Yes. Um, yes.
Wait, Rotten Butter, have you seen this Carry On movie? Have you actually seen this?
Actually, no, not everybody legitimately clapped. I'm just saying it was the same energy. But if he has seen it, that would be hilarious. Please tell me you've watched this. Please tell me you've watched this.
Please
I
tell me
can't
you've
suffer alone.
subjected yourself to this like John did.
But the other thing is Scrooged with Bill Murray.
Oh, right. That's right. You
And
did watch that. Yeah.
I gotta say, Bill Murray, man, what a fucking actor! Because
Yeah.
I thought it was a great movie. And you know, it's a nice telling on the Scrooge legend. I like the female love interest in the movie. She's very cute, very affable, very endearing. Um, I love the whole premise, you know, that he's like this ruthless television executive that wants to be rich, and they're actually doing a live thing of Scrooge. And there's this whole thing in the movie where it's like, oh, they actually do a bumper that's doing really well with people, but then but then Bill Murray's character is like, no, you gotta sell it. And then he plays a bumper that's like drugs, crime, nuclear war. Are you afraid of these things? Well, then you better tune in and watch Scrooge at 8 p.m. or whatever. And it's like, my God. So the humor does great for me because I love the dialogue. But I have got to say, sincerely, the final speech of Bill Murray, which I think was partially ad-libbed for the movie, um, just was so beautiful. Just really, really brought a tear to my eye. And yeah, that alone I think is worth watching this movie because I think it encapsulates um you know just everything that Christmas should be about and that should be brought out of people on the Christmas holiday season. So that was a great fucking movie. We watched a few episodes of this cat documentary thing. Cats are fucking amazing. Everybody adopt one if you have the means to. Also, don't be afraid of adopting disabled pets of any kind because that's another thing too. I know disabled pets get left out in the lurch a lot, but I see some cute pictures of like three-legged dogs or like cat missing one eye. Like, don't be afraid to show them love too. They've been through some stuff. Um, but again, only if you have the means to, because I know it's hard for everybody. What else? We did finish Evil, my family and I, this quarter. Unfortunately, there are not any more seasons, but God, I love that cast.
Bro, do you
They're I
remember how long ago it was that we watched Love and Monsters on Netflix?
think it was beyond this quarter. That feels like long enough, I think.
Okay, I was gonna say because I don't have I don't have it in our watched section at all, and I don't think I have mentioned watching it at all in the Discord. So I just don't have any way of tracking when we watched it.
Yeah. Huh. I'm trying to think what else I watched with the family. I think we watched some of the challenge, but not a lot.
Ah,
Um, and you already listed everything we did together, as well as like the Christmas movies and everything. What else? Yeah, I don't really think the family and I did much because we've had a lot going on here. Um, So yeah, I think I'm just gonna end it there, honestly, as far as like the family stuff. Music, not a lot really happened with music. God, I miss Conquer Divide and other acts. I can't wait for them to come out with new stuff. Vortex did drop a few. He's like a composer, so he's like piano music. He did drop something for Christmas, but like I don't know. It's more. It almost feels like rough drafts that he's releasing, not full songs. And I miss like full classical songs that he used to do.
huh.
Because he's amazing, amazing on the piano. So he did drop some new music. Um, so, yeah, I'm trying to think what else. Gaming, not really a lot going on. Oh, I will say on music too, I kind of got into old school soundtracks because we did Secret Level
Oh,
together too.
nice. Yeah. Oh, how did I not have that written down? Fuck.
Yeah. Um, and that was okay. That was okay. It just made me miss Love, Death, and Robots, to be honest.
Maybe that's why I didn't have it written down because it wasn't exceptional.
Yeah, that's probably why. But I will say, you know what video game has an underrated soundtrack to me? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4 Turtles in Time for the Super Nintendo. That soundtrack is
Nice.
fucking dope, honestly. I'm
That
like,
is
God damn.
awesome. I love that for you.
Yeah, like you did all this on this fucking system? What the fuck? You weren't allowed to go this hard. Oh, and also the Donkey Kong Country soundtrack. Like, yeah, I mean, even just the aquatic level, the underwater level with the ambience and everything. Oh my god. Um, so yeah, I kind of experimented with that a bit. Did I do? I always do reading. The reading you can always count on me to do, but I only ever like talk about reading if it's like fiction stuff or poetry. That I'd be like, hey guys, if you want to step outside, here's this great fiction author or whatever. I just usually skip all the philosophy stuff. I really think that's going to be it for me. So if you want to talk about any personal music or anything you've listened to this quarter, I mean, go ahead, bud, because I
Oh
think
my
I'm
god.
tapped out.
Well, this quarter is the quarter that XG dropped their album, their mini album, their second mini album, Howling. Or actually, no, the name of the second mini album is Awe, like AWE Awe, like shock and awe, awe. But Howling is the video that you actually sent me that night. And it's a fantastic song. And there are two other new songs on the album that I absolutely love: In the Rain and Is This Love. Both excellent. Definitely would recommend to people. I've been trying to get people to listen to Winter Without You on the Discord, just because it's a fantastic, relatively new, wintry, Christmassy song that we can finally start fucking pushing Mariah Carey into the back row, or like get her,
Yes,
shove her into the corner, please.
freeze her again.
Where's Dr. Freeze with his fucking freeze ray?
Yes.
Take a chill pill.
Yeah. Oh God.
um Dude, gaming wise, holy shit. This has been the craziest quarter for me gaming wise in a really long, honestly, since Q4 of 2022, because that was when I got a Switch and a bunch of games for the Switch for the first time ever, and I played Pokemon Scarlet for the first time and that kind of stuff.
Right.
Um,
Okay.
I got Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu, and I started playing that. I beat Brock. I don't think I've beaten Misty yet. I got The Legend of Zelda. This is all because of fucking Black Friday sales. Like there were some insane sales on Black Friday. I got Pokemon. Oh no, that's the other Pokemon game. I got Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It was on sale. This is a $70 game, and it actually went on sale for $30 on Best Buy. That's like
That
I
is crazy.
I
Yeah.
wasn't budging when it was on sale for $40, but when it went down to 30, I was like, I'm not like a fool. I gotta take advantage of this. Um, I got Sonic X Shadow Generations as well, and I got Super Mario Odyssey, and I got a Christmas present from my nephew, Pokemon Shield.
Wow. That's crazy. Wow.
Yeah. So thank you, Abel.
Yes. Thank you, Abel.
And then in terms of other games, I have honestly, dude, my Steam library has never seen better days. My Steam library is stronger now than it has ever been. It is honestly incredible because between the Black Friday sale and now the winter sale, like the Steam winter sale, I've been buying shit that is on like all-time low prices, and I've been doing it because there's a website called SteamDB. Have you ever heard of this?
No, I have not.
So if you just go to steamdb.info,
Okay.
you can look up whatever game you want, or you can just log in. That's what I do. I just log in with my Steam account and I go to my wish list. And every single game that I have wish listed is literally just on there. And you can set it to only show historically low prices for the games that are on your wish list.
Right.
And if I see a game that's a historical low on my wish list and it's under like $10, preferably under 5, and it's a historical low, I'm probably just going to buy it because it's like
Right.
it's never been cheaper than this. It's under 5 or $10. I might as well, right?
Right.
So this has been a thing that I've been doing for the last like month and a half, maybe 2 months now. And in the process, I've gotten the following games. You want to hear the whole list?
Yeah, let's go through it.
20 Minutes Till Dawn, which is a Vampire Survivors type bullet heaven roguelite type game.
Okay.
Eterna Noctis. Uh,
Okay, interesting.
yeah, which is it's a Metroidvania.
Okay,
You know
okay.
what Metroidvania means, right?
Well, yeah, because it was the same kind of thing, like, yeah, that Pac-Man genre bend that they did, that type of game.
Right. Yeah. See, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Always Legacy
Yeah,
is
okay.
it's like kind of JRPG-ish, Metroidvania kind of thing. It's also like most of these games are going to be either Metroidvanias or like Vampire Survivors type bullet heaven type games.
Yeah.
So Always Legacy is a Metroidvania type game.
Yes.
Anode Heart is probably the one, or at least one of the few that I'm the most excited to play. It is a 2D pixel art creature collector RPG.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
So it's like think like Pokemon meets Legend of Zelda.
Okay.
Very excited about that. I got one called Anvil Saga. This is a little bit more of like an older game. This is not older in terms of like from forever ago, but older in terms of like I haven't bought this one in the last month or two, but it's relatively new to me in terms of like I bought it from a Humble Bundle this year.
Right, okay.
And this is a game where it's like quests to make tools and armor and weapons, and you are like a blacksmith.
Right, okay.
Um, let's see. There's a lot of other stuff that I have from just Humble Bundles from earlier this year. I'm going to try and skip over those. Um, here's one Blasphemous. The name of the game is literally just Blasphemous. This is another Metroidvania. It looks
Cool.
really fucking cool, though. These are all games that I would recommend anyone checking out if you haven't.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um, there's this one's actually hilarious. There's a game called Breath of Death 7. There isn't a 1 through 6. It's just Breath of Death 7.
Damn.
So it's like an old school like turn-based JRPG based on like Breath of Fire type games, and it looked good, and it was on sale for less than $1, so I snagged it.
Nice.
Brotato. Have you ever heard of Brotato?
I have. Chris plays that game. There was a period he was playing it quite a bit, I feel like.
I got Brotato literally like within the last week. Honestly, it's like a very new thing that I just bought. Cat Quest. Have you ever heard of Cat Quest?
I believe I have, yes.
Yeah, the Cat Quest is like a um it's like an action RPG, like Legend of Zelda-ish.
Okay, okay.
But you play as a cat. You're a cute kitty, and you just go around beating stuff up and slashing stuff up with your sword. And I think that you might even get like magic and stuff to use. And it's a franchise that's available on Switch, but you can get it way cheaper on Steam because of sales.
Okay.
Kreia. and I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. It's spelled Crea. That's just how I would pronounce it. So this is basically like a Terraria-esque game. It's very Terraria-ish, but it just looks neat to me. It's Terraria adjacent, the open world survival sandbox crafting type game.
Yeah,
But I saw it, I thought it looked neat, and it was really really cheap when I bought it. I think under $3 even. So I
yeah.
snagged it. Um, I think this might have been a part of like a humble bundle that I got. I got a game called Cthulhu Saves the World.
Oh, that dude, that's dope.
Yeah, it's like a turn-based JRPG. But yeah, it looks. Oh yeah, it is. So when I bought that Breath of Death 7 game, the way that I got it for so cheap, like under $1, was it was part of a bundle, like a two game pack, and Cthulhu Saves the World was the other game in the pack.
Nice. That's dope.
Yeah. So there's a game that's been out for like a few years now that I just found out about because its sequel is coming out at the beginning of 2025. It's called Dark Deity. I might have even told you about this one. I just bought Dark Deity on Steam during, I think it was actually the Black Friday sale, but it's, think Fire Emblem with,
Yeah.
I think, fewer restrictions. And I say that because like Fire Emblem has like a weapon triangle and all kinds of stuff like that, and this is a little bit more like open ended, a little more sandboxy in terms of like what damages what and stuff like that. So plus, like with Fire Emblem, you level up to 20 and then you enhance, and when you enhance, you level back down to 1, and you have to build all the way back up from 1 then. In Dark Deity, you get to 10, you promote, and then you get to 30 and you promote again. And it's like you don't reduce in levels at any point, you just keep going. So that's kind of cool too. And it's got like branching promotions too. So that's kind of appealing to me. Another game I got on Humble Bundle, Dome Keeper. This is a fucking tower defense game. It looks so fucking cool though because it's like a resource gathering, crafting tower defense game where you basically are like in a dome and you have to dig down under the earth while inside the dome to gather resources to build up your defenses to defend the dome from like creatures that are trying to attack it and get to you.
Yeah. Wow. That sounds nuts.
Yeah,
Actually.
that was part of a humble bundle very recently. Um, I bought Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen, which is the Dragon's Dogma game that came out before Dragon's Dogma 2, which is brand new, like just came out within the last few months. And I did that because I want to play it before I play Dragon's Dogma 2, which I'm not going to buy until after I've played Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. And I bought it because it was like $3 or $4 on sale. Super cheap.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, have you ever heard of the game Endling Extinction is Forever?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, you play a mama fox and you need to guide your three little kits to safety in a super industrialized world that wants nothing more than to fucking kill you.
That's insane.
Yes, looks very fun. Um, Gris, I know you know about this one. I got Gris over the last couple months. It's there's another, it's the sequel to Gris. I think is already out called Neva, Neva, Neva.
Yeah.
Looks really really cool. I found, I think, a really good sale on Half Life games, so I got Half Life and Half Life 2 for, I think one of them was $1 and the other one was free. So there you go, I got those. Um, oh yeah, there's a game that is a 2D pixel art action roguelike called Heroes of Hammerwatch that has gorgeous 2D pixel graphics that looks really fun. I got that too. That was like another one that was like $2 or $3. Um, have you heard of the game Sea of Stars?
No, I have not. No, I
Well,
have
dude,
not.
I'll tell you right now, that's a game that I want us to play together because that has a co-op now, and it looks fucking fantastic. I don't even know for sure if you'll like it, but I want us to at least try it together. Because it is like RPG type game. If you can't get into it, I still want to play it myself for sure. But I just know that it has co-op, so I figure maybe we could do it together. But the Sea of Stars is the sequel game, or at least spiritual sequel to a game called The Messenger, and I have the Messenger now. I got it this year, so
Oh wow,
I'm
sweet.
kind of preparing for that. Another one that I got very recently is called Neon Blight. This is a another one of those like bullet hell top down action adventure shooter type games where you are in like a dystopian cyberspace kind of
Yeah.
flying around like the movement is crazy. It looks really fun. It looks like a crazy fucking game. And I don't know, I'm sure a lot of people have noticed, I'm sure you've noticed, I definitely do tend to prefer 2D and especially pixel art games to like the more like current contemporary 3D like super realistic graphics games. That's just
Yeah.
my preference. Um, I think I got Penny's Big Breakaway this quarter. I don't know if I talked about that at all. Or no, I last played it. You know what? I played it on August 30th, so I did. I must have talked about that last time around. Another Metroidvania that I got is called Remnants of Nazith.
Yeah.
Just really fucking cool graphics. You have a fucking grappling hook. Like you remember the game Speedrunners that we played, John?
Yes, yes, yes.
So imagine like speedrunners type controls, but rather than like racing against someone, you're trying to like navigate through a fucking cave to get to the end of a level.
Yeah. That's man, games are really like popping off.
Yeah. Um, let's see. There's another one here called Ruins to Fortress. This is another one of those like open world survival crafting games. Um, I don't remember buying this. This might have been one that came in a humble bundle, honestly. Dude, literally just recently, like within the last 24 to 48 hours, I bought a game called Rusty's Retirement. Have you ever heard of this one?
No, no, I've never heard of that one. Man, the indie scene is popping off.
It's
Cause like,
another
yeah, I haven't
2D.
realized.
It's another 2D pixel art game. This is so crazy though because when you launch this game, it only takes up a small portion of your screen, and you can play it passively. So like it is basically designed to be like a Zen game that you don't even really have to think about actively. It can just kind of sit there on the corner, like or on the side or at the bottom of your screen while you do other shit, and you can just kind of tend to it here and there. And it is like a robot automation based farming game.
Yeah, wow, dude, that's nuts.
Yeah, it looks super fucking cool. Yeah. Another one here that is like another like action roguelike is called Sparklight. Got that. I think that was another one that was in a humble bundle. Star Renegades is another turn-based roguelite. I've gotten really into the roguelites lately. I gotta say, yeah, that's a big one for me. Speaking of Rogue, Streets of Rogue. I know that Streets of
Nice.
Rogue 2 came out relatively recently, or actually, it might be in development. Streets of Rogue 2 might be in development. It might not be out yet, but I wanted to buy the first one so that I could play through that and make sure that I actually want to play the second one. There's a game that it might be an older game. I haven't even played it yet, but I bought it because it looks so fucking cool. This game's called They Always Run. You play a fucking cyborg. Think of like the types of cyborgs that were getting made by that fucking jackass scientist guy in season 1 of Invincible. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I believe so, yes.
Like he took the one guy's fucking boyfriend and turned him into one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So they're like almost like mindless, but they're like super strong and stuff. But like this dude has 3 arms, right?
Okay.
And you play as him. So you play as this like mindless cyborg with 3 arms, right? And you are basically it's like an action platformer where you're just like hunting and instead of being like a bad guy where you're like mindlessly hunting everyone, you're hunting the most dangerous fucking bounties in the galaxy. So you are like this crazy like mindless fucking cyborg, but also like you've got like a good heart.
That's amazing.
It's so cool. The animation is so cool though because like when you're attacking someone, it's not like this super like animated, like fluid animation. It is like very like robotic and like almost like cold and unfeeling animation. And it really does make it feel like you're playing a cyborg. It's fucking cool as shit. I love it.
Awesome.
Yeah. That Tinykin game that I told you about, I did end up getting that. I don't know if maybe we can try and play that together.
Yeah, yeah, I think you did mention something about that.
Yep. I did
Yeah.
get Vampire Survivors. I got Wargroove, which is like a spiritual successor to Advance Wars. I got a game called Webbed, where you play as a spider, and it's like a platformer game where you're a spider that looks cool as shit. And I'm gonna just end it there because I feel like I've been going for too long anyway about these games. Um, but yeah, it's been a really, really good quarter for me in terms of. And here's the thing: like I've list all these games, and it's like a crazy amount of games, but I don't think I've even spent like $70 on all of these games. Like you can count all these. I've probably listed dozens of games, and I don't think I've spent on all of these games combined as much as like a full price Switch game costs.
Right, right.
So
Yeah, you made a killing, bro. God damn.
yeah. All right. I think it's time for us to move on to our next question from Rotten Butter, which is: at what point do you believe violence becomes necessary to affect positive change in society?
I would say right the fuck now. Honestly, with the administration coming in and with how they're going to leverage the appendages of the state dedicated to violence, military, police, etc., it's right the fuck now. Like, yeah, it's I don't know. I never really feel like you're able to vote your way out of meaningful structural change because the structure is built to, kind of prevent that in the first place. But yeah, like since you asked the question pretty bluntly and straightforwardly, I will match your energy with my answer. It's right now. Any way you can. I mean, hell, even if you don't want to like go crazy about it, let's remember the last time this country did serious gun control in this country was when the Black Panthers were like loading up. Like, yeah, if you're marginalized, if you're dispossessed, learn how to defend yourself through any means. There are multiple ways to do it. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be a bad time for trans people, for Muslims, for people that may even be here legally, but they don't look legal. And I do stress look because for them, there's an aesthetics to it. The aesthetics is white, European, etc. Trump even said during his first campaign, we want the good immigrants, we want the good people to come here. So there's like this whole notion of it, right? And people that are outside that mold, yeah, defend yourself by any means. I always love the quote from Malcolm X when it came to Klansmen. If they try and put one of ours in the hospital, we put one of theirs in the morgue. We put them down. And because then they won't be burning crosses on their lawn because there won't be anybody left to burn crosses. And like, I love that energy. Or if you want to put it in Marvel terms, like what Frank Castle says to Daredevil, look, you lock people up, they get out. I put people down, they stay down. It's like it's over. And that's the thing. When people are trying to do immediate violence to you, either as an intimidation tactic or just for the full-blown deprivation of your life, which we've seen Nazis do with Jewish people, with black people, already mentioned Klansmen, stuff like that. When far-right people escalate to violence because they know the institutions have their back, because the institutions are also oriented towards violence as a first response, in a fascist state, there to me is no defense off the table. When we say by any means necessary, that is what we mean. That is what I've been saying about Palestine with the Israeli occupation. Personally, again, this is just my opinion, and I'm not as learned as any Middle Eastern scholar, so it's just one singular opinion. I feel like now the hopes for a two-state solution after Israel's genocide, it's naive. To me now, it really comes down to armed struggle and the liberation of the Palestinian people, and the Palestinian people in the aftermath need to dictate the terms of, okay, this is how things are going to be divided up. And I don't know, maybe it'll be a new cycle of brutality, who knows? But you don't come back from a genocide. And I feel like if this administration is going to be as bad on the both the foreign policy and the domestic policy against people that don't look like how they would prefer people to look, yeah, we need to be having a substantive conversation about what defense means. I know I have friends that are very committed pacifists that would be uncomfortable. But here's my thing: you can be uncomfortable and you don't have to do it. I do believe in personal autonomy and this and that. But I think at the same time, you forfeit the right to morally police anybody else because even though we share a struggle, there are also individual struggles. The way that Ashton and his family might struggle may be different from how my family struggles, and the way we struggle may be different from how a Sean struggles. As a black man or a Javaris or Foster. So however they get through their struggle, it's not my job to police you. You're the oppressed. I benefit in part at least from your oppression. So I'm the last person that gets to say, "Oh no, put the guns down, use your words." What are you doing? No. Sit the fuck down. This is their liberation. When you need to be liberated, I doubt you're going to want anybody morally policing you. So the time is right fucking now. And for anybody that chooses to do it, I support you, I commend you, and I will not speak an ill word against you because it's your liberation at stake, something I would know nothing about, and something that fortunately right now I don't have to live through. But if you do, and you've known not having any food in your stomach or any heat in your fucking house or whatever you're dealing with, or if you're in Palestine, you don't even have a fucking house because you just wander through rubble all fucking day. Yeah, whatever blow you can strike against an entity that does that kind of hurt to you, who the fuck am I to say whether you're right or wrong? So I will say right now, but also give the broader answer of saying whenever anybody that goes through it that it would necessitate that kind of resistance decides that it is, they may decide not today, next week, or they may decide never, and they may commit to nonviolence. Whatever they decide, it's their oppression, and it's not my place. It's only my place to show solidarity and be a true ally with them in the struggle. However they want to do it, they're the play caller. I'm back in the play as best I can. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say like whenever intent to cause harm at any cost becomes clear, that's when we might need to start resorting to violence to prevent that from happening. Like
Yeah.
that's what I'll say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you see, yeah, and I'm not saying this would happen overtly, but dude, they say such unhinged shit all the time. Who even fucking knows? When you see that they're talking about like, oh, I can't wait for us to have our own Dachau or Auschwitz, because there are Holocaust deniers and Holocaust fetishizers and stuff like that. But for Muslims and for other people, like, no, that's when you're like, not on this fucking land, not this fucking time. And that's why historical memory is important. Ashton, you said something very astute earlier. You're like, people aren't taught this shit. They don't know about Franco. They don't know about Pinochet. And here's the thing: they know Hitler, but they only know one facet of Hitler. Because I agree with the black leftists and socialists that have said, when Hitler was doing this stuff in Africa, European leaders didn't give a fuck. Right? That's just colonialism, maybe on some steroids. It was only when European territory was compromised, right? Like, oh,
Yep.
now we have to do something. So
Well,
always
and it's
remember,
honestly, it's not the exact same, and I want to make that clear, but it gives similar vibes to what's going on in Ukraine right now. Putin wants
yeah,
Ukraine, and how many people are saying, just let him fucking have it? Well, okay, well, how's Poland going to feel about that in a few years when he wants to expand even further?
yes,
I mean, NATO might, or not NATO. Is it NATO? Is it NATO that Ukraine is not a part of?
yeah, NATO. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, NATO might not give a fuck about Ukraine, but they might care a little bit more when Poland's on the line, or when it keeps going and it gets further and further. And we start talking about one of the NATO countries actually being at stake here. Then maybe they'll want to care about fucking defending themselves. But if it's Ukraine, because they're not a part of their fucking club, they don't give a shit.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. Like you look at Syria, right? Now I know there have been people that have been sus on Syria. Not that they're pro-Assad, but that they're like, oh, the people that overthrew the government, they're US backed. Honestly, probably. Like, let's just be real. Probably. I've never seen anything that the US didn't have even a smidge of involvement with, right? But I'm still happy Assad's gone. Assad was awful and definitely Putin backed and this and that. I'm the only leftists I'm really sus on. I still want to invite to the table, even out of curiosity more than anything. It's tankies. It's people that are like, oh yeah, Stalin, Mao, like this and that. I don't fucks with that personally. I'm still willing to hear you out, and God knows we could use some solidarity on the left, like the right wing has. For the most part, I know some conservatives are turned off, but like by and large, it seems like they understand the assignment and they commit to it. We need that same energy. And I still can't believe that the most praxis we've seen have come from either centrists or just right wing fucking people. And it's like, what the fuck? But yeah, like, I don't know. You look at what's happening in Syria globally, so much happening. I mean, I'll tell you what I need to do this year. Really, I need to get back to international sources because I've been unplugged on Gaza as well, but I have not touched Sudan, and that's my failure. I mean, what's going on in Sudan, from what I've heard, which has been very little, it's not good. It's a fucking nightmare over there. And I've kind of failed in that way because I'm not educated on it at all. But that's another thing too. I think we also need to be gentle with ourselves. Like, nobody can do everything, but just do something, right? Like, I don't think there should be much embarrassment if you're really well versed on Gaza, say, but you don't know Sudan. Now, if somebody brings that up to you, yeah, you should probably go forward and at least get like a summary or something. But if you feel like, man, I'm stretched thin and I've already seen enough harrowing stuff, I don't know if I can do that anymore. I think we need to be a bit more accepting of that. But I think we also it's a juggling act. It's a balancing act. I should say it's a balancing act because you want to try and care about everybody as much as possible. But I know that that's never realistic. But you also should, I guess, ask yourself a question of like, you know, my concept of care is that sociopolitically informed, right? Like, oh, if I don't care about, say, Africa, say, is that like my internalized white supremacy, for instance? And just unpack that and do the best you fucking can. Because I know I fail a lot as a leftist, a lot as a leftist. But I do, what I can. I think anybody does, especially when you're in a world where everybody's struggling to survive. But what we've got going on globally, guys, it is a crazy age. I mean, Putin's being resisted against, and this has been going on for a while. France, I mean, DBK would know better than me, but Macron, like, I think he's in hot water right now with how the elections were handled. Trump has teased both A, war with Mexico, and B, annexing Canada, but I think people are also getting tired of Trudeau in Canada. Like, we are living through global history. These next 4 to 10 years are going to be some wild fucking shit. And yeah, I just think people need to prepare for them as best they can. That's what I've been stressing the whole time. So, next set of questions or question or whatever.
Well, the final question from Rotten Butter is, why aren't, or no, actually, the way that he wrote it was what, but I'm just gonna assume he meant why. Why weren't you at elf practice?
I mean, apparently I didn't meet the height requirement. So, and that's really saying something because I'm 5'2". But why weren't you at
Yeah,
elf
bro,
practice?
gain some shortness.
Wow, rude,
I
but not
mean,
unfair.
clearly this is entirely your fault.
I know. So you don't have a reason for why you weren't at elf training?
Oh, just fixing these dolls' teeth.
Oh, nice. Was this a reference to something that I didn't get?
Yeah, it was one of those old fucking Rankin and Bass claymation style Christmas movies.
Breaking my ass with my
It was
fucking ignorance.
the elf who didn't want to make toys. Remember that one?
Yeah, I think I remember that one.
Yeah. Anyway, next set of questions. And by the way, while we've been live, we've actually gotten 5 new questions from Amari, and I'm gonna allow it. I'm cool with it if you are.
Let's do it. We've already gone this long. What's
We'll
5 more
sandwich them
questions?
in between Abel's and Alex's so that Alex still gets to go last. But
Oh, yes.
Abel's questions are next. First up, who is your favorite Harry Potter character?
I don't have one. Fuck Harry Potter. You go. Sorry, son. I love you to death, but like that's just a legitimate answer. I do not care. I guess maybe Hermione at best. So
So when I was an active and avid Harry Potter fan, my favorite character was always Sirius Black. So I'll just say Sirius Black and be done with it. So our next question from Abel is, what is your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh duel monster?
um, Black Magician of Chaos. I always thought looked cool as fuck.
Nice. I
Right
love
behind
that.
Dark Paladin, who also looked cool as fuck. So what
Nice.
about you?
Well, I am going to give a very strange answer, but it is just a very personal one to me. Uh, my answer is going to be, let me see if I can make sure that I get this right. I believe it's Kazijin. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Kazijin is my answer. And the reason behind that is because Kazijin was always my go-to in the real life world. When I was playing my friends in Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I would always go to Kazijin because it was the most powerful attacking monster that I had.
I see. Nice.
Yeah, just poor people stuff. Anyway, um, third and final question from Abel: what is your favorite thing about each member of the TWitWoW community?
Okay. Well, starting with Ashton, I love how principled and level-headed he is. Um, Definitely can rein me in. He's also got a huge heart. He's very empathic. And I love how much he cares about people, and I think just wants to be loved and kind. The guy's very, simple in that way. He doesn't ask much of people. Just, treat me with respect. If we vibe, great. If not, doesn't make me wish you well any less.
At least the principled part definitely goes back on you. You are very principled as well, and I think that the big thing that separates us in terms of, like you said, that I was principled and what else?
Oh God, that's a principled and yeah.
Oh,
What did I?
level-headed. You said I was
Yeah,
level-headed.
level-headed. Yes,
I
yes, yes.
can't necessarily levy that one back at you,
That's fair.
but I will say that you are very principled and you're also very passionate. And I love that about you too.
Yeah, yeah. That's why. Like, yeah. Well, that's exactly why I'm not level-headed. I get very passionate about things. Hopefully the right things. That's the only caveat, but I'm still
Hell
working
yeah.
on that. Um, Well, with you, Abel, I love how good-natured you are, and I love just how kind you are to everybody, and you're always willing to have a laugh.
He makes the
Um,
decision to be kind.
yes, and
He
that decision
chooses
isn't always easy.
kindness.
Yeah, and take it from me, son. That decision isn't easy to make, and I'm proud of you for making it every time you have. Um, Kirby Freeman, I think, is fucking hilarious. What I love about Kirby, honestly, I've never seen this dude be genuinely hurt or toxic in any way. Like, oh God, you know what? I shouldn't say this here, but there's a story. There's just a reaction I had that I've been meaning to share with you, Ashton. So you know what? You guys are all part of the community. Fuck it. You guys should know that we have an NSFW channel. Anybody that's in the Discord, we do have that. And there was some Hillary Duff discourse going on, and you were saying like how you would always kind of out with her from the Disney Channel, like, oh yeah, I had a crush on her. I think we all did. Hillary Duff was just that girl. Her and fucking what's her name? Lindsay Lohan. Lindsay Lohan. I've been really happy about her comeback lately, by the way. Um, and like Kirby was like my wife, and you and Javaris were like, oh, get in line. And instead of just being toxic, being like, no, man, just doing like that play fighting shit, he was just like, okay. And then he posted a Simpsons picture making room on the couch. I died. That's like Kirby in a nutshell. The dude just doesn't confront people. He doesn't get in conflicts with people. Like, like you could say not like, have you ever seen him have a toxic response and we like are negative about Unagi? Because I have
No,
not.
not toxic, not ever. No, he usually like he's not afraid to like push back on it, but never in a toxic way at all, for sure.
No, never, never. And I love that, like, sometimes he'll even use the what he would consider unagi slander as a pretext for humor. Because I still die to this day when you like posted some criticism about unagi, like you had some really like quick off
The
the top of your
fox
head like
piss,
clapback. Beg pardon.
the fox piss.
Yeah, I think it was either the fox piss or it was something. And then Kirby just posted the video of the guy that's like, "This is disgusting. This is offensive." And I died the night he posted that. I must have watched that shit 10 times because I'm like, God damn. I just love. I guess to be succinct about Kirby, too late for that. Is just that he can turn anything into a joke and make it something that we can all share in the laughter. God, we
Lightheartedness.
yeah, yeah, he's very lighthearted, knows how to have a good laugh. We need more of that because I think, and this applies to me too, by the way. I'm implicating myself in this. I think a lot of us are way too like knee-jerk reaction, way too sensitive, like in the wrong
We're too
ways.
tightly wound.
Exactly. We need to unwind. Like Kirby lives tranquilo. The rest of us just
Yeah,
like how the word sounds.
yeah.
Um. So yeah, he Kirby. I fucking love you, man. Sean. Sean, oh my God. I told him on his birthday recently, which it's going to be your birthday tomorrow, Abel. So happy early birthday to you, bud.
Oh yeah,
Um,
we're less than 23 hours away from Abel turning. Actually, how old is Abel going to be this
I think he's
year?
going to be 30, right? The big 3-0 for Abel.
No, he wasn't born in '94, was he?
I thought he said this was his 30th birthday coming up. I could be, unless he was saying that was
29.
like, I was,
29.
oh, okay. See, I was about to correct myself and say, unless that was next year. So 29, yeah. But Sean, um, what a beautiful man. I have had the privilege of growing closer with Sean this year. This has actually been a highlight of my year is like deepening my bond with him because I think I for anybody that's in our Discord community, I have not been shy about. I hate the group calls because we all have different internet. Like I'd be annoying on a call recently with how my internet's been with because it's been hiccuping a lot. Oddly enough, not during recording. So thank you TDS for that, I guess. Um, but yeah, like he usually sits it out or he's very quiet. And he even shared something recently on Facebook where it was like, oh, when everybody starts talking in a group call, I mute. And I told him like I felt that in my fucking soul because like yes, I think Sean is so relatable. I think he's such a good-natured dude. I love when we can rag on like wrestlers we hate together, but always in a fun way. Again, the same thing of like the non-toxic, like he's just very chill. Um, he's disabled like me, which every time I remember that, it kind of fills me with joy because it's nice to be able to relate to somebody on that. And like all of us, Sean's known hardship, but what I love about Sean is because I worry about this for myself. When hardship really hits me one day, is that going to make me toxic? Am I still going to be able to choose love and kindness and all this? Sean does. Sean does. And again, for people that actively make the choice, I really commend you for that because I know how hard it can be sometimes. He is such a good dude. I love Sean. I'm always rooting for you, bro. Big time. Let me think who else. Because when they say community, I just think about the regulars, like the really active people.
Yeah.
Um, I would say with Chiefin, you know what? I like that even when it's not popular, Chiefin's always honest about what he thinks.
Yep.
Even if we
I
disagree with
literally, when I was thinking about Curtis, I was thinking unwilling to compromise on his beliefs.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, conviction.
Yep.
It's like if this person sucks, that is it. That's what I believe, and he doesn't budge. Now that can be detrimental, but you can at least say that he doesn't go with at least the crowds that are like against him at any given moment. Uh Craig, I think, is hilarious, and I do think Craig at bottom is a very like good natured dude. I think at times like and I can relate to it, right? Because I think I still deal with that now and again, but he'll just be like, oh my God, if this happens, guys, nuclear holocaust. And it's like, well, no, Craig, I don't think it's going to be that bad. But I think he does genuinely care about people. And I think his heart's in the right place. And to be honest, seeing where a lot of hearts are today, that does go some way with me, probably more than it used to. So I appreciate what a caring guy Craig is. I think he just wants to have fun with people. And sometimes he doesn't know how to do it, which again, mood, definitely relatable. So Craig's a cool dude. Javaris, I have a lot of history with him too. He credits me for getting him into stardom, but of course we both would credit Gala for that, so it really goes back to her. I think my wish for Javaris was that he would be gentler with himself and gentler with his feelings. Because I think the thing about Javaris is he feels things very intensely, which I relate to. Going back to like my passion and my emotional responses about things, but I think he needs to regulate those emotions so they don't hurt him. Which I knew that a lot as a child. I had a lot of anger issues as a kid, so I do see some of myself in Javaris, at least in like my early years. But I think also, like I'd like to see him believe in himself more because I think he has these big emotions, but sometimes he doesn't feel like, can I even do anything with these? I think he is a very capable guy. I think again, he's also very principled in his own way. I believe that. I think Javaris has a very strong sense of justice. It's just a sense of justice that I don't know if he fully knows what to do with it. Which again, relatable. I'm not like trying to single him out. Like I think that's something we all suffer with. Like, am I doing enough? What can I do? Everything feels so big and so whatever. I think he cares about his people tremendously. I think he'd go to the dirt with anybody for his fucking people. And I think that includes us. I think he is a guy that will fiercely defend his family and friends. He's a proud man. And I wish for so much good and so much beauty for Javaris, but I can see where he and I think have the same struggles as far as like the self forgiveness and the regulating emotions. But I think the most beautiful thing about Javaris is I think he wants other people to be happy, and I just hope he knows how worthy of healing he is. Um, Rotten butter with you, and really I can loop you and Shay both into this because I really need to get back to Shay because he's been messaging me, but I've been off in my own little world, staving off the sense of dread, doing reading, and a whole bunch of other shit. But you guys again I think are also very principled. Everybody's principled in their own way is what I'm finding. But you're willing to argue an issue. You're not willing to let your principles just stand idly by. When they're called into the arena, you're willing to, let it out there and just be like, this is why I believe this, and whatever. And you're willing to stand on it and argue for it, et cetera, which I think is powerful because to be honest, maybe in my 20s I would have. I am so tired in my 30s. I can't anymore. I'm like, yeah, I want to do French Revolution, but don't you think that's more better? Bye. Like I don't even
No.
listen. I don't even listen to the return. Like recently, I got into something with a woman, and like I gave a substantive response at first, but then when they didn't even really directly answer my criticisms because they said about like voting and stuff, and then I mentioned Sanders, and they never really addressed that. And they're like, "Well, what do you want? Vigilante justice, French Revolution?" I just replied again. I'm like, "Yeah, French Revolution sounds great," and I left it like that because like for one, I love the friends with them, so it's not even a lie. Even when I was apathetic, I didn't lie. And then secondly, I'm like, this is going nowhere. But no, you got. I really believe what amazes me about you and Shea Balderon Butter is like if the convo took all night, so long as you guys saw that the other person was trying and giving substantive points, you'd probably keep it going. You're like, no, we're going to hash this out. And I don't know if that's a commitment for truth or just wanting to sharpen the steel of your own convictions, but whatever it is, you guys have more endurance than I fucking do because I'm ready to tap out. And like I'm more of it. I want to argue, but I don't want to argue like an immediate debate style way. Let's argue over a series of like letters or essays. Like that's the kind of arguing I want to do. This way I have time to process.
Alexander Hamilton style, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I think the immediacy of it is kind of off-putting to me and a bit like overwhelming for me. Um, and stuff like that. But I know, I mean, you guys, you have your passions, and even when they're niche, like you love them unapologetically, and I fucking love that about you because it goes back to me with the traditional masculinity. Like, who the fuck wants it? You have one life. Love what you love and love it as loud as fucking possible. I mean, god damn, that's what life is to me. That's what life should be to me.
I'm beginning to realize that something that the vast majority of our community has in common is that like deep passion. Like everyone in our community is very passionate about something.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Gala. Fucking Gala. Let's talk about Gala. What an incredible person. And I'll tell you, this community must have meant something to her. Just me being scumbag, she was like, "Oh, wait a minute. We can let the mask fall off and we can like turn up on people." And I'll tell you, I think she's enjoyed it ever since. She enjoys it now, I think, more than I do. Because again, I'm old and I'm tired and I'm like, oh God, what is it? Fight me! Agamemnon isn't real. Fine, just let me die. Fuck. Like, that's really what I am. Like, just being real. Like, I am old and whatever, and like I just like doing my own thing. I took 2 different online tests that I know aren't diagnostic, but I really have believed for a long time that I am autistic, and like part of my autism is like I just like doing my own thing. Leave me alone. I'm reading. Are you dying? Fuck off. So, but like, yeah, at times when I do have the energy, I will go back. But man, Gala just knows how to get a burn. I'm proud of her. I'm proud of her. She's come a long way from villain underling when I was, premier scumbag to now leading the fucking charge while I'm crouched in the corner being like, no, please. Um,
I think Gala
but
also doesn't get enough credit for her creativity and her fucking work ethic.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. She is so creative. But I think another thing I love about Gala, and I know it kind of sounds repetitive, or maybe I'm saying the same thing in different ways, and maybe I am. Maybe this community is just so beautiful, and I'm grateful for this question because it's really filled me with gratitude. But I love how open she is about shit. Like, bro,
Yeah.
I didn't tell you this, but like a month ago, I was going through the Discord archives because I wanted to remember like the whole discourse about Abel, like me buying Abel the tapeworm, Wormy, which I've now learned the head of a tapeworm. I relearned that it's called the Skolex, and you better believe I have loved the fucking mouthfeel ever since. Um, but and
like,
and I don't want to get like too personal because like this is your and Gala's stuff too, and like I would feel weird about that, but like broadly speaking, we were having a conversation about sexuality and about like orientations and stuff like that. And Gala is always the first one to be so open and lead those conversations or to
yep.
educate people when they're like, oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. And she loves history and she's so fucking passionate about history,
Yep.
like Cleopatra, especially. I know that she's learned so much. And again, like Gala's a lot like me where it's like she has those passions and like nothing. And I guess a lot like you, because you said like shared experiences is your love language. You literally said that earlier, where like she has this passion and she wants to share it with people. I'm lucky that I have like a philosophy community where I do all that sharing. That's why I kind of refrain from doing it here. Although, believe me, I have wanted to get like really philosophical when I'm stoned off my ass and on the Discord and being like, I wonder if I just post this in free talk. And I never do, but it's probably coming one of these days. But
Nice.
Gala is just like, no, fuck that, man. This is my community too, and I'm gonna share it. Anybody wants to react to it, great, but it's for me, and it's for anybody that wants to open their mind and their heart to appreciating this. I love how she lets vulnerability and love and openness lead, and she does it so consistently. Like so many people in our community would have a right to just be pissed off all the fucking time, and they're like, no, no. Goodness is better. And I'm like, God damn, you're wonderful people. And then that leads me to Foster. Who, God, I love this man to death. Jesus Christ, I think I'd take a bullet for this dude just because, like, he really. And this is and I'm okay with this because this is me. I feel weird talking about other people's shit, but me, I'm an open book to you guys. Like, God, my parents were drug addicts. My dad's dead. My grandmom's dead. I've known loss. I'm disabled. I deal with addiction issues. I'm probably autistic, as I just mentioned a few minutes ago. It's whatever. It means nothing to me. It's life. It's lived. But Foster reminds me a lot of how I used to be. Before trauma really did a number on me, because I think I used to be able to love so openly, and I used to be far more positive than I am now. And I look at Foster, and I'm with Foster, and he reminds me of what I've lost. But I think is always in reach because he reminds us that those things that you think you lost, they're always a choice ready to be made. And wow, I'm getting kind of choked up talking about Foster because I love that dude. I don't even think he's here. I hope he
I
goes
think I
back and
think what I
listens to
really
this.
love about Foster is that dude is always thinking about everyone else and putting everyone else first. And like he could be in a bad mood, he could be having a bad day, but he will always go out of his way to try and put a smile on everyone else's faces.
Yes, yes. And the thing is, like with Foster, like he could be having a bad day, and like you said, he'll put other people first. And sometimes I worry that he doesn't put himself at all. And I'm like, I don't want you to do that. Like, I want to be here for you.
Yeah.
Because, sometimes I feel like, and again, maybe I'm projecting because I see more than anybody. I see the most of myself and how I used to be in Abel and in Foster specifically, like those two guys. And maybe that's why, like, I love on them so hard, right? Because it's like I identify with that. But I worry that, like, he feels his pain is burdensome when if that man would only know the pain I'd be willing to take on for him, so that he would know happiness. Because I'll tell you, everybody is worth happiness. But I'll tell you, when I think about especially the black experience in America, and I know I'm getting in dicey waters now when you start a sentence that way, but I'll always think about the woman who, when she says, "Oh, all these like white people and stuff that say, oh, I wouldn't want to live forever or whatever," like, I would. My whole life is going to be fighting against a system that doesn't even want, and that like tore me the fuck up when they pointed out, like, would you really want it to just end if all your life was struggle and strife? And I'm not saying that's what Foster's life is, but it is like a part of it, right? Because he's a black man in a white supremacist country, as Javaris, as DBK, as I believe Super Blue. And so yeah, like it's a big part of our community. And like it never ever gets him down. And he's just always looking to uplift other people and grow the garden inside other people. And I'm like, God damn, you beautiful man. Let me move a mountain for you and carve an entire ode in your fucking name because I could do it. I could do it. I would get exhausted. Actually, no, language would get exhausted far before I would about extolling your fucking excellence. Period. Um, well, Super Blue. I actually mentioned Super Blue. You know, I gotta say with Super Blue, he's a very kind man for sure. Much like Curtis and others, like he likes who he likes and he's so unapologetic about it. And I love that though,
Yeah.
because that's what we always said we wanted our community to be.
Exactly.
So, all the LA Knight stuff, him doing it, we should take it as our win because that shows we made the community we wanted. And beyond that, I love that he can take it and keep going. I love that when we're honest, and I even kind of ran it, and he said, "What the hell, man?" But he also did the laughing emojis. He's good natured. He doesn't take it personally, and I love that. I love people that don't take themselves too seriously because life is already serious enough. You have to laugh when you can. And I do genuinely believe that. I'm very fortunate to live in a house that makes me laugh on the regular, that I have a friend here and others that make me laugh regularly, full blown cackle once a day, people. I promise you it's amazing. Um, I love that he can laugh. I love that he knows what it's about. And I love though that it doesn't even matter at the same time because we can bemoan and denounce and all this other stuff LA Knight. And if that man would win the world title, Super Blue would be like, hey guys, say it again, but say it in his world title this time. And I would just have to begrudgingly be like, you son of a bitch. You're doing exactly what I would do in your shoes. Well played.
Yep.
So I love it. I love it. Super Blue knows what it means to be a fan, the perils and fortunes of fandom, and he
I also
plays
just
the
love that Super Blue thinks differently. Like,
yeah.
even like as simple as like Pokemon. Like we've been playing Pokemon Emerald, and when I say we, there are like four of us in the Discord. It's like me, Abel, Super Blue, and Curtis, and we're all doing a Pokemon playthrough. And Curtis is Nuzlocking it, so that is basically like you just kind of take what you can get. You're only allowed one encounter per route. You can only catch one Pokemon per route. And even then, his team is like pretty fucking chalky. Like he's got a lot of stuff on it that I would plan on doing even if I had total control over my team. But like then you got like fucking Super Blue over here running stuff that I would never think to run. Like he runs a fucking Gulpin, and I would never even attempt to do that. And he's like, you know what? I worked in this other game, so I'm gonna do it here too. And I'm like, you know what? More power to you, man. That's fucking cool as shit.
Yeah. Am I missing anybody? Because I really don't want to be rude, but
Yeah,
I know
well,
I just
yeah.
got a
I'm
run in.
actually surprised that you skipped Dom.
Oh my oh my god, thank you. Jesus Christ, Dom. Uh you know, I will say he's so good at what he does, he genuinely works me sometimes.
I've
And
noticed that you have come out and talked about how he's like genuinely evil before. Like, what the hell?
yeah, I know. Like, no, he's a master at his craft. I can see, but no, in all sincerity, while he does genuinely work me sometimes, and I'm like, oh my god, are you real? He really is. He's a great natured dude. The few times that we were able to do audio calls with him, such a sweetheart. Always waits for his turn and like just gives his opinion. Like it's funny that like in text, his personality seems so much louder than it actually is. Because when
Yes.
you actually talk to the guy, it's so intimate and so mild mannered, and it's like, oh my god, you beautiful man, get some confidence. Do you see the suck that's around you, like in the world? Billionaires, politicians, oil executives, and they just feel like they're fucking untouchable and they're God's gift to the planet. Have some confidence in yourself, my dude. You are a trillion times better than all those people in fucking aggregate,
Yep.
my guy. Um, he's hilarious. He's good natured. And he knows too. For as much as like he jokes around and stuff, when it's serious convos, he always leads thoughtfully, and best he's remembering when he turned through bald. I'm telling you, he's got something for everybody. He's the reason Ziggler won the NXT title. I'm sorry, Dom. I'm still gonna put that one on you. But he's really a good dude. And I'll tell you, anybody that can like work me, because normally I feel like I have matured. Maybe I'm giving myself this credit prematurely, but I feel like I have matured where I only really get worked about shit that actually matters. He's still one of the few that's capable of like, oh, are you sure Kevin Owens is gonna do it? And my eye just kind of put it. I'm like, yes, it's Kevin. Of course he's gonna do it. You fucking naysayer. You want to fucking square up, bro? It's like, whoa, dude, whoa. Who's in control here? So no, he's great. And honestly, anything I have, it's always a projection.
Dude,
Look, if I'm gonna criticize conservatives, I need to take my own medicine. I need to get stronger myself so that I can face Dom in the arena when he tries to ruin my dreams.
dude, I feel like
But
Dom. I realized this past week that Dom is he's got you and he have a lot in common.
yeah, maybe 2025 will be the kind of year that I feel like me and Sean had this year, where I just really vibe with Dom more and
Yeah,
we get along more.
because he does that
Um,
same thing that you do, where like he'll say something that nobody wants to admit that's probably going to happen, and everyone will just be like, "Fuck, can that not happen?" And he'll be like, "Well, that's happening," and we'll be like, "No," and he'll be like, "Well, it's true," and it's
oh
just
my
got such you energy
bro, you're right. Dom and I should team up to terrorize the rest of you. I love when you
with the
despair. We can like
truth.
make that. Yeah, we can make that happen 5 times more now. I'll be like, Dom, have you ever heard Ashton despair about something like audibly? I have. It's amazing. Let's do it
Dude,
together. And then
somebody,
yeah, we could just.
Alex in chat in the Discord in the live wrestling discussion when we were watching NXT this week, Alex posted a GIF of somebody like just laughing and smiling, and Dom responded, "Bet you Javon can't do that right now." That's such you energy.
Oh God,
But the
it's
difference is
true
he
though.
apologizes for it. He afterwards was like, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it."
It is true. I would only apologize if I knew for a fact they were legit offended. But like, Yeah, like wow. DBK. Actually, I never mentioned DBK. I honestly appreciate DBK's humor, and
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I've been meaning
Also,
to ask
DBK's a
him, but I
really
didn't.
fucking good actor.
Yes, yes. I mean, he had his own religion for a time. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
That's true.
Um, but I never wanted to like hover over him or be, kind of a mother hen energy about it. But he did say he wanted to get into philosophy, and I've wanted to ask him ever since. And that was forever ago. I feel like if I was checking in, I've earned the right to check in now and be like, hey, bud, what did you read? Because I love the French tradition. And I think that's another thing. I am a bit sweet on DBK, because of the French connection and everything. He's awesome. I think he's a good natured dude. Um, Definitely very loving in our community. He's financially supported us before, like with super chats and stuff, which I appreciate. He's a good. I love the bond he has with Gala. I don't really talk about that a lot, but I love that they're unified in Azumi supremacy. I think they are fucking precious. I want to protect them both. They are just both just so wonderful, and I love their friendship. So DBK, yeah, great hang, great laugh. And I love that we can talk about political stuff too. And I got to give DBK credit because where I've really fallen short, that dude has kept that Israel Palestine thread alive. I think he's posting more than even I have. Maybe not all time because that thread's been going on a while, but like that dude's carrying the fucking load again. I really do want to get back in the game. I needed a break. But DBK is like, nope, nope, no rest. If the genociders aren't resting, we can't either. And I love that energy. I mean, the dude. Sometimes I am a bit concerned about like the political sources he shares because I feel like they lean right or they kind of have a different agenda. But I think DBK's heart is always in the right place with what he's trying to do. And again, that principle and that conviction that goes a long way with me. Um, I'm trying because again, I really wanted to keep it to people like most active, like in the Discord and stuff that like really participate in the community on the regular. So I can't think of anybody else. If I missed anybody, I really don't like mean any offense. And Ashton, you could remind me. It's just I've been talking for a while, so things are bound to get lost. Um,
Um, Hazardous something.
Hazardous, you know what I will say about Hazardous because he has like supported us before and he comes in occasionally. I have never heard him say a bad thing or be dramatic. He is just very kind, and honestly, I think he just wants us to have fun, and I love that. I love that he's like, you know what, guys, I hope you're enjoying what you're doing. I'm doing as best I can. Yeah, Hazardous is cool. Hazardous is
Yeah.
cool.
I'd like to know. I'd like to get to know Umbra better. I know Umbra pops up every now and then. I know that Umbra has really good political takes, and apparently is really, really observant when it comes to wrestling because Umbra's the one that like pointed out the Naomi stuff originally and made good points on that.
Yeah,
But
he went a long way with me with that, dude. I'm like,
yeah,
holy shit, Umbra. No, Umbra's cool, and Umbra's a guy that like I don't know if our relationship with Joshi would need to be better, but I'd like him to be more involved in the coming year
yeah,
because he's really cool. And honestly, I just want to say too, just because this person has been on my mind, especially because we are including their questions. I don't know Amari well enough to really give an honest answer. So I don't want to like half-ass it and be like, oh, they're
yeah.
whatever. I've never had a problem with
We've
them.
spoken to Amari just a few times in audio calls, but it's rare and even when Amari does show up, not much is said between us.
Yeah, but you know what? Amari, I think, is just happy to be included, and we're happy to have him because they've never caused problems either. I mean, that's
Yeah,
the thing. Like, been very, respectful, stuff like that. So yeah, I did just want to mention that, like Amari's been on my mind. Like, I didn't forget about them. It's just like I don't want to be disingenuous either, and so I know the interactions have been, a bit touch and cold.
did you want to talk about Cliff?
Cliff and I go back. Cliff, I just want to know that the dude's happy. I think he's enjoying wrestling right now. We share the same Kevin Owens profile pic. So great taste there. So it's a great sense of humor because I've straight up called him the practice child because I know Abel's the one where I actually have been a good father, which shocks me too. But like I can't let Abel down, which is why I'm even still thinking about the fantasy drafts because I've seen the jokes you've made there, Abel. So I gotta fucking rank the one list, and then I know you guys are gonna be doing another one soon, and I gotta rank that list too. And like God, my opinions. Why are my opinions so in demand? Have you seen
Oh,
my hairline? It's receding like the global economy. These opinions should not have as much mileage as they do. But Cliff's cool. Cliff's cool.
you
We
caught my
don't.
mom with the
Ni-
hairline comment.
nice. Well, I am a comedian at heart, I suppose. But no, Cliff's cool. He again, he's very passionate. He is very protective, I think, of his friends because he has people, you know, that he cares about, and he'll go to bat for them. You know, many times I've seen it firsthand. And yeah, he's a good natured dude. He's a good natured dude, and his dog's the fucking sweetest. So you know, I've definitely
His
become more
dog.
protective. Well, yeah, because he's a dog owner. I don't know. I
Oh,
don't think they're a puppy anymore, but yeah, like they're cute as shit. I'm more of a cat person now because my daughter is literally perfect, and I won't hear anything to the contrary because you know it's not me that's wrong.
Wookie is
But
absolutely adorable. Absolutely for sure.
yes, yes.
Mark,
Oh, gotta talk about the
the
mathematician.
mathematician, Mark, the
You know, I
mathematician security guard.
you know, with Mark, like he really values his friends. And I know that again from just some personal conversations I've had with Mark in the past. Um, he's another guy where like if he thinks, you know, he has an opinion on something or he has a belief, um, oh Abel, I love you so much. Has a belief like he will not back down. It's like, oh well, I don't think that's gonna happen. No, it is. It is. Fuck you. He doesn't go that far, but like you feel it though. You feel it's like, no. The math checks out. I love that we can go back and forth, me hating math, him loving it. And I think it's always good natured. And I've even given him some wins, you know, like, okay, you know, math wins the day here. I've even gone to him for advice, you know, when there have been philosophers that I've wanted to read that are like heavily mathematic. Like I remember I went to him about like set theory and he was honest with me. He's like, I don't know much about it, but maybe you'd want to start here. I love that we can joke about it. I love that we can riff. We've definitely had some great wrestling conversations. He too like kind of matches our energy. Like we've got year-end awards coming up. He has a list. I'm sure he'll be sharing it with us as we're going through
Oh, he
ours.
already did. He already posted it in wrestling discussion. Actually,
Oh, I
he
wish
and
I could.
Curtis both did.
Yeah, I wish I could see it, but Discord. I guess I'm just gonna have to restart my computer if I want to get on Discord again because the hiccups in my internet. I've just had the Discord like remote thing like spinning just over and over and over again on a loop. But yeah, Mark is Mark's a good guy. You know honestly, if him and I ever really come together in some kind of an alliance, it's going to be an Austin
Collaboration.
McMahon moment. But like, yeah, it'll be fucking
An
epic.
Austin McMahon moment. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. It's like math. You can stay. Holy fuck!
Oh my
Everybody, John
god.
sold out. Uh,
They're calculating it, and they're gonna calculate me next. Oh my god.
and also, I have to credit Mark because I don't it was Among Us or code names, but something where I pop myself harder. I'm sure I've popped myself harder than this, but one of my all-time favorite pops was when I'm like, I don't have to take this from a man who thinks he's better than me because he can square a hypotenuse. It's still one of my favorite absurd things I've ever said, by far. So thank you, Mark. Thank you for being my muse for when I need to come up with new creative ways to hate on fucking math. Uh
All right. Uh, I think we can move on now. I think we've covered everyone.
So you were just pretty much all my sentiment. Yeah, actually, when you really felt like you needed to add your own like sentiments unique
Yeah.
about people, you did. So yeah, we can move on.
I miss Ella, and I wish that we could get Ace and Stella in here. And I know that Caster Sales has been pretty active in our week in review videos, but he hasn't also joined us in the Discord. But that's about the extent of it.
I miss Ella too, man, and Stella and Ace. Stella, can I actually say something?
Yeah, man.
On that question, Stella personally, because Ace is good people. I have nothing bad to say about Ace. Ace is wonderful. I wish I should have been better in reaching out to both of them on Twitter. Now I'm not on Twitter anymore. But Stella, I don't know if they still go and listen to TWitWoW stuff. I hope they do. I wouldn't blame them if they didn't. I get the relationships ebb and flow and all that shit. Stella is such a good-hearted, sincere fucking person. I will never. I want to be careful how I talk about this because again, I want to be mindful of other people's business. But there was one Q&A where we had a question about like the Benoit situation, and I had given an answer that I did that was really in depth and being like, you know, what he did was awful, but we also need to think about like capitalism, corporate power, patriarchalism. And I really, really like gave this long-winded thing. And she just said, like, that answer coming from you, knowing how much you loved him, meant so much to me, like as a woman, seeing how many guys like get covered for what the philosopher Kate Mann calls empathy, which I think is a great concept. It's always this quick hurriedness to show sympathy and defend the male subject being accused or held accountable or whatever it is. She said for you to do that really meant a lot, and we kind of got into it, and like that made me cry that night. Because Stella, every woman deserves to feel safe. Every single fucking one. I'll never forget when I saw like a thread where it was like, oh, women, if you didn't have to worry about like misogynistic violence or patriarchy, what would you do? And the number one answer was go for a fucking walk at night. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ, talk about living in two different worlds. And she's always worn her heart on her sleeve. Um, she's so proud of her family and she loves her family so fucking much. And I think that's why that she's been more disconnected with the community, because she does really put family first. She lives that fucking shit. Uh, she's a fucking real one, a goddamn warrior. She loves deeply, and I just think, again, being an old man, I use stuff like sweetheart and stuff like that. Now, I think your mom's definitely rubbed off on me because I know she calls me sweetie a lot, but really, the quintessential fucking sweetheart, Stella for sure. Like she's awesome, and Ella. God, I love Ella's humor, and I again, much like Stella and Ace, I just love her compassion, and I love that she just loves her people. And just if there is a community that's embraced her, she will be so good to them. I don't know if they're listening. We love you. We love all of you, and really that goes to the community too. We love you guys, people that have financially supported us. Thank you, because I mean, man, we have gotten so much more political the last several years, but I think to our benefit. And I know our relationship with wrestling has changed. I mean, we did 9 stardom match reactions, but usually these days it's either 4 or however many, or we'll skip just because it's not, our relationship with the product is constantly changing as an industry. But your guys' loyalty and belief in us has been steadfast. And just anything we could ever do, we try and step up for this community when we can. Because when I say be good to yourselves and each other, that each other part, we try and mirror that in our community. And I'm very grateful. Very grateful. So I think with that, we can close the book on this question. What was our next question?
Our next set of questions are from Amari. First up, just out of curiosity, when did y'all start hating on Cody Rhodes and what led to it?
Answer this person. I'm curious if we'll have different answers.
I'm curious too.
I think for me, it was the New Japan run for me. Because the New Japan run for me showed me, oh, he wasn't a guy that wanted to do a different type of wrestling but was constrained by WWE. He was a WWE guy that felt like he didn't get a fair shake, which, by the way, I would consider Drew McIntyre of a similar mold. But I feel like Drew, I mean, for God's sakes, he got TNA over and he did the TNA thing. He did the Christian Cage thing, which I deeply respect. Cody went everywhere to feather out his resume and then founded his own company to be like, oh, look at all what I can do. There was just a real pretentiousness about it. And I used to love Cody Rhodes. People remember the early days of TwitWoW when I was still, again, pacifist and I was running with Preston as like Beer Money 2K and we had like our own thing. And like Just Alex, like the 4 of us were the 4 horsemen. My thing in the intro video that Ashton made for us, your editing has always been top notch, by the way, was Cody. Was fucking Cody. So, I'm not saying Amari's like coming at me or anything, but if anybody would say like, oh, you're like a hater or you were a fake fan, no, the fandom was real. I thought when he was masked Cody Rhodes and when he was initially unmasked, he should have gotten the world title. And I honestly still believe that because I feel like when he was just a WWE guy and we knew him as a WWE guy, he was thriving in that fucking system. But the moment you go out, if you're not showing anything new or how you've grown, the only thing he's kind of added is a fucking Os cutter, which I hate to say because I don't care for Osprey either. He does it better because he could do it at a speed that it actually makes it look cool and devastating. Yeah, I think he's a guy that understands that wrestling is branding. And it's funny that one of his songs was the whole smoke and mirrors. Well, that's what he is. He's smoke and mirrors. It's a sleight of hand. I'm gonna make you feel like I'm better than I actually am because my presentation is gonna be so undeniable that you're gonna have to put the fucking world title on me. So yeah, I think New Japan was the real turning point for me because I'm like, oh wow, you're really not like a robust worker that has like all this imagination. You're just a guy that's just going through the motions until you get back to WWE and get the treatment that you think you deserve. And I think that's really when it started. What about you? When did you start souring on Cody?
On his first PWG show after WWE.
Nice.
So I guess to be transparent, I was never as big of a fan of Cody as you were.
Yes, yes, I was well aware of that. Yeah.
I'm more saying this for the audience than for you. I know that you knew this
Yes,
already.
yes, yes.
Um, I always felt like Cody Rhodes was a solid mid card guy, and that's an opinion that hasn't really changed to this day. Um, he, I liked because I liked him. I I should even say that I did like him. I did in fact like him in WWE in his initial run. But what I really liked about him was that he was really good at the fundamentals, and he used the fundamentals, and he had good in ring psychology, and he was a good seller and that kind of stuff.
Right.
And those are all things that are really fucking good for the WWE system, like John said. And those are all things that really like get de-emphasized as soon as you leave the WWE system. And so when he got released and he decided that he wanted to go do indie stuff, I was intrigued. I was like, oh my God, Cody Rhodes on a PWG show? What the hell crazy shit is this guy going to do on this PWG show? And then we watched it, and the answer was, oh, nothing. He's just going to do Cody Rhodes stuff, but he's going to jump off the top rope a few times and do really basic ass, like, fucking pump handle, or not pump handle. What's the double fist thing called, John?
A double fist. Polish hammer?
Mm,
No.
off the top rope.
Oh, axe handle.
Axe handle, thank you. Type shit. Uh, Literally did nothing other than maybe that. I think I remember him doing like a double axe handle off the top, off the middle rope. It might have even been in PWG, and I felt so insulted by his performance in PWG that I was like, wow, this dude really thinks that he's gonna get over in PWG of all places doing WWE shit. And then not only did he get over in PWG, but he got over in Ring of Honor. And then
Yeah.
he kind of leveraged his overness in PWG and Ring of Honor into the New Japan run, where we found out Geto, the booker of New Japan, was a huge fan of his dad, Dusty Rhodes, and he leveraged that into a main event slot in fucking New Japan. And this was when New Japan was like a big time prestige promotion, at least in our eyes at the time. And he managed to fucking ham fist his way into an Okada main event on a major pay per view, on a major New Japan pay per view. And I believe that it was like the first New Japan main event that was a triple threat, either in years or maybe even ever. And it was only
Yeah.
made a triple threat because Cody Rhodes just had to be made a part of it.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you remember this?
Yeah. I do remember this. Yeah. Damn. I think I kind of buried that memory, but yeah, you unlocked it. Fuck.
Yeah. And like these were all just like steps after steps after steps that of like shit that made me resent Cody. And then
Yes.
and then very soon after that triple threat main event, which thank Christ Okada retained the title in that match.
Yes.
But very soon afterwards, Cody and Hangman and Kenny and the Bucks all lost, I believe, on Wrestle Kingdom, and then they all fucking left the company to do AEW. And when AEW first started, I had sort of a very optimistic outlook of like, wow, this is really cool. We're gonna have like a New Japan type promotion here in the US that's gonna have a TV deal. This is gonna be really cool. It's gonna be run by Kenny and the Bucks. It's gonna be the first ever like worker run promotion that's going to have a TV deal here in the US. This is going to be revolutionary stuff. And then Double or Nothing happened in 2019. And I was like, maybe not revolutionary, but at the very least, we're probably going to have like televised PWG. And I was excited about that because that was like, okay, we can get all of these cool wrestlers a platform, a bigger platform, and they can have TV deals and stuff. And then Fighter Fest and Fight for the Fallen happened, and then the actual TV show started airing, and it just was not good TV. And then we started finding out more and more about how like the only people who got health insurance were the people who got the EVP titles. So it was like
Yeah.
Cody and the Bucks and Kenny and Hangman and Britt. And it's like all of the promises that were initially made about the things that we were excited about for AEW were either rescinded or warped or just flat out lies.
Yeah.
And then Cody did the whole shindig about how he's never going to challenge for the world title. So, of course, they make a new championship just for him, the TNT title. And then
Yes.
they do the whole fucking bullshit not with Hangman, with MJF, with the fucking whipping segment. And that was like, oh my God. Cody Rhodes just needs so desperately to be loved by everyone that he's booking himself to be the biggest baby face in all of pro wrestling. And I said that at the time because Cody Rhodes was an EVP of the company. He and Tony Khan were basically running, and Kenny Omega were basically running the company together. And so I just kind of, saw it as like Cody booking himself in these segments to get himself more and more beloved by everyone. And it was working. It was fucking working. To the point that when he finally did leave the company, WWE saw his value as like sky high and immediately shoved him into the main event scene. So he got what he wanted. He basically manipulated his way from the mid card to the main event of WWE. And like what it's like John said, what did he actually do to improve on his own ability in that time? He added a fucking Oscutter to his arsenal. Who gives a shit?
Exactly.
That's it. He's done nothing. He's no better now than he was in 2012. And if he is better at anything, it's better at manipulating perception, which like to me that's not something that I look for in a good wrestler. That's something that you look for in a fucking politician. And that's why we always call him a politician because that's what he fucking acts like.
Yes.
So, there you go. That's the whole story for me. Second question from Amari: do y'all think the Tony Khan comparison towards Vince McMahon is accurate or not? I'm one of the people that's made it. I've literally made that comparison before. Tony Khan books wrestling the exact same way that Vince McMahon did. He is literally booking for a party of one. Vince always booked for Vince. Tony books for Tony. It's the same shit. They just have slightly different tastes.
Yeah. Copy paste. Yeah.
Third question
Absolutely.
from Amari: do y'all have any hope for the future of AEW or nah?
Nah, right now. They got to prove it to me. Right now, nah.
Yeah, pretty much same, honestly. Pretty much same. I think um, the same way that Vince getting outed from WWE gave me hope in WWE, and now that hope is kind of waning because of the fucking allegations that Triple H refuses to even attempt to meet. I think Tony Khan would have to get outed for me to start to have any hope in the future of AEW.
Yeah, that's fair. That is fair.
Fourth question from Amari: with the Vivek tweet yesterday, do y'all see a MAGA civil war or at least a power struggle within the Republican/right wing sphere in the near future?
I
I
need
definitely
context for
think so.
this.
Oh, Vivek Ramaswamy tweeted yesterday at 11 a.m. The reason top tech companies often hire foreign born and first generation engineers over quote unquote native Americans, which he's using the word native, but what he really means is white Americans, isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit. And then in parentheses, he put a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers, and if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zack and Slater over Screech in Saved by the Bell, or Stefan over Steve Urkel in Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. Fact. I know multiple sets of immigrant parents in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids could watch those TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity, and their kids went on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. More movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends, More math tutoring, fewer sleepovers. More weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons. More books, less TV. More creating, less chilling. More extracurriculars, less hanging out at the mall. Most normal American parents look skeptically at, quote unquote, those kinds of parents. More normal American kids view such those kinds of kids with scorn. If you grow up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. Now close your eyes and visualize which families you knew in the 90s or even now who raise their kids according to one model versus the other. Be brutally honest. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper competitive global market for technical talent. And if we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China. This can be our Sputnik moment. We've awakened from slumber before, and we can do it again. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, but only if our culture fully wakes up. A culture that once again prioritizes achievements over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness. That's the work we have cut out for us, rather than wallowing in victimhood and just wishing or legislating alternative hiring practices into existence. I'm confident we can do it.
Wow. Do you mind if I react to all that?
Do it, go.
First of all, I hate Whiplash now. So thank you
Oh
for that.
no!
That was my favorite movie for so fucking long. I adore that fucking movie, but to know that that fucking weirdo likes it, no, and that cringe lord, that fuck, hey, you wanna be counterculture, you wanna stick it to the man, go to your college campus and tell people you're a conservative. Kill me. If he likes that movie, oh god, ew, no, oh god. I guess my new favorite movie slot's wide open 2025. Somebody take it from him. Somebody take it from him, please. Uh, Ew, just ew. Secondly, wow. Here's a thought. Why not both? Why can't I chill and smoke some weed and enjoy some fucking cartoons and also work on groundbreaking research that's going to help millions, if not billions, of people? Like this binary thinking for people that are just fetishized binaries, right? Because gender non-conforming, what's that? Like it's so stunted and stifled and arrested. Like, where is your passion for life or possibility? Like, that's my thing. I've come to realize again in my older age, because God, do I feel
In
old
your
on the
older
inside, y'all.
age, listen to you.
I feel so old on the inside, y'all. Just please, just fucking leave me, please. I don't do politics because I want to. I do it because I have to. Because the more I ask myself, what would you even do after the revolution? I'd probably be more antisocial than I am now, to be honest with you. I'd be
Oh,
like, cool. You guys reading? You guys eating? You guys staying warm? Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna be over here. Yeah, cool. Nice hanging with you guys. Great revolution. Peace. And like, yeah, like I just want to know that people are taken care of to live how they want to live. We all got fucking screwed. This guy can moralize with his money, which by the way, oh, Vivek, you slimy little fucking worm. You want to valorize hard work like you made these fucking sacrifices, like you're this big guy. He bought a fucking drug company where the drug was failing. I don't know if it was cardiovascular or
with
what the
what
drug,
money?
like the nature of the, oh, beg pardon?
Oh, did he like get money from his parents or something?
Probably, or some kind of business venture or whatever. He buys a drug company. I was gonna say a drug company. I wish I was fucking drunk thinking about these fucking people. A drug company that I think did some kind of heart med or whatever. Their tests weren't promising. Okay, tests were like, okay, this isn't gonna work. He fudged those tests. Like, I think he got somebody on the board to like kind of reorient the tests or kind of rephrase them so they'd be okay for human trials, and then slaps a fucking price sticker on the fucking drug, and like it's like, oh yeah, here you go. And so you grifted people out of a medicine that doesn't even fucking work. And you want to talk about hard work, ingenuity, value. I'm so sick of people that are morally bankrupt crowing nonstop about fucking values. You don't have values. You're a vapid, vacuous piece of shit that you could drop off the world tomorrow, much like Rush Limbaugh did, and you could hear a pin drop because nobody has a fucking thing to say about you, except the only thing you're hearing, oh, what's that? Oh, is that a stream? Oh, yeah, it's my piss that I took out just for you as a perfect symbol of your fucking legacy. And you want to moralize to other people about how we embrace mediocrity, about
Just
how we're just settling. Motherfucker.
just as
You
an
were going to say
attempt
something.
to kind
Yeah.
of bring it back to the actual question, Amari's question was, given that tweet, do you think that there's going to be a MAGA civil war or at least a power struggle within the Republican slash right wing sphere in the near future.
Well, I'll tell you, and I thank you for bringing it back to that question because I hate Vivek so much. I think he's my new like least favorite conservative. I'm probably not even for the right reasons. To be fair, he's just so visible and such a fucking loudmouth. I'm like, dude, nobody cares. But the real civil war really is going to be against the Trumpists versus the Musk loyalists, because I think there are people. And again, I know I live in like a digital corner, and I'm definitely fit the bill of terminally online. I own that for sure, but I've been reading like right accelerationism and more like far right like literature online. I think these people, when they imagine the monarchy that they'd love to return to, would love to see Musk as king because they see all the wealth he's amassed. They look at him as a genius because, much like Edison, he knows how to brand. Edison was a fucking hack too. You don't deserve the name Tesla, you piece of shit. Fuck. But yeah, they would love to like prop Musk up. But then you've got the MAGA people that are like, oh, Trump's my guy. He's always been my guy. He's got us. And I think there's going to be tension there. You already see tension there where Trump has to say in speeches like, oh, Musk is not the president. He's a great guy. He's got a lot of great ideas, but he's not the president. And so I think that's the real civil war is the Trumpists versus the Muskanites. I don't know what you'd
Well,
fucking call
that's
them,
dude,
but
that's the exact civil war though that Amari is referring to because you got to remember the Trump camp is all about the deportations, but Musk has, I think, recently come out as being against certain deportations, and like you've got Laura Loomer online, basically screaming from the rooftop that we need to deport certain people with certain types of visas, and Musk has basically removed, like, deplatformed her, like removed her check mark on Twitter and all this shit, and now you've got Vivek coming out and basically coming out as being like on the pro Musk side, where it's like, no, no, Musk is right. We can't deport people that you think you might want to deport because of all of these fucking reasons that Vivek just gave. So there are clearly sides forming here.
yeah. Now here's the thing, okay? Because I really do want to like answer the question. I'm not trying to like go. I know I did a little bit, but like I really have been trying to answer the question. But I want to think about it thoughtfully because a civil war is a very like big thing. All right, this isn't like Marvel shit, right? Like this is real
Right.
fucking life. And it does depend. Like I don't think either Trump or Musk would want it to come to that, and that's the thing.
Dude,
You disagree.
no, 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 no. No. I, my optimism is overbearing.
I do. That is my one criticism of you, since you couldn't like give level-headed back to me. Sometimes I think you are a little too optimistic, particularly politically. Sometimes I'm like,
Yeah.
maybe just step back and wait and
Yeah.
see what happens. Because like, yeah,
I mean, don't get
politics
me
can get
wrong. I'm
bad.
not expecting like, oh my god, like the Republican Party's going to fall apart or anything like that. If
Right.
Harris would have won, I would have had feelings about that. But
But do you
obviously,
do think we're going to endure? That's the thing. Like
yeah,
you think there will be another
yeah,
election, though, and that I think is fair.
yeah.
But what were you going to say? Like when you
But
say overbearing, this context.
well, just the idea that like Trump and Elon are on opposite sides of like certain things, kind of like obviously there's this whole immigrants thing where like Trump thinks that he stands for like the everyman and he stands for like the average person, and he thinks that the deportation of the immigrants is like it was like one of his big campaign promises, and he might want to, as a way to like pull out his dick basically and do like a power play to show like, no, Elon, fuck you, I am the president. If he would want to do the deportations, I don't know. I mean, with the fucking United Healthcare shit, I just have like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, wouldn't it be hilarious if the country tricked Trump into giving us better healthcare?
Dude, I wish. I wish. Like I don't know, man.
Like if we can
Yeah.
pit Elon and Trump against each other, and you know damn well Elon is against better healthcare, and Trump kept on saying about how like they like he said that he saved Obamacare in the one debate.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we maybe save it again and this time improve upon it?
Yeah, dude. See, again, I want to be pragmatic about this question, which is why it's actually been so difficult for me because I don't want to do the hyperbole thing, you
Yeah,
know?
yeah,
But so like when because Civil War, like I get what Amari
I think
means.
civil war is like hyperbolic if you mean like literal, like boots on the ground,
I don't
people
think he
inside
means
of the
that.
country. Yeah, no, I think it's more
Yeah,
like a
a
just
power
like,
struggle.
yeah, exactly. I mean, didn't he even use the word power struggle? Yeah,
He
he
might
even
have.
said, or at least a power struggle within the Republican slash
See,
right wing
I
sphere.
feel like a power struggle is already happening. So
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yes, a power struggle is already happening, and like I can't believe. See, can I? Okay, I just need to be a dick for 2 more seconds. I am so sorry, everybody, but I just need to say this. This is the consequence of when you really feel like lesser of two evils is something to abide by. Because we went from lesser of two evils between a centrist Democrat and a far right demagogue and autocrat to now between like a techno autocrat like in Musk that probably wants to make this cybernetic machinic future of all the things that sci-fi novels told you not to fucking do, and Trump, who is your by the numbers oligarch. So, like, lesser of two evils went from this and it devolved into this, and God knows what else it'll devolve into. So, this is just what that kind of thinking gets you, in my mind, long term, even if the effects are really, really far off. But thankfully for us, bud, we lived long enough to see it. But yeah, the power struggle is already happening. Again, people are saying that Musk is the president. He killed that bill outright that he didn't want. He straight up said, like anybody that supports this, I will use my cash. Which think about this in this context. It's bad enough when any rich person says, I'm gonna get more involved in politics, right? You are talking about literally the richest man on the planet. I'm gonna be a trillionaire next year. Has said that anybody that goes against me on this, I will primary you in 2 years and you will lose. And given how much money wins in politics, Jamal Bowman lost his seat because he went to Gaza and he grew a conscience, and then APAC funded his opposition out the ass.
Yep.
There was another woman that just beat Nina Turner like several years ago, I think for like a congressional seat or something, maybe like a House seat. And yeah, like at the very last minute, the opposition got really well funded, and Nina Turner lost, despite being far and away the better candidate. Money does win politics. So when Musk makes that threat, history teaches us to take that very seriously because he is so wealthy. I think he could, like, I don't know. Now, this might be hyperbole, but he's so fucking wealthy because you have to imagine that his wealth, also much like Amazon, is being constantly generated, right?
Yeah,
So, like, I think he could primary everybody in Congress if he wanted to.
yeah,
Like, I think his wealth is to the point where if he wanted to primary everybody in Congress just to get his Musk loyalists in there, he'd have the money to do it. And that's like fucking wild to me. He spent 200 million on the presidential election. Like, yeah, if money is politics, Musk is the ultimate politician. He is the politician fully realized, and that is horrifying. So, yeah, when you talk about a power struggle, there is, and I only give Musk the edge because of what wins in politics, and that is money, and he's the richest man on the planet. Something else that honestly, given Trump's ego, probably bruises him a bit. The right has openly celebrated Musk as their George Soros, and that's crazy because how often did they stigmatize and
yeah,
lampoon like George Soros? But now they proudly crow about it, like, oh, we got the George Soros money now. It's just Elon Musk money. So I think if there is a power struggle, I'll answer yes on the power struggle, and I'll go one step further and I'll say I see Musk winning that power struggle personally because I think money wins the day, and he's got a much bigger treasure chest than Trump does. So what about you, bud? Just to give, I guess, your final thoughts on this.
I'm actually working on some right now, looking at numbers. Oh yeah, so all of the congressional races combined this year cost a grand total of just over $10 billion.
Oh yeah, then I wasn't even off right when I said that Musk could primary
Yep.
every. Gee, now
And
now,
here's the thing:
yeah,
the single most expensive year for congressional races was 2020, and even then, all of the congressional races combined didn't even hit $11 billion. So if you adjust that for inflation, right?
yeah.
Inflation calculator. Let's say 2020. Let's even say November, actually October of 2020, and we'll say that much money. Um, it says please enter a valid cost. Apparently that inflation calculator doesn't go that high. So let's try this again because I know inflation's going kind of crazy lately. So this might actually make a difference.
Right.
Calculate. Oh, it's not letting me do it there either. Wow. 2020. There we go. Just shy of 13 billion. Still not anywhere close to something that Elon wouldn't be able to afford. So basically, if Elon wants to get somebody out, he can fucking do it.
Yeah. Now
That's
really think about that,
terrifying.
guys. Yeah.
I mean, realistically, if Elon wanted to, he could just literally just make himself king.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Hmm.
and that's the thing, like, I, again, having read right accelerationist literature and these people wanting like a techno monarchy, they want
Yeah.
like to different corporations to rule different patches of land. Like this guy, this one practical manifesto that I read said that he feels like different corporations should rule different parts of the ocean. You know, Musk would be a part of that. And if somebody were to really sell Musk on it, like, hey, how would you like to be a monarch, absolute power and this and that? Oh, he'd absolutely be fucking down. And Super Blue, here's the thing. You're right about that. But Super Blue, two things about that. One, let's not even think that Brian Thompson's wealth comes anywhere close to Elon's wealth.
Yeah.
Elon's wealth is of such a mythic proportion that he is the Zeus of this fucking shit.
Yep. I
Um,
mean,
yeah,
it's like him, Bezos, Gates, and one other guy whose name I forget.
yeah. And so, like, I see what you're saying, Super Blue, but like that kind of wealth, not to mention he is far more insulated and far more prolific than Brian Thompson is.
Yeah.
You figure that guy's got to have security out the
Yeah,
ass,
Brian
this
Thompson
and
was
that.
a regular guy with a lot of money.
Yeah, Elon is a persona. Elon is his own mythos in this country.
Yep.
It is a totally different fucking ball game. Um, and so yeah, like, do I think class war needs to be waged against these people anyway? Absolutely, because I do still think outside of all these trappings, he is still just a man, but he's a very, very powerful one. And Trump, the thing is, too, if it was Trump in 2016 going against Musk, I wouldn't count him out of the fight completely. But, bro, he did a campaign where he was talking about Arnold Palmer's cock. He doesn't have the cognitive edge to even spar with Elon if it comes to that. Like, I think Trump's cooked if Musk turns his guns on him, metaphorically speaking. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
It's actually surprised me because, again, I'm not trying to throw this dude under the bus. I actually do, again, like him and respect him because he hasn't sold out like other quote unquote left wing outlets lately. But Kyle of Secular Talk, he feels like Trump would win that confrontation. I don't see where, like, what his logic is on that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying I personally don't get it because he talks about, how Trump has got the cult of personality. Elon has his own cult of personality. He has his own fanboys, like, in large numbers, I feel like. Hell,
You know
Twitter
what
is
though? I
probably his
feel
fan
like
club.
Trump's cult of personality can be measured in the tens of millions, whereas Elon's is more like in the hundreds of thousands, maybe the millions at most.
So do you think you'd give Trump in the power struggle? Like, who do you, who,
If
like,
we're
oh, make it explicit?
if
Yeah.
you're speaking strictly in terms of like size of fan base, Trump wins 100 times out of 100.
But I'm asking you just so that you can, like, really punctuate, and I know clearly where you stand because you know clearly where I stand. I think Musk in general wins the power struggle. In general, who do you see winning the power struggle?
Um, I mean, based on the fact that Trump is the one who got elected president, and he like is the one with the actual power, like in terms of like government power, I would have to lean Trump.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. I still think
I
Musk,
mean,
but I appreciate you kind of giving that different view and
if
fun. So, yeah.
Elon wanted to do his thing and get everyone in 2026, if he wanted to get an entirely pro Elon policies Congress elected, Trump could still veto it.
Bro, imagine if Trump, like, really had like a meltdown kind of moment, but it was good for us because he decided, you know what, I'm fucking done with Citizens United, and he took Musk's power away of being able to funnel his
Dude,
money into politics.
that's kind of what I was laughing about earlier with the healthcare stuff is like imagine if this whole thing between Elon and Trump just tricks Trump into doing something that's accidentally good for regular people. That's what I'm getting
Yeah, he is addled enough mentally.
at. Yeah.
This could be our chance. All right,
Let's
next
move on to
question.
our fifth and final question from Amari.
Yes.
Any predictions for 2025 for wrestling and politics?
Obafemi to become Intercontinental Champion, I'll say, in
Oh.
2025. I stopped myself. I was about to say World Champion, bro. You don't even know. Um, Intercontinental Champion in 2025. Um, I think Trevor Lee. Well, you know what? No, I'm gonna save that. Um, yeah, I almost told on myself there. I think Pentagon and Phoenix will win the tag titles.
Yeah.
I I think Jade will become women's champion.
Jade Cargill?
Jade Cargill, yeah, Jade Cargill will become women's champion. I think Dakota will win her first singles championship.
She's on her way.
She is on her way, so that one I'm definitely more secure in. Uh, and I think Sami Zayn will finally win the world title. That'll be my big one that I cap it
Whew.
off with. So, what about you? What are your predictions for 2025?
No politics predictions on your end?
No, dude, I'm tired.
Yeah,
Like,
I
no,
know. All right.
I'm pessimistic, but you know what? Since you threw it my way, I now this is my optimism. I think there will be jury nullification for Mangione. And I think there's going to be more civil disobedience in 2025 than there's ever been in the last 10 years, at least, we'll say. So I think more civil disobedience, and I think the people are going to have Mangione's back. That's going to be my optimism that I let out into the world. Go, my children.
Yeah.
Prove me right.
Oba wins the NXT World Title,
Nice. I think we agree.
and I think um, Jada Parker wins her first singles title on the main roster, not in NXT.
I like that. I actually no, I don't like it. I love it. I love it. Okay.
I'm gonna say Utami holds the Monty Gold World Championship for 363 days of 2025.
Bro, what are you trying to do to my custard cannon right now? We are on air. Oh my god.
She
Whew.
wins it on the third and holds it the rest of the year.
I'm fanning myself and it's winter.
Um, I think that Tamantha is going to be World of Stardom champion for most, if not all, of 2025 as well.
Let me do my best Ashton Despair impression. No! That was the best I had. But there we go.
Thanks, bud.
Turn
You're
Chris
the
back on.
best. You're amazing.
Last any Lash Legend predictions.
Lash Legend. No, I don't have any Lash Legend predictions. I love that Abel asked that though.
We love Abel, period. Oh my god. Uh,
I will say I hope that Lash wins some kind of championship in 2025, but I can't commit to predicting it.
you know what? I respect that. I respect that. You
Um,
think Cody drops the title in 2025?
yeah, to Dwayne,
Yeah.
who
I don't know.
holds the title for all of like a little over 2 months and then drops it to Roman.
Man, I don't know why I popped for that initially, because Dwayne's alright, but yeah, I mean, yeah. I got way too excited there. John, you need to calm down.
And then we get Roman Cody 3 at WrestleMania 42.
Nice.
Roman retains because of fucking course he does.
Yay!
Only it's clean this time.
Nice.
Yeah. Um I think God. Ugh God. Charlotte Flair gets 2 more title reigns under her belt.
Yeah.
They combine for under 2 months grand total.
Wow. That's I'm gonna be honest, that's unattractive, but that's not your fault. So
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah.
Asuka returns to a ton of fanfare and wins at least one major singles championship in 2025.
Nice.
Io Sky spends more than half the year holding at least one championship in 2025.
Nice.
Kairi Sane holds the tag titles at least once in 2025. I don't know which partner.
I hope EO. I want Sky Pirates.
I'm not betting on that.
I'm not either. I'm just saying I hope.
I understand. Um, I mean, you already know my prediction about Gunta Cena.
Yes.
Randy Orton wins a mid card title in 2025. How's that for a prediction?
I like it.
I
I
like
like
it
it.
too.
Yeah.
One more. I'm going to throw out one political prediction for 2025.
Okay.
They try really hard to repeal Obamacare and fail.
I hope you're right, man. For all the people that need that shit, I hope you're right. So Alex Foster's questions now?
Yes, our final set.
Oh my god, we did it. Well, we almost did it. All right, hit me with it.
Well, it's fitting that you said that because the first question is just for you, John. If you were being pursued by Light Yagami, how would you throw him off your trail?
God, I'm such a simp. Part of me says that I wouldn't. Um, write me in there, daddy. Just make it a quick heart attack.
No, no. God damn it.
You know what? I'm giving my life for the greater good. Support me in these
What
moments.
greater good? He's just a fucking jackass with an ego.
Wow, you have so much to learn. Wow, that was really condescending, and yet I will walk it back a little bit. Uh, I'm improving, everyone. The old me would have doubled down completely. Um,
I'm proud of you.
incrementalism for the win, says every liberal ever. So no, no. How to throw him off the trail? You know what? He's very smart, so I don't know. But I would hunch over and I would act like I was writing in something. I would try because I don't know the context of the pursuit. So I would try and make a fake death note, much like Near did, and I would be writing in it and looking really intently at Light and making him think like, oh God, is he gonna kill me? And then like that whole thing and kind of spook him off maybe from running away. I mean, it really wouldn't matter because it's the death note, but I don't know, maybe he'd freak out and try and run because we saw how freaked out he was. Yeah, at least in the manga. In the manga, he's freaked out because he sees Ryuk writing the name, and he's like, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." So, like, assuming that this is manga light as well, I would take that personality into account and be like, "Well, he at bottom is just scared of dying. He is a scared child." And so, yeah, if I act like I have a death note and I'm writing somebody in, maybe I'd even like pay an actor, like, I'm gonna write your name, get near Light, and then just pretend to die because Light didn't trade with the Shinigami eyes, so he wouldn't be able to tell, right? Unless he was really thorough and checked for a pulse, but I don't know if he would in the moment. So yeah, I think just try and coordinate that I have a fake death note and flexing powers a lot like Nier did, but with a lot less resources, and just hope that he would take the bait and leave me alone. Next question.
Next question is just for me.
Yes.
Alex wants to know if there truly was a script writer for the NFL, what signs would tip me off?
Ooh.
I mean, oh God, if there truly is a scriptwriter for the NFL, what signs would tip me off? I mean, simple stuff like no team ever being able to play a home game in the Super Bowl would be a pretty obvious one. That streak got broken recently, I believe, by Tampa Bay.
Okay.
Home game Super Bowl. Um, yeah, it was Tampa. Oh, and the Rams apparently in 2021, the year afterwards. So back-to-back years, home games, home or Super Bowl teams got to play home games in the Super Bowl.
Nice.
That does feel like a little scripty though. Like people were starting to catch on, so they had to like throw them off the trail by doing it twice in a row, and now they're never going to do it again.
Yeah.
I don't know. What else? I mean, shit like the early '90s, the Bills losing four straight Super Bowls. That feels like it couldn't happen if it wasn't scripted.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes coming into the league with really like nothing overly special about him. He wasn't drafted in the top 10. His numbers at Texas Tech weren't like, groundbreaking, world breaking, like incredible like records or anything like that. They were just really good. They were like 90th percentile, not like 100th percentile. Um, he wasn't really anything exceptional as a high school quarterback. Like this is just like a guy who's never really been anything like S tier, and then he comes into the league and tears it the fuck up after only sitting out 1 year, and he throws over 50 touchdowns in his first full year as a starter, wins the Super Bowl in his second year as a starter, and now if he ends up getting the Super Bowl this year, he has the potential to become the first ever three-peat, the first quarterback to ever win, the first team to ever win 3 straight Super Bowls. That
Wow.
feels a little scripty.
Yeah.
Like Tom Brady felt very scripted. Tom Brady was like a small town kid, managed to get to play for the Michigan Wolverines, didn't really have exceptional physical gifts. So when they brought in higher recruited quarterbacks, they were constantly trying to replace Tom as the starter in college. But every time they would get into a hole, they would just put him in there and he would dig them out of it.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then he gets drafted in the 6th round of the NFL. The starter for the team that he gets drafted to gets injured mid-season and he has to take over and he ends up becoming the GOAT. Like that feels very scripted.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things that feel very scripted in the NFL for sure.
All right. Next question from Foster.
Our last 3 questions are all for both of us. So,
Okay.
third question. If you guys were in Avatar The Last Airbender, what would your own characters be doing in the plot?
Um. Well, that seems like incredibly autonomous. So God, I'm gonna be honest with you, Foster, just because it just seems like most honest about my personality. I'd probably be buried in that library with that other scholar, just reading shit. So like
Oh,
I'd be
with
a
the
part of
giant owl?
yeah, the giant owl, yeah. I don't really think I'd have much of a significant impact on the plot because really, for me, I do revolution so I could fully be with knowledge. But if I could fully be with knowledge and then the revolution still works out, I'll take my out. Yeah. So being honest about my character, yeah, I'd probably just be in the library. But to give you more of a fun answer, I loved I forget characters' names all the time, especially when it's been a while. But the Western Air Temple, the people that were working on inventions and shit. I think, I would always want my character to have some kind of aptitude, whether it be like engineering or philosophical. Again, that's why I feel like the most honest answer is just the scholar in the library with the owl. But yeah, I feel like I would just probably be an inventor, like helping invent things for the resistance, the earthbenders and stuff like that. So yeah, two different answers, both which I think are honest about different parts of my personality. So what about you, bud?
Oh, well, did I pop you with that?
Did because it had slight grace energy, but then I also kind of pop myself to be honest because like it's your answer and it's your character, so of course like that's the one that matters. But I kind of want your character to be what I always envisioned you being in Yu-Gi-Oh, and telling everybody what they're doing wrong and resisting. Like Sokka, you need more than a boomerang. Suck less. It would
You
be
know,
amazing.
when I first read the question, my initial instinct was I'd be right there next to the cabbage guy selling beets.
There
But
you go.
I, I kind of would love to imagine that I play a little bit more important of a role. So I don't know. I mean, every little scenario that I dream up involves me in the Earth Nation, though. That's kind of an interesting thing because I always feel like I would rather be a waterbender, but every little like scenario that I think up of for myself involves me in the Earth Kingdom. Like even the cabbages guy is in the Earth Kingdom when we see him. Another thought that I had was like it would be really cool if I could be like on the forefront of metal bending with Toph. That's another Earth Kingdom thing. So I would definitely be like in the Earth Kingdom. I don't know if I would be an earthbender. I would probably be an earthbender, even though I'd rather be a waterbender. That would probably give me a complex, so that would probably drive me to do some pretty bad shit too.
like that we were both really honest with that
So
question.
realistically, I'd be a villain to the gang.
I don't know if I've ever been more attracted to you than I am right now, than knowing that you would be a villain in some universe that's supposed to be about hope and resistance. Like, wow, that's fucking hot,
I'd
honestly.
be one of those like villains of the week who's like a jerk who like does bad things, but then like they stop me, and then while I am like under arrest, they find out my tragic backstory.
You know what? As you fucking should, bud. As you should. Like I said, that was hot. Not as hot as the fire that burned Zuko's face, but still hot.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
I'm sorry, you being a villain really awoke something in me, and I just had to be a part of it. Was I a part of it? Did I do good?
Great bud.
Yes. Next question.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
And I love that Azula watched the whole time. She had total Osmi energy there. Yeah, now burn the other half.
Penultimate question of the Q&A. Are there any wrestlers that you guys don't like because you feel like deep down you're too similar to them?
I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. Well, hell, fucking Lucha Underground.
Marty?
Fucking yeah, Ricky Mundo. Ricky Mundo.
Oh,
I'm like, oh my god.
Ricky. Oh, that was great.
Fucking Ricky Mundo. It's me. Lucha Underground was like, man, that John guy sucks. Let's make him a wrestler.
No, no, no. Lucha Underground was like, man, we sure do love TwitWoW. We should make a character based on one of them. And they were like, well, Ashton's the boring one. So clearly we got to make a character based on the more interesting one, the Johnny Mundo fanatic.
Yeah, boring one. The guy that actually knows how to behave in social situations and like keeps a low profile. This guy wailing his fucking head off about, yeah, I'll let the fucking streets fill with the blood of CEOs. Yes, the time for revolution is now. I'm amazed I haven't been arrested. That's another
I
prediction for
mean,
me
you're
for
definitely on
2025.
several lists.
Yeah, that's another prediction for me for 2025. I am getting arrested. I'm going in one of those right wing jails. It's gonna be awful. You're all gonna worry about me. It's gonna be for naught because like either I'm gonna escape or they're gonna kill me. One or the other. Like yeah, it's coming. But what were we even talking about? Oh yeah, the characters. Yeah, Ricky Mundo. Ricky Mundo for sure. Um also Damien Sandow for sure. Because
You
I'm like
loved Damien Sandow.
I did, but it is a bit visceral to be like, wow, I too am that elitist, and like, wow, um,
But you never didn't like him.
that's yeah, that, and he did say didn't like, so that's
Yeah.
fair. Yeah, I guess I was also just thinking more broadly, like wrestlers that teach you hard truths about yourselves. Um, let's see. I feel like there was one that I didn't like for some. I'm trying to remember who, and it wasn't Ricky Mundo because that one just came off the top of my head, just easy. Um, Who else? I feel like there had to be one of those characters where I was like, yeah, I don't like him for this and this, and then somebody would just point out, well, that's you. And I would just be like, I can't think of it right now. What about you? But I'm actually really curious what you're going to answer this question.
Yeah, no, I don't have an answer for this question. I feel
You
like if
piece of shit. Think harder. You're not leaving me alone.
fuck.
No, because it's a beautiful thing with you that like when we like I'll never forget the day that I told you practically to your face. I mean, it's as good as it gets, right? Through this, where I'm like, wow, you get worked more by people than you do by wrestling. You're like, oh god, it's like you always have the thing where you're like, oh god, it's true. It takes a few seconds for it to settle in, but that self awareness for you, you sell self awareness better than anyone. It's
Yeah, but I'm
amazing.
so bad at it though. That's the problem. You have to hold the mirror up to me before I have the self-awareness. I can't find it on my own.
Isn't that concerning?
Yes.
God, this is how you live? I'm gonna help you with everything from now on. Jesus.
Okay, start by telling me what wrestler I don't like because they're too much like me.
Let me think. Shit, I can't think of it either, and I don't have those problems. Fuck. God damn it. No, I refuse to be alone and being vulnerable on this. And I was like, great, so I think it's fuck.
Well, mom. Oh,
Baron Corbin? I don't know. I don't have an
Are you
answer.
calling me a bum ass?
I know. I'm sorry. Back down from that immediately because it was a fight I wasn't even trying to start in the first place. I am sorry. I am wrong. I am profusely sorry. Um, who wouldn't want to be Big E? So I can't even say people that are cool, even if you didn't like them. Who wouldn't want to be Big E? You're so much more charismatic than Ricochet. That wouldn't even be fair. That would be abusive. Um, fuck. Fine, he doesn't get to answer. We need to move on. It's almost 3 a.m. I'm dying. At least my rice is going to be really soft before I cook it. Thank Christ. So we can't think of anybody for you, and I can't even give a name
I
because
think the
A,
problem is that if there's anyone in wrestling that it reminds me of me, I just like them. I don't
and
dislike
then
them.
like that, like, what the fuck? It's like, wow, man, that's pretty great. I mean, how dare you have this healthy conception of self, you asshole? The hell? Oh
Oh
God,
God.
I hate myself so much. It's so bad.
What the fuck? Why would you say that?
I mean, it's true. I have very deep-rooted self-loathing issues. They've been very debilitating to my long-term happiness, which is why. Wait, which character can hold on to happiness? Because I remember you freaked out when I just casually dropped in Rocket League. Like, hey, I should just bother you that we can't hold on to our happiness, and you were like, "What the fuck?" And you react to me that way just out of nowhere. So just having a good time. Just whip my dick
Momo
out and ruin
Watanabe.
everything. Exactly. Just that was even an accident. I didn't even mean to do damage that time, but the way you reacted, I was dying. So what character has very transient happiness? Because that's very
That's what I
relatable
just
to
said,
us.
Momo Watanabe.
Oh God, yes. So, oh my God, but you like Momo. You know
See,
what?
that's what I'm saying, dude.
Fuck your own face, sir. Okay. Moving, moving on to the last question.
The last question is just based on assumptions. If Twitwell had a dinner, who would make what dish the best?
Um, I want to answer. I want to. Okay, so read that question for me one more time, please.
Oh my God, Super Bowl is right. Ashton Smith.
Yeah, yeah, he made you embarrassed of a name.
Yes, that's the best answer we're gonna get here for that
Okay,
question.
fine, I accept it just so I don't have to be alone.
Okay,
Yes.
so the final question is just based on assumptions. If Twitwell had a dinner, like a family dinner, like a Thanksgiving or a Christmas or like any kind of family dinner, who would make what dish the best?
We have a cook in the audience, right? Like in our
No,
community.
I mean
Somebody that loves
Gala.
cooking.
Gala makes all kinds of stuff, but like she just follows recipes.
I would just say you and Gala, honestly.
What?
I'm trying first of all, wow, you need to like work on the squeak to actual content ratio because what the fuck?
That's the
Second
secret,
of all,
John. The squeaks are the content.
son of a bitch. Uh
You're welcome.
no, I am trusting you with Thanksgiving. And I know you can do
No.
it. You know what? Fine. You know what? You're no longer on Thanksgiving. You just get a seat at the table like
I
everybody
do the
else.
corn. I'm good at corn. I can handle the corn.
You do corn. I'm gonna do the cheerleading because nobody should let me in a kitchen ever.
You
Um,
can make rice dishes for everyone.
I'm not doing that. No, that's so
What
much
the
work.
fuck, man?
Stop. Yeah, no, you can make your own fucking rice. It's
You
really
can
not that.
contribute and
Yeah.
you're turning down that opportunity?
I'm gonna tell you something right now, and we need to get this straight heading into
Oh
2025.
boy.
Uh, wow. Let's do that again. Okay, to get something straight. Oh boy, I did it for you so you can pop me again. I will preach communism. I'm not about to actually do it. Helping
Oh.
community, cutting vegetables. What is this?
Oh,
Look,
so
we have
you're an internet leftist. Ew.
yeah. I mean, pretty much. I mean, I've never boasted about my leftism. I think I suck personally, but yeah.
What the fuck?
I'm just being honest. I'm sorry.
Grow some fucking ego. God
Don't
damn.
tell me what to do. We're really doing everything. We're really doing TWitWoW bingo like big time here. No, I think in all seriousness, you guys could trust me to cut up vegetables. Like I could cut vegetables. Surprisingly, my motor skills really aren't bad at that. Um, I think I really, and I'm being sincere.
You can
Like, I would.
skin the potatoes for the mashed potatoes.
Okay, here's the thing about that. I would try for you, but I'm not making any promises because I don't know if there's like an electric one of those that we could do it or like what. But like, yeah,
There's just a
skinning sounds
potato.
like
You can just use a potato peeler or like
I
a
have
paring knife.
I kind of have difficulty with those.
Oh,
Yeah, it's so. But again, I would try, but I wouldn't want to be around like any
see,
hot
but
stuff,
that's
like
what I'm
any like
saying
ovens or
though.
whatever.
I don't want you trying to do some other shit that other people want you to do. I want you to do what you know you're good at, which is
Yeah,
rice dish.
yeah. Well, fine. I'll make rice dishes for everyone. That's a lot of rice, people. Uh, Gala, what does she make most of? I feel like does she make a lot of desserts? 'Cause I know she's made desserts in the
She
past. I
does
feel like.
make desserts very well, from what I understand.
See,
Yeah.
I would have her on desserts, so like the pies and stuff like that. I would have her on desserts. Abel, how well do you cook? Does well, Abel, you
Abel
can do
buys
anything.
everything out. He goes out to eat for every meal.
But you know what though? I believe in my son. Who are we trusting with the turkey? I kind of want to be reckless and you know what? Sean. I'm trusting Sean with the turkey. He
I
is
was gonna say
level-headed.
Dom, but Sean works too.
Yeah, so he's level-headed, he's confident, he's cool. Give him that bird. Him and Dom can be on it together. I feel like in sitcoms and stuff, it's usually two people watching the bird at once. So Dom and Sean can be on the turkey. That's how we know
Abel
it's a sure.
volunteered to make Maruchan ramen.
Yes. Yes.
Abel, you are precious.
You are precious, and I love you with fucking everything. Um,
Ooh.
yeah, I think, and look, Javaris is rich. He could just buy Thanksgiving dinner for all of us. Like, fuck it, let's just go out and eat. Like,
Javaris,
yeah.
sweet potatoes.
Yes. Okay. I like that. I like that. Um, hell, your mom's practically a part of this community. She may not be in the Discord, but she's in every video we've like ever done, like in
My
the
mom,
chat. So, like,
my mom just volunteered to make the filling.
you know what? That's beautiful. That's initiative. We can get behind that. Um, Super Blue, what do you do? What's your specialty dish?
Super Blue, you know what? It's not a typical normal Thanksgiving thing, but he's in Oklahoma. He's bringing the Midwest barbecue.
I respect it. I respect it. Who else? Who else do we got to think about? DBK maybe. DBK.
DBK? Oh
Can I be
man,
cheeky and say the croissants? We just leave him
please.
with like the.
Oh,
He'd be saying that too.
croissants.
Yeah,
Croissants for Thanksgiving dinner. Who needs biscuits when you have croissants?
exactly. So DBK, you're on that.
We need someone to make the mashed potatoes.
Maybe I
Who's
could do
really
that.
aggressive? Could you do the mashed potatoes?
I am a very aggro
Well,
person on
that's
the
why I
inside.
wanted you to peel the potatoes earlier, but you said
But
you
see,
had motor
peeling and
skills.
mashing are two different things. They got like I'm
But
not
you
even trying to
peel
fight you on this in a cheeky
first.
way.
You peel first and then you mash.
But see, if I have somebody peel for me, because I think that requires more dexterity and like maneuvering than I have,
Oh.
then I could probably mash. Is
My
what I'm
mom
saying.
has offered to peel while the
Working with your
stuffing is
mom
in
on
the oven.
working with your mom on anything, just period, like yes, but
I do have a
especially
rule
thanks.
though.
Yes.
No hot sauce in the mashed potatoes.
No, I wouldn't. No,
Okay.
that's just a me thing. Like, no, I respect other people's dietary preferences. So
Okay.
that would also apply for like allergies or anything. Like if anybody's like
Okay.
allergic to some kind of nuts, maybe we wouldn't just do pecan
So
pie then. So
what are we gonna do about the ham?
ew, why do we even need ham? Fuck ham.
Excuse me? Did you just say ew about
First of
ham?
all, first of all, there's a social distance. I can't squeeze you, even if I wanted to, and you know that hurts
I
both of
didn't
us. So
say squeeze me. I said squeeze me.
I
There's a
know
difference.
what you said.
Respect the difference.
No.
That was adorable. Oh my god.
Secondly, we're not doing ham. What are you, a fucking mark?
I
Who
eat
does
ham at every family gathering.
ham
Yes.
is for Easter.
Ham is for every family gathering.
You're insane.
I
You're
don't eat
actually
turkey.
insane.
I'm not gonna not eat meat. We need to have ham, goddammit. And
We
besides,
have
nobody said this was even for Thanksgiving.
well then somebody gave me the idea, okay, and then I just ran with it. But you know what? Enable
The
I will
question
never
was if TWitWoW had a dinner, who would make what dish best?
do we have to have ham?
Yes.
If we're having ham, I want cake for dessert.
You can have cake for dessert for sure. Gala is on that shit.
Fine, then you get your ham this time. This fucking time. but I'm telling you, you have irreparably changed this
I'm
relationship.
putting, you know what? I respect that, and you know who I trust with the ham? Alex Foster is going to make one
What?
hell of a ham.
You know what? I love that you trust Foster. He should be trusted with things because he's a very capable and wonderful young man. Fucking ham. God damn it.
I
Um,
can't believe you don't respect ham.
I need to know because clearly you just didn't care about how you've been devastating me emotionally in private all this time. How long have you been like this? How long have you been
For
keeping this from
literally
me?
ever?
And okay, so you parade scalp and now you do this. So you think this is okay? You just think this is totally okay?
No, I don't think this is okay. I think this is fucking normal. What are you talking about?
It's good and like as a deli meat, but the kind of ham that you do formally for it sucks. It's got way too much going on. Like
It's
honey.
delicious if you do it right,
Oh,
which is
oh,
why
oh,
I trust Alex Foster because I know he'd do it right.
I couldn't help but notice you had a little bit of tone there on the doing it right
Even
part. Are you?
Javaris needs to know what you have against ham.
It's just not good. It's like, like there's so many other options out there. Like, I don't know, not ham, turkey, pepperoni.
Turkey's fucking dry and gross.
Oh, not if you cook it right. Yeah, see what I did
Okay,
there? See
well
what
then
I
I
did
would
there?
like to try your correctly cooked turkey, and you can try my correctly cooked ham that I trust my life with Alex Foster to do.
You know what? Only because I got a little tingly thinking that that might be a euphemism. Yes, but you know what? Fuck you. I mean, fuck your steamed hams. But no, no, really, it's been forever that you've been like this.
Dude, I was literally eating ham at every family gathering as a child. It's been in every like my whole life. It's been normal.
I never thought I'd say this to you, given that you, relative to me, are a very well put together person, but you need to get your fucking priorities in order, okay? Because the idea of
Dude,
learning about this now, when I'm grandfathered into this relationship, no. This is something
believe
you talk
I
about on the
can't
first
believe this is a
hangout.
problem for you.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if I was really shitty, I'd be like, Ham, huh? I think it's time we see other people. But I love you too much to do that. So I'm not going to do
Hey
that.
mom, you want to warm up that last slice of ham for me then?
Wow, you piece of shit right in front of my face. My fucking
Leftovers from
face.
Christmas.
I wish the Grinch stole it. I really I really don't know what else to say. I feel like once again I'm in the minority on this because apparently we have a very pro ham
Tell him, mom.
community.
Come here, tell him. Oh yeah, he even said. My mom even said in chat, "Sweetie, ham is fabulous for holidays. We eat it at Thanksgiving, Christmas, and Easter."
Betrayed by the lot of you is unbelievable.
I
At least
can't
my
believe this is a hang up for you.
at least I know my son has my oh my god, he ate ham earlier today and it was pretty good. No, but see though again, deli ham, I'm cool with, but
Was
even
it
then,
deli ham,
honestly,
Abel, or was it like a ham steak?
see ham steak I think is what I have the problem with. I just I don't care for it. And to be honest, even deli ham, I guarantee if you would like put that in a sandwich for me now, I probably wouldn't care for it. Like I like chicken, I like
Yeah.
turkey, and I will admit too, beef is good. I just really try and keep that to a minimum. Like I really like if I have beef once a year, that's enough for me. Like and I'm being so that's not even hyperbole. Like I think there have been times where I have beef either 0 times a year or at least
Oh, he
once.
said deli ham, so you're good.
That's acceptable. It's just yeah, I think for me, like I love pepperoni too. Pepperoni is great.
Pepperoni's delicious.
And again, I think Javaris, it's more like the ham steak. Like it's just like that thicker kind of stuff. Um
Mmm,
yeah, like
delicious.
Deli wow. Wow,
Mmm.
I am living through my pain, and you're just like Hannibal Lecter over there, like, yes, Clarice, the ham. No, I have to do it. I would sure crisp off and join in. And it was honey baked, Clarice. Uh,
I've never had honey baked ham. I don't think.
I honey baked ham once. That actually might have been one of the better experiences. Um,
I can't believe we're having this revelation at after 3 o'clock in the morning.
Dude, I need to eat, and other people need to sleep and live their lives. They're not like us. They weren't built for this. I can't believe 7 people are still here, by the way. That fucking stuns me.
Yeah,
Um,
we know
and
that
that actually
Abel.
went up because I think it was like 5 before, and then we had 2 people
Yeah,
trying to be like, "Did somebody say ham?" Uh,
ham is for the people, man. The people love ham.
It's time to go ham on ham. This war has been waged silently for too long. You see how much ground the hamists have gotten?
Ham
It's ridiculous. Abel, like the video if you enjoy 3 a.m. ham discussions. Oh, what the fuck was that squee?
Is there any other kind of ham discussion other than a 3 a.m. one?
I mean 301, but I mean I don't know. Yeah, I know. Being completely sincere, being completely serious, 'cause I do love having fun with you guys. It's cool. You know, obviously we can have whatever we want at this dinner. I just know that like I never. And you're right. I've had shitty turkey too. When you talk about turkey, bro, like I love my grandmother to death. May she be resting in peace. And she turned me on to a lot of Italian cooking. Turkey was not her specialty. Um, the turkey I've had here with Christy and Chris, like ever since like moving, I've loved it every fucking year.
Nice.
So that's why I say like making it the right way because I feel like they did it in the was it the slow cooker?
Slow cooker, yeah.
Yeah, they did it in the slow cooker,
Slow
and
cooker is
that
how you
gets it
get
right, bro.
moist meat, man. The slow cooker is the secret to moist meat.
Yes, it is because if you do it in the oven, it's fuck. But like, and I gotta say too, even with the dry turkey, if you just gotta believe in the leftovers because I love a good turkey sandwich. You moisten
Dude,
the
I was
bread
gonna
with
say
mayo or whatever.
not just
Yeah,
the leftovers, but the gravy. You got to believe in the turkey gravy.
yeah, and see, I'm gonna say another thing here too, since I've already outed myself as incredibly weird with the ham discourse. Um, Turkey with gravy is good. Don't get me wrong. I've had some good gravy, but really good turkey, in my opinion, you don't even need gravy. I can eat that
Damn.
shit fucking straight because it'll just melt
I
in your mouth anyway. Yeah.
I've never had turkey of such quality that it was acceptable without anything else.
I need to get just one thing out of the way too, since we're having this like broader meat discourse. What is pork with everybody? Because here's the funny thing about pork and why I
Ooh.
ask.
I mean, ham is a type of pork.
When cannibals were interviewed, most of them said that human meat does taste like pork, so that's what we're most akin to. And then I got all excited. I thought I would have a pork phase. I wasn't moved. So while I am still curious about like, you know, human flesh, and that is genuine people, you will need to know that you are not safe around me at all.
I'm
Um
gonna sleep
and
over at your house one weekend and just gonna wake up with your mouth wrapped around my arm.
be lying if I said I haven't thought about it. I mean, gotta go with what's nearest to you, so, you know, get excited. Uh, but but no, when I learned that, you know, most cannibals liken it to pork, I actually got disappointed because I've never cared for pork. So I'm curious what everybody's relationship with pork is. Because I think when Bestie talks about pulled pork sandwiches, that's the most I've ever grown to like is like barbecued pork. You gotta
Mm,
barbecue it for me, you gotta slather in that sauce.
yeah.
Oh, that's so true. That should be my T-shirt. I should have a T-shirt that's like, ew, human flesh. Now we're talking on the back of it's like is somebody eating a foot or some shit. I don't fucking know. Uh,
Oh my
oh God,
god.
we've gone way too long, bro. What's happening? I think we're entering the other level. Like, this usually
How
happens
are
when
we
we
gonna
go slowly.
do two 4 hour long commentaries within the span of one calendar week?
Dude, I don't know. Wait. What was the first? I know you're into words. What's the other one? What are we
This
doing?
one, we've gone over 4 hours,
Oh
bro.
God, yeah, you're right. Because you said within the week. Oh God. Oh God. Oh Jesus, we're not gonna survive. Um. So yeah, I guess was that the last question, or was there one more
That
question?
was the last
Javaris,
question, yeah.
Javaris, what in the quarter after 3 a.m. are you doing? I really don't eat pork that much anymore. That makes sense. That makes sense. Um,
Oh,
you
pork.
said we have one more question. Let's just get to it because I
No,
now
that
I'm
was
starting to
it.
get
That was the
hungry.
last one.
Oh, you did say that was the last one. Okay, cool. So I don't
Yeah,
really mind
pork.
as much.
As far as pork goes, by the way, I don't like pork chops, but I do like pretty much every other variation of pork. I like ham, I like bacon, I like pulled pork, I like pork ribs, I like, pork hot dogs, like any other kind of pork you can think of. I'm probably into it, but just pork chops are just too plain and bland to me, which probably just means, like with turkey, that I just haven't had them made correctly before.
You know what? I respect it. I think you know
I
we've grown close.
respect your face.
I love your fucking face.
Oh my god,
So
that's such a funny thing for you to say because same.
I feel like this discourse literally might have just healed the country if it was broadcast nationally. I am
Yeah,
proud
my
of us
mom
for the
said
steps.
barbecue ribs are her favorite, but those are cow ribs, not pork ribs.
Seeing that makes sense. Like, yeah, I've Guys, that's the funny thing. Like, I wasn't even crazy about meat like as a kid. Not to say that I didn't love it, mind you. Like, it's fucking delicious. I just never really like thought about meat in that way. Like, you've got these other people that's like, yeah, I'm a burgers. But now living here, I'd always describe myself as pescatarian because I love sushi, love stuff like that. I do love my chicken occasionally, but
Fish,
beg pardon? Yeah, fish is
fish.
good. Fish is good. A chicken I've tried to abstain from just because I really am worried about H5N1. But I'll be honest, that Chinese food we got, I got an amazing rice noodle, and because vegetables with rice noodle I've never found to be good, and they didn't have a tofu option, I did chicken, and it was amazing. So yeah, I mean, I fucks with meat, not nearly as much as I used to, but I still fucks with it. And yeah, like I'd say chicken, fish, mainly in sushi, because honestly, even like fried fish and stuff, I've never cared for. You're never gonna see me in like a Red Lobster. Turkey, and yeah, I mean beef is magnificent. I just want to keep that to once, maybe twice a year at most. Like I am not a regular beef eater
Jesus.
at all. No.
I eat chicken and beef pretty much every time I eat. Like every day that I eat one or both of chicken and or beef.
It's funny with me, bro, because I'm not even trying to like be hyperbolic or whatever, but I really look at meat for me almost as like a treat in a way, like a delicacy. Because like I know in the past, this is again before like bigger environmental crises and pandemics and stuff like that. Like I would get meat like once a week. That would be kind of like a quote unquote cheat day kind of meal. You know what I mean? Where it's
Yeah.
like, okay, I was really good about my veggies and my rice dishes and this and that. I'm gonna do, sweet and sour chicken. Oh God, that's so good. Or five flavored chicken is really good. Get it with gluten free batter and perfection. So
Whoa.
yeah, like I fucks with it for sure. It's just yeah, I've really scaled it down. I try and get as much fruits and veggies as I can, which I'm a lot better about that than when I was a kid, believe me. But yeah, ham's a weird one for me. Again, especially ham steak and the more formal hams at holidays. I just never. They always look so good on TV, and then you have it for real, and it's like, wow, that's a whole lot of disappointment. But that's just apparently other people are like, no.
No, you know what though? I've had bad ham before and it's dry and gross. And if you just get a good ham, it makes up for it.
You know what? I'm gonna say this to you to kind of heal where I thought that this could have gone earlier because I know that I'm definitely the far more aggressive one between the two of us. I am happy that your life has known the love of delicious ham. You deserve it.
We have
You just
leftovers in
yeah.
the fridge from yesterday.
That's amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah.
I will say too, just thinking about dishes and stuff, I love candied sweet potatoes. We didn't do those this year. We did
Oh
we did
shit.
we did like a sweet potato casserole instead, but that was really good too. Um, Soul Run Butter did there.
Yeah.
Um,
My mom
yeah,
loves bologna. Oh my god. She
bologna. I
has
could, yeah,
bologna, cheese, and chip sandwiches in the summer as like a refreshing, like a meal that she'll eat that'll fill her up pretty good that won't make her like, that doesn't require any kind of like heat to make.
yeah,
She loves it.
yeah. No, that's cool, man. I
You
wonder. I
use
think
Swiss cheese on those, right? Yeah, so she'll have bologna, some Swiss cheese, and like literally she'll just layer Lay's chips, like potato chips, on there and just crush it down and eat it like that. And she just loves that shit. I think that
uh
stems from when she was pregnant. She started eating those when she was pregnant, and they just kept kind of lasted ever since then.
I gotta say though, man, the Italian in me, for one thing, I fucking love noodles. Any chance I get to have a noodle dish, I
Mm-hmm.
love it. I love rice
I'm
noodles and I love Asian,
surprised.
like the
Yeah, I
really
was
like
gonna say I'm
thin noodles.
surprised you don't eat more noodle dishes instead of rice dishes, because like I can't imagine that noodles are worse for you than rice, or at least much worse for you than rice.
To look into that this year. Like as far as like options go, like would I want
Yeah,
to order myself maybe some like I don't know brown noodles because
spinach.
brown foods are more like fibrous and stuff. But what I was gonna say was as far as the meat goes, I always love meatballs, and you're damn right I always love fucking sausages and gravy.
It's a meatball.
Fucking sausages are amazing. You get that in that fucking sauce.
Sausages and gravy.
Well, yeah, because you figure like ravioli and sausage stuff like that. So I'm talking like red sauce. That's always good.
My
Um,
mom's losing her mind over sausages and gravy. She loves it. She has
yeah,
this breakfast, like frozen breakfast meal that she'll get that's like I think Jimmy Dean's or something like that, or something
yeah,
along those lines. That is like biscuit, sausage, and gravy, and she fucking loves that shit.
yeah.
She's adores it. She'll eat that shit any day of the week, I think.
Yeah. I think I'm ready to close the book on this because I'm getting hungry and I want to cook my food now. So
Hooray!
yeah.
All right.
Thank you guys so much. What a year. What a year. And we still have a little bit more to go.
We only
We
ended
got
up with
year-end awards.
35 total questions and we went for over 4 hours. What the fuck is wrong with us?
Should have known. I should have, and we started at such a great pace too. And
Yeah.
then we just slowly lost. But yeah, guys, the rest of this week is gonna be nuts because I don't think we have anything tomorrow. Thank God. I definitely think we need to just at least one day off before we get right back into it. But then Saturday at
Yeah.
6, it's Marty Gold recap, and then 10:30 is in review. And then Sunday it's nothing.
Woohoo!
Monday it's nothing.
Well, Monday
And
may be Monty Gold again. I don't know.
yeah, we may have to talk about that. Yeah, no, I think I would just prefer to get out of the way. So
Actually,
yeah,
no, we're
Monday.
not going to have Monday Monty Gold because the next Monty Gold show after today's, or I guess yesterday's at this point, is on the 31st.
Yeah,
And that's
yeah,
that is Monday, but that's like not a live show. That's a tape show, so that won't be up until like probably Thursday.
right. Okay, so yeah, we're Saturday, and then we got Sunday and Monday off, which I may need for my errand awards. They're a lot better than they were, folks. Reporting in because I know I've been freaking out on air.
Yay!
I'm in a much better place now. I think I've still got 20 categories, but honestly, when you
Holy
start with
poop!
all 58 blank,
Yay!
I'm gonna pat myself on the back and say, John, you're so handsome. But
You have an easier time reaching your own back than I would have reaching your back because we've got a lot of miles in between us.
we do, and we all know that it's gonna be Eclipse the hug, not a back pat.
Yeah,
Um,
but you know what though? I'm a back patter when I hug.
oh my god, the efficiency, the economy.
I'm a real like when I hug, I like to pat and rub the back on top of the hug.
Bro, I love that we've talked so long that the new episode of What If is up, and like I can't even be that enthused because it's been kind of a mess season. Do we even mention that in Rotten Butter's initial question? Because like, yeah, What
Oh
If has
yeah,
been
no,
kind
we
of
didn't. What if
yeah,
season three has been kind of fucking mid?
yeah. What if you were actually better? Fuck. Wow,
It's
that
gonna
was
pick up
really
when
sensitive.
Storm shows up, I'm sure.
Storm is so wonderful. Fuck you, Charles. We didn't all fail together. You failed, you bitch. Fuck. What was I even talking about? Everything. So yeah, year-end awards is gonna be the 31st at 8. Did we just decide that we're doing that regardless of what NXT is doing?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, choose us over NXT, please. I mean, I did just kind of pour my heart out doing an encomium, which is, by the way, a speech. I know. Doing a speech about every member in the TWitWoW community and how you're all so beautiful. So, I'm not like
Abel
emotionally terrorizing you to join us, but I'm emotionally terrorizing you to join us.
Abel just asked in our food thread in the free talk channel in our Discord if anyone else liked ham.
Oh, Abel, I have so many hugs to give you later, unironically. Um, I'm gonna heart react too, but it's more because I like Abel, not Ham. I like Abel, not Ham. I'm gonna type that in. We're still live.
Nice.
Fuck it, we're doing it live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Fuck Bill O'Reilly. He's still alive, bro. Like,
Ew, why?
that is nuts to me.
Can he
He's
not be
so old.
anymore?
I know. Like, why does aging continue for shitty people? So yeah, 31st year on awards. We're doing it regardless of NXT. This is I'm actually I'll tell you every year I say this, but I feel like this is especially true. I feel like this year was unique in that it wasn't awful, but it didn't have as many highs as I would have liked. So I'm curious
This
how
was
Ashton
a
interpreted the year.
uniquely mediocre year in wrestling.
So you agree? And well, that already kind of answered that question. 'Cause I was going to say I'm curious what Ashton thinks, but I'm still curious what he thinks through his awards. I've only shared one with him that I knew we would share, so it's like he knows nothing. Look at him, all adorable and ignorant. He doesn't even know what's about to happen. Uh, so
Shared by Abel's question are cracking me up. Mark is the exact opposite of you, John. He said ham that you'd have for dinner, yes. Ham is in lunch meat, no.
Mark, why do you fill me when it matters most?
We're so opposite. It's amazing. And then Rotten Butter said he's not pro ham, but he is anti turkey.
Why am I being alienated from my own community? I'm the precious one that we all need to protect.
Everyone in our community is precious, damn it.
I mean, yes, but like me, the
Yeah, you too, bud.
but no, no, you guys are great. Everybody should eat. Well, I really do think we should eat more vegetables and kind of curb our meat
That's
consumption, if
so
not for anything else,
true.
the climate.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, we're fucked
I
anyway.
saw
Enjoy any
something
meat you want.
about how like lab grown meat is gonna be like a really big thing going forward.
know what the drawbacks of that are. I'm not even talking health-wise, although that's definitely on the table, but, like, everything has a cost, you know? So, like, what's the
Yeah.
catch? What does everybody feel about pastrami? Pastrami, I think I'm
Pastrami. I
cool
don't
with.
even know what that is.
We had pastrami on the pizza
Isn't that like
recently
a
that I was.
mixed meat, like along the same lines as like hot dogs and ham or and pepperoni and stuff?
I think so, and you know what?
Bologna.
We had it on pizza that one time, that pizza I was eating while deadline was going on.
Oh,
I think I fucks with pastrami. I think, yeah,
you know what?
it's
Along
good.
similar lines, I kind of fucks with salami.
Right, bud. You're all right. All right.
I've had a ham salami and cheese stromboli before, and I dug the shit out of it.
Oh, dude, I gotta be honest with y'all too. All this talk about food, let's get something straight. I do eat a certain way, yes, but if a doctor was to tell me, Mr. Altman, you're dying, first thing I'd be like, depending on the condition of the world, I'd be like, oh, thank God, get me the fuck out of here before things get really worse. But then the other thing would be, I would go unfucking hinged. I deliberately didn't say going ham. Fuck you, ham. But fuck you to ham. I would go unhinged on the eating. I'm talking 2 dozen donuts. I'm talking the fucking pizza rolls that I haven't had in years because that was like my wake up of like, oh my God, I have an impulse control problem. Um, fucking yeah, frozen pizzas. I still probably wouldn't go too crazy on. I mean, I did say the 2 dozen donuts, but I wouldn't go crazy on like the sugars, like the little Debbie's and stuff, like those kind of
Bro,
snack cakes. I never
I
cared for them.
literally ate a frozen pizza tonight.
Amazing.
My mom made it in the oven, and I ate like half of it already.
I would, and then of course I'd have to cross cannibalism off the list. I would get somebody. You'd be the most likely to do this, but I can't do it to you because you can think about it over and over and over and over. But when it's time to actually commit, you can't do it to friends, even if they look delicious. So I would have to find somebody. I would have to make them do a parody with me of a pizza commercial, and then right when they lean in to give the fucking money shot to the camera of the smile with the product, I just bite half their fucking face clean off and before they even know what's happening. Bah, 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 and then I just enjoy the rest in my meat cave.
So you're
Yeah.
you're explicitly going for the cheek, huh?
Yeah, oh my god, yeah, you have to. You have to. You just
That's some
violently.
zombie shit. Why are you biting someone's cheek off like a fucking mindless zombie?
The better question is, why did anybody feel safe with a confessed wannabe cannibal in the first place to lean their cheek within mouth shot? I don't know, but they're gonna learn the hard way today. It's not delivery, it's your organ. Yes. Yes. That's my final 2025 prediction. I will do cannibalism somehow next year, and we're gonna put this to bed once and for all. Life will find a way. It's gonna be great. All right. With that said, I don't even know what the fuck this show is anymore. It's 3:30, y'all. What are
No
we
sé,
doing?
no sé.
Yeah, I am hungry, Bestie. You're so right. I'm gonna slather that rice dish in Gunslinger too. Um. So leave a like if you file out, subscribe, click the bell icon for notifications so you miss any of that total goodness. Check out everything we're involved in the description box. Follow us on Blue Sky and Twitch. Despite how deprived we all feel, I still got it right. Because we
Congratulations, bud. Also, your son said, does anyone else like chicken tendies? And I can honestly say that I do.
nice, proud of you, son. Um,
Also, Rotten Butter is prepared to blame us if he starts dreaming of food.
you know what? Good. I take it. I own it. Um,
Nice.
so we will see you guys Saturday. Well, we'll see you in the Discord for SmackDown. Hopefully, I still need to
Hell
catch up
yeah,
on
that's
Raw.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't need to catch up on NXT because I feel like the YouTube clips kind of sufficed for any opinions I would have to give. And then believe me,
Nice.
I watched all of them. Looking at you,
Oh,
Lexus.
ew.
Um,
Oh, he's
I
champion now.
Dude,
Gross.
dude, it's not even about Lexus because I know Foster loves him, and that makes me want to open my heart to him just a little bit. It's NQCC getting screwed, my guy.
Why
Like,
is
what the?
William Regal in the biggest bullshit wrestling angles of the 2020s?
Yeah, like it's William fucking Regal. It's Lord Steven Regal. But yeah, I gotta do some touching up. I gotta do touch ups everywhere except on my fucking face.
Oh,
All right. Well,
wow.
so yeah, join us Friday. I was entirely correct, and I know you know that. Join us Friday. I know. That's why I said I know you know that because I know you weren't disagreeing. Oh yeah. So Rulu, thanks for reminding me. The last 2 hours spent out. Why is everything becoming 3 hours? Just let
Oh
me live my
no!
life. Yeah, I knew. That's the
Oh,
one. That's the note that I was imitating earlier.
oh
There is.
man.
Oh god, honestly, I think I kind of like SmackDown being 3 hours now. That was beautiful. When the first 3 hour one headlined by Charlotte winning the women's title.
Why?
Oh wait, let me turn my crisp off because I just need to suck all that despair through a straw.
It's still going. What the fuck?
Oh, that's lip smacking good.
Why were you sucking for so long? What the fuck,
I've been sucking since I was born.
man? There it is. There it is. Send it home.
Shadow self. All right,
Oh, I
well,
can't believe we're going to 3 hours of both shows.
you need to calm down and acclimate
Don't you
right now.
fucking dare tell me what to do at 3:32 a.m. on December 27th in the year of our Lord 2024. How dare you?
I need you to know, I love where the tone started, and I loved how it was maintained through that whole thing. That was great. That was pop, pop, mega poppers. All right, guys, we'll see you Saturday at 6 for the content for Monty Gold. If anybody shows up, you better start showing
Wait,
up
is
with
that
Utami
tomorrow?
champion.
I thought that was Saturday.
I said Saturday, sir.
Oh, I
I
thought you
did.
said tomorrow. I'm sorry.
It was yeah,
I
yeah,
guess
yeah.
technically it is Friday today, so you were right both ways.
This is why I'm telling you what to do. This is why I'm telling you what to do at 3:30 a.m.
Fuck.
Okay.
No.
Relax, Ashton. Stop
No.
laughing. Even though I'm laughing right now.
I'm a little
6 for
sick.
Monty Gold, 10:30 for in review, and then Tuesday is gonna be year-end awards.
Oh my god, it's here.
I know. It's gonna be amazing.
It's gonna
Thank
be
you guys.
even longer than this commentary.
Oh,
This
and I
was a
actually
fucking chungus.
so
Rotten Butter said, "Stop edging this and let us sleep."
okay, so wait. One more thing actually. One more thing, just because honestly, I low-key love making Rotten Butter suffer. Um, March 27th should be our next Q&A. Does that sound right to you?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't done the research.
Would your face get it together?
No.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you're right. The March 27th is right.
Of course, you could have just stopped it. You're right, and that's like a fill-in for everything. Have you seen my fucking face?
Fuck.
I I know. Where is Joe? What scalp is he sniffing right now? What the fuck? Anyway, I'm not jealous. Fuck you. So we will see you Saturday.
Wow.
And you already. I knew you were thinking it. I mean,
I
we will
was
see.
not at all.
You don't know things about your own mind. Wow, that's
Okay.
a horrible thing. Okay, that's the second time I'm walking it back tonight. Jesus Christ, this is how I am all the time.
Abel
Holy,
said he stepped away for a second to observe his available meat options, and he couldn't believe this is still going on, but he's very happy it is.
and now for the second half of this recording, I'll be doing a live reading of Homer's The Odyssey.
Oh, did
No,
you
I'm just kidding.
see Chris fucking Nolan is making an Odyssey movie?
Wait, like actual like Greek epic Odyssey? Dude, I think you legit got me excited. That sounds cool
Christopher
as fuck to me.
Nolan, yeah.
No, that sounds cool as fuck. I'm there. Anyway, guys, in all seriousness, thank you for a beautiful commentary. Thank you for a beautiful time. Thank you for your patience because I know this went way too fucking long by any person's
Boy,
standards.
I'll say.
And yeah, just again, especially given the more emotional sides of tonight, be good to yourselves, especially in these times, be good to each other. And we'll be seeing you sooner than you think. So tune in and as best you can, peace out.